I think we're starting now. But first I need to drink my coffee. We are not ready. Wow. I think we're about to start. The show hasn't started yet, folks. Not even close. We're not even close to starting. This isn't even. Wow. All right. We're starting now. Okay. Here we go.
He's groovy, like a movie that you watched one time when you were kinda high. But now you can remember exactly why you liked it, but you did. He's charming, it's alarming how charming he is when he's farming. And just like that movie that we watched when we were stoned, we like him, and we don't know why. He's gregarious, he's hilarious, and most of his head is hairless. And like the mean girl from school who treated you cruel, you like him and you don't know why. You like him and you don't know why. You like him and you don't know why.
Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel, who will be on the Ted Mack Amateur Hour as a judge later on this week. The brilliant Professor Mike Steinel, who I saw at the Copacabana last night. He is in fine form. Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel. Welcome to the mop-up for January 27th, 1944. Wow. Can you believe it's already 1944? I'm still writing 1943 on my checks to J. Edgar Hoover, so he'll keep my secret files secret. I'm still writing checks to J. Edgar Hoover, so he won't release my files. One night, I had one bad night with a hitchhiker, and J. Edgar Hoover won't let me forget it. Well, it's been more than 2 years. Has it been 2 years since our president, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, declared war on Japan and somehow Germany? I'll get to that in a second. So where are we after little more than 2 years? We're going into our third year of this nonsense, and I am so over this stupid war. You know, I went along for the first year. I took one for the team, but now I feel played. And I am not going to get scared of the Nazis by my government anymore. Because the first thing the Nazis did when they took power was to make everybody scared of the Nazis. That's the very first thing Hitler did when he took power. So I'm not going to fall prey to being terrified of the Nazis. I'm capable of critical thinking, and I'm doing my own research. Japan supposedly attacks us, but now we're fighting the Germans? Have you seen a map, folks? Germany is like hundreds of miles away from Japan. Why are we fighting the Germans if Japan supposedly attacked us? It makes no sense, but that's part of the plan, to make no sense, because the very first thing the Nazis did when they took power, the very first thing they did was make no sense. Why am I the only one And Joe Rogan and Jimmy Dore. Why are the three of us the only ones asking these questions? I'm just a guy. I'm just a failed comedian with a podcast. Where's Edward R. Murrow on this? They got us rationing sugar and now meat, and we're supposed to grow our own vegetables. We're growing our own vegetables, and they're coming around and collecting our tin from us. What's going on here? I can't even remember what nylon stockings felt like against my butt cheeks when I would put them on. Victory gardens? I don't see us winning. Why don't they call them loser gardens? Because let's be honest, the only people who are growing their own vegetables are losers. They want us digging in our backyards so we can bury our heads in the sand. It's all by design. And that's the first thing the Nazis did. The very first thing the Nazis did when they seized power. The very first thing they did was make everyone ration food, grow victory gardens, and bury their heads in the sand. The very first thing Hitler did. And now we're doing it. Because Roosevelt is all about grabbing power to create a one world government. I heard Jimmy Dore and Alex Jones and Joe Rogan talking about this yesterday. And why are they the only ones who know this? They say Churchill and Roosevelt met secretly on a boat and came up with this thing called the Atlantic Charter, where they're planning to create this thing called a United Nations. And then it's going to be like a one world government, and that all the countries of the world get to vote on whether or not to go to war. You want in on that? Did we vote on this? But Churchill and Roosevelt are planning this one world government. Do your own research. This is stuff Roosevelt isn't telling you. The United Nations. Do you know about the United Nations? How come Joe Rogan, Jimmy Dore, and Alex Jones are the only ones who know about this United Nations and how they're planning to take away our freedoms? Pretty soon, you will not be able to go outside for a walk unless you first get permission from Portugal. Look, do some research on this. It's called the Atlantic Charter. The Atlantic Charter. One world government. Joe Rogan was warning us about it yesterday until YouTube, of course, demonetized his video. And honestly, 2 years into Roosevelt's, I call it Roosevelt's war, we don't even know if Hitler is all that dangerous. I mean, I'm doing my own research, and I read a study, not from Germany, from Austria, a study out of Austria. Really bright people come out of Austria. And this study says Hitler is perfectly safe, and it's the French who are dangerous. And that's from Austria, right? They're not even German. Austrian scientists say that when Hitler took over Vienna, the people got healthier. This is Austria saying that. They call their good health the Anschluss. They say they feel better because of Germany working with the Austrians to make themselves feel better. This is Austria saying this. They are not Germans. Hitler is from Germany. And the Austrians welcomed Hitler into their bosom. A lot of smart people in Austria, and they seem to love Hitler. Maybe, we should listen, open our minds, ask questions. Maybe we need to be as smart as the people from Austria. They're not German. We're only getting one side of the story. A lot of the French people love the German occupation. They call themselves collaborators. They're working with the Germans, right? That's how you make peace. You collaborate with people who you may not agree with. And I was just reading a collaborator, a scientist says from France, who has an open mind because he's working with the Nazis and the French. He's, an intellectual. He asks the questions. He says their Maginot Line, has spike proteins on it that attract German tank receptors. It's interesting. I don't know if it's true. Rogan says he believes it, but it's the French who are inviting the German tanks towards and across the Maginot Line, kind of asking them to invade Paris, if in fact the Germans are even in France. I have seen no conclusive evidence that Germany is in France. Every map I look at has, I've studied geography. That's one thing I'm good at. And every map I look at has Germany and then France. That makes no sense, right? We're told that France is occupied by Germany. So how come there's still a France on the map if Germany took it over? How come? Because Roosevelt's war, they want you confused, because the very first thing Hitler and the Nazis did when they seized power, and Jordan Peterson talked about this on Joe Rogan the other day, the very first thing Hitler and the Nazis did when they seized power was try to convince people that Germany invaded France. That's how we get manipulated by the government and just blindly obey. And again, Joe Rogan, it's the only place I'm getting my news. He had some guy on 2 weeks ago. This is really interesting. He said that the French have not started to speak German yet, right? We're told that Germany has invaded France, and yet the French aren't speaking German. That suggests that Germany is not even inside of France. Rogan's guest said every respectable scientist knows a country has not been invaded unless the country that has been invaded is fluent in the language of the invading country. And there is no evidence whatsoever that the French are speaking German fluently. I'm doing a disservice to Joe Rogan because it was a 3-hour interview and they really laid it out in front of us. And there are very few French people speaking fluent German. So for all we know, Germany never even invaded France. And this guy that Joe had on his show says Germany has not invaded France. And he's a renowned scientist, this guy. He gets his funding from Ford, IBM, Prescott Bush. Charles Lindbergh had this guy on his podcast. Charles Lindbergh says the guy's legit. So, who are you going to believe? The idea that the Japanese attacked some fictitious Pearl Harbor, or that the French were invaded by Germany, it's all corporate propaganda. And Rogan got into a little trouble last week. He told healthy American kids not to sign up for Roosevelt's war because it's dangerous. He says that Roosevelt knows how dangerous enlisting is, but he's keeping it secret. Rogan had a guy on who said studies are being kept secret from all of us. Thousands and thousands of case studies of young American kids who enlisted back in 1917, and a lot of them died or ended up with something called shell shock. They came home and they were sick, or they disappeared, and nobody's talking about it. Hundreds of thousands of American boys who enlisted 20 years ago, they just disappeared. Where are they? One day they're with us. Next thing you know, they're gone, and nobody can account for them. And the government doesn't talk about it. Supposedly, Jimmy Dore was saying this, supposedly if you enlisted back in 1917 and you're still alive, the government is giving you hush money now. You take the money and you never talk about it. It's like the CIA or some secret government agency is slipping money each month to the guys who enlisted back in 1917 to shut up about the guys who disappeared and what they saw. This, as Joe Rogan would say, is some messed up shit. That's why you must do your own research and decide what is true and what isn't. Rogan said something really smart. We're all just monkeys. We're all just chimps. And that's so wise, because when you think about it, we're all just monkeys, because evolution really didn't happen. We're just monkeys. And Roosevelt, he's a monkey. He's a monkey. And we're all monkeys. And that exonerates us from any responsibility for facts that we get wrong. We're just monkeys. Look, you got to think for yourself. We're monkeys. Don't be sheep. If Germany had invaded France, nobody in Paris would be speaking French right now. They'd all be speaking German. And Jimmy Dore said there's a new study coming out of Berlin suggesting that fascism doesn't spread from country to country. Now, this is kind of, this is hard to understand, so pay attention. But Jimmy had some guy on who said fascism, you can't catch fascism because it's part of every nation's DNA, and that it would be impossible to catch fascism from Hitler because all of us already have it. It's kind of interesting, right? You can only get fascism from yourself. Jimmy said it's good. This is where it gets really interesting. He talked about our innate immunity to fascism, and Jimmy Dore said it's good to be exposed to fascism because it provides a country with natural immunity. Dore says a little fascism keeps you from getting sick from a lot of fascism. And that makes sense to me. It kind of makes sense. I mean, look at Nazi Germany. They have a little fascism and they look really healthy, don't they? But that's the plan, right? That's Roosevelt's war. He tells us we must fight the Nazis. That's how we'll catch fascism. But that's what totalitarian regimes like Roosevelt do to keep us in line, to fear the Nazis. That's an old trick. In fact, the first thing the Nazis did when they took over Germany is tell everyone to fight the Nazis. It's the oldest trick. It's the oldest trick in civilization. Jimmy Dore was saying that when Hitler's tanks rolled down the Champs-Élysées, again, if in fact those videos we're seeing are real, he had a scientist who says those videos of frightened Parisians watching Hitler standing in front of the Eiffel Tower, he said they're fake. Anyway, Jimmy Dore said he was doing his own research, and that if those were in fact German panzers rolling through Paris, then they are there to assist the French in developing the antibodies necessary to resist fascism, and that we need Hitler, we need Mussolini, otherwise we don't develop our nation's natural resistance to fascism. This is heady stuff, and you can only hear it on Jimmy's show and Seth Rogen's show, and of course, Alex Jones. You won't hear that. Edward R. Murrow isn't talking about this. So, if Hitler, just open your minds. That's all I'm saying. Okay, don't be so quick to fight Roosevelt's war. That's all I'm saying. Open your mind. Ask questions. If Hitler did invade France, and the jury is still out on that, but let's say he did, then he invaded France to liberate it from fascism, right? To ignite their antibodies that they already have inside of them, their T cells, their memory cells, to fight fascism. And it's beginning to work. France has developed something called the resistance. Have you heard of the French resistance? Now, again, I'm not a scientist, but Joe Rogan says the French resistance what we're seeing there is a country's natural immunity to fascism taking hold. And all you must do is eat well and work out and let your natural resistance to fight fascism. It's an interesting theory, and we should listen to it. I'm not telling you that you should agree with that. I'm just saying we should hear that for hours in a long form interview. And so just don't be so quick to fight Roosevelt's war. Think for yourself. If in fact there is such a thing as fascism or Nazis, by the way, Jimmy Dore was really funny the other day. He said he loves how the Germans are sometimes Nazis and then sometimes they're fascists. It's a great, you should go see Jimmy live. It's a great bit. It's kind of like, wordplay. Like one day we need to fight the Nazis and then one day we must fight the fascists. I'm not doing the bit justice. I don't know. He says, which one is it? But he points out, and rightfully so, that this is what civilizations in decline do to their people. They twist words around and they lose their meaning. And that's the first thing Hitler did. I saw this with Joe Rogan. He was talking to Jordan Peterson. No, I think Candace Owens said this on Joe's show. Candace Owens said, the first thing Hitler did, the very first thing Hitler did when he took power, the very first thing he did was confuse fascism with Nazism, where the people couldn't tell the difference between fascism and Nazism. And Candace Owens, she's pretty bright. So, because she does her own research, and she makes up her own mind. But, we're being lied to by Roosevelt, Fauci, Big Pharma. And I happen to think the only people you should trust on this are middle-aged guys with podcasts who, after decades of watching nothing but sports and pornography, suddenly got interested in the world around them. They're the ones you should trust. Dore, Alex Jones, Joe Rogan were saying, and it makes a little sense, that the way to resist fascism, if in fact fascism is a thing, the way to resist fascism is to get a little, and then you develop an immunity. A little fascism, for example, Dore and Rogan, we should support the police. A little fascism, never question the police. Just get a little fascism that gives you the antibodies to resist real fascism. They say you develop antibodies to fascism by saying and doing anything for money, by questioning enemies of fascism. That way you get a little in your system to fight off fascism. And that seems to be working for Jimmy Dore and Joe Rogan. They have really nice houses. And they say that fascism really is just a cold. They say it's just a cold. They were saying, Rogan and Dore were saying that if a country, and this is really interesting, that if a country is invaded by Hitler, like Poland or Czechoslovakia, they're good to go. They're fine. They have the antibodies. They don't have to worry about ever turning fascist. They have the antibodies. They were invaded by the fascists. And they add, and this is important, that Roosevelt's war to liberate Poland or Czechoslovakia is more dangerous than the little fascism, little cold they caught. And we should just let their natural resistance take care of fascism. It makes sense. Again, make up, do your own research. London and the Blitz, excuse me, have a slight case of fascism. The Blitz that is supposedly going on in London, Jimmy says England should want to be bombed by Germany. That's the exposure which gives the British the natural defenses, the innate immunity to oppose fascism. Innate immunity plus the T-cell memory of fascism when you're exposed to it. So make up your own mind, but I think Jimmy Dore and Joe Rogan make a convincing case that Roosevelt and his military are lying to us. And here's what they're keeping secret from us. Joe Rogan said he saw the plan to invade Europe. And he said, and I quote, "It's crazy." Joe Rogan says the plans for D-Day, he says, quote, "It's crazy." I agree. It's crazy. Hundreds of thousands of American boys are going to storm the beaches to liberate France. It's crazy. They want to invade Europe, but have they tested this invasion? Do you want to be a guinea pig? Do you want to be a guinea pig? The invasion plans are something like 2 years old. They've never been tested. Do you want to be a guinea pig? How do we know it's safe? How do we know D-Day is safe? How do we know storming the beaches of France to liberate Europe is safe? Nobody knows. They're flying blind here, but we're supposed to shut down the entire economy so we can fight Roosevelt's war. It's crazy. I stole that from Joe Rogan. I apologize, but it's crazy. You want to stop Hitler? All you need to do is exercise and eat well. Listen to Joe Rogan. He's right. You want to stop Hitler? All you need to do is exercise and eat well. Maybe buy some of the supplements he's peddling. That's how you stop Hitler. But instead, let's shut down the entire economy and make it all about defeating Germany and Japan. When does it stop? Okay, I gave it a year, then another year. Are we just going to keep fighting the Germans and the Japanese forever? I am so over it. Barry Weiss and I had Barry Weiss and Bill Maher on my show, and we got a big applause break when Barry Weiss said, "I am so over World War II. It's enough already. Let's just get back to our lives already and be able to buy as much meat as we want, wear nylon stockings. I like to play with tin. I don't want the government taking my tin. Let's just get back to our lives already." But this is just one big power grab. Do you know Detroit has stopped manufacturing cars just so they can make tanks? In the words of Joe Rogan, that's crazy. Think about this. Alex Jones was on Joe Rogan's show about a month ago. Did you know that Detroit no longer makes cars? Just stop. They just shut down. You can't buy new cars anymore. They're producing something like 5,000 tanks a day to be used where? Where do you think these tanks are going? They're going to be used on the streets of America. They're going to be used on us. That's why they're making 5,000 tanks a day in Detroit. Think about it. How do you get 5,000 tanks each day, 5,000 new tanks each day to Europe? What are they going to fly them there? I'm not a rocket scientist, but I'm pretty sure tanks don't fly. Maybe they invented some, maybe now they have tanks with wings. Pretty sure we would see them by now. No, they're making 5,000 tanks a day to be used on the streets of America to keep us in line. Right? But you believe it. You believe that they're making tanks, 5,000 a day, to be sent to fight fascism in Europe. Think about this. Think about this for a second. Somehow they're making tanks in Detroit, but somehow they're going to drive these tanks, hundreds of thousands of tanks, up through Canada, across the Bering Strait, into Russia, and then all the way across Asia, up into Belgium, so they can drive into France and then Germany, and nobody's going to say anything. Hundreds of thousands of tanks passing through Russia. Stalin is going to let America drive hundreds of thousands of brand new tanks through Russia, just passing through, Uncle Joe. No need to panic. On the way to defeat Hitler. Nothing to see here. Give me a break. Think. If you stop and think about it, it's insane. But nobody questions anything. Again, I'm not a scientist. I'm just a mixed martial arts devotee who has taken way too many kicks to the head. Okay? But everyone knows that if you're going to invade Germany with tanks, you make the tanks in Germany before you invade, so they're already there when you start the invasion. Why is it only podcasters who know this? Why are they making the tanks? Just ask a question. Just ask questions. Why are they making tanks in the United States? Because they're not for Germany. They're going to be using those tanks on ordinary Americans who are against Roosevelt's war. The first thing Hitler did, the very first thing Hitler did when he seized power, was to start making tanks to use on Americans. Very first thing. Candace Owens said that. But no, let's stop everything. Let's stop making automobiles and let's just make tanks. Another question to ask is, what happened to all the men in this country? This war has been going on for 2 years, 2.5 years. Millions of men gone. One day they're here, then Roosevelt declares this draft, and suddenly all these American men in the prime of their life go missing. You know, you need to make connections, right? Roosevelt declares war, then slowly but surely American men start disappearing. All you see are older men or young men with limps or disabilities. You never see able-bodied young men anymore in America. Where'd they go? Nobody asks these questions. Rogan had a guy on 2 weeks ago, very interesting. He says he has pictures of perfectly healthy young American men being shipped off to Japan and Germany, and a lot of them are unaccounted for now. 2 years later, disappeared. Look, I'm not saying Hitler doesn't exist. I'm just skeptical as to how dangerous he is, or is he even bad for us? You need to ask these questions constantly. Though you can't fight a war unless we're constantly questioning whether or not the enemy is all that bad. But Roosevelt insists Hitler exists, and another power grab, insisting that Hitler exists. The first thing Hitler did, the very first thing Hitler did when he seized power, the very first thing he did was insist that Hitler existed. And now Roosevelt is doing the same exact thing. You have to raise these questions. Bobby Kennedy Jr. was talking about this. So if you're like 21 years old and you say to me, should I enlist? I'll go no. And of course, the next day I'll apologize and tell you not to listen to me because I'm just a comedian. But all I'm saying is that ever since Roosevelt declared war, there has been like an explosion of war-related deaths. So what's that about? How come nobody talks about that, right? We're supposed to get on board the war against fascism, but nobody talks about this explosion of war-related deaths and injuries from the war. Nobody talks about the injuries from the war or the people who are being killed by the war. And Roosevelt's war, it's a brand new kind of war. It's never been tested before. How do we know this war is safe? It was an emergency authorization, right? Congress declared war on December 8th, 1941, because they were convinced it was an emergency. Do you really want to trust a war that has been forced on us because we've been frightened into thinking this is an emergency? I don't know. I'm not saying Hitler is a good guy, but I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I never met him, and I don't speak German, so I'm not equipped to tell you whether or not Hitler is a good guy or a bad guy. The Germans seem to like him. In fact, he seems a lot more popular than Franklin Roosevelt. Nobody talks about that. Joe Rogan pointed that out. I don't speak German, but Joe Rogan had a guy on who does speak German and fluently. And this guy says Hitler is way more popular in Germany than Roosevelt is here in America. Think about that for a second. Did you know that? Did you know that the German people like Hitler more than the American people like Roosevelt? Who's the fascist? Right? This guy on Joe Rogan, he speaks German, and he reads all the newspapers and magazines, and he listens to all the radio shows coming out of Germany. He said he can't find a single editorial that opposes anything Hitler is doing. He's been scouring the media in Germany looking for one editorial criticizing the Nazis, Hitler. Nobody has a bad thing to say about Hitler in Germany, but not so for Roosevelt here in America, right? We have plenty of people criticizing Roosevelt. Hitler doesn't even have an opposing party. That's how popular he is. It's just the Nazi party. And Jimmy Dore said something really smart on his show. He said that that history has shown that when a country only has one political party, it means their leader is so popular, there's no point in running anyone else against him. That's Jimmy Dore. And he said Hitler is so wildly popular with the German people, nobody would even think of challenging him in an election. It's just like it's out of the question. Can Roosevelt say that? No. So how come Jimmy Dore knows this and Edward R. Murrow doesn't? I think what Jimmy said is one of the smartest things I've heard since Roosevelt's war started. Jimmy points out that here in America, Roosevelt is fighting with the Republicans, the socialists. There are thousands of editorials criticizing him each year. Roosevelt doesn't get along with anybody, right? He needs to learn how to collaborate the way the French do. He can't work with anybody. That's what he's divisive. Hitler, brings everybody together. How come it takes a pot-smoking, drug-addled podcaster like Jimmy Dore to recognize that Hitler is a better leader than Roosevelt and that we need a Hitler type in this country? How come Jimmy Dore is the only person smart enough to say this? How come it's an idiot like Jimmy Dore who can see things so clearly? Look, make up your own mind about Roosevelt's war. I'm just saying on this show, we need to hear all sides so we can decide for ourselves. War against Hitler, that's your choice. It's not up to the government to tell you who we go to war with and who we make peace with. Because if you leave it up to the government, they don't tell you the truth. Like Stalin, suddenly Joseph Stalin is our pal. The communist Joseph Stalin. Now they're telling us Hitler is dangerous and Stalin is perfectly safe. But 5 years ago, it was completely the other way around. As Joe Rogan said, that shit's insane. It's crazy, right? That's what totalitarian regimes do. Candace Owens said this, the very first thing Hitler did when he seized power was tell us that Stalin was good and Hitler was bad. Very first thing he did. And then a year later, he said, Hitler was good, Stalin is bad. So, I am so done with Roosevelt's war. You wanna fight Roosevelt's war? That's your choice. That's your choice. But I'm done fighting Roosevelt's war. I agree with Bill Maher and I agree with Barry Weiss. I am so over Roosevelt's war. I just applause break. Yeah, we got an applause break on real time. It's never going to end. But what is this really about? What is Roosevelt's war really about? It's all about the feminization of our culture. Jordan Peterson was talking to Joe Rogan about this. And, Jordan Peterson, you may not agree with him, but he read a book and he says Roosevelt's war is all about making men ashamed of being men. And I think there's something to that. And Bill Maher and Barry Weiss picked up on this Friday night. Bill said that he was driving to the studio last Friday, and the aircraft factory down the block from his studio is now all women. It's all women. And Barry Weiss, who is a woman, she picked up on this and she agreed. It's crazy. A factory of just women working there. What happened to all the young men? Right? What happened to all the men who worked in the factories? Where'd they go? Is anybody asking at least? Thankfully, Barry Weiss and Bill Maher asked these questions. Look, this is like end times for America. It's biblical prophecy. At the decline of empires, they get really concerned with gender and hermaphrodites. This is what Joe Rogan said. And he said, this is what happened during the fall of Rome. You had women working in the factories because men were either disappearing or becoming women. This might explain why you walk onto a factory floor these days and there are no men, right? Where are they? Why are women making our bombs? What happened to the guys? Or did these women, were they once men? Joe Rogan said this is what happens when a civilization or a pond becomes polluted. It's interesting stuff. In the case of a pond, he said sometimes algae, a foreign algae will enter a pond where it doesn't belong, and then the oxygen levels decline and the frogs lose their gender. The frogs stop identifying as man or woman, and then there's no hierarchy anymore. And there are no more lobsters in the pond. This is Jordan Peterson was talking about the hierarchy of lobsters inside a pond, and that when the pond is polluted, the hierarchy disappears and the lobsters all become women. Something to think about, because again, I'm not agreeing with Jordan Peterson or Joe Rogan, but one could argue that this is what is happening in America because of Roosevelt's war. And I agree with Joe Rogan on this. You need to eat well and exercise, and most importantly, spend most of your time watching other men beating up on other men and not being afraid of their own masculinity. We need to resist the decline of civilization by getting kicked in the head repeatedly while watching other men getting kicked in the head repeatedly. There's so much we could learn from Joe Rogan's life experience. Lift weights, take supplements, maybe steroids. Don't allow them to feminize this entire culture. I take steroids. I take a lot of steroids because I do not want to be feminized. And I'm protecting my testicles because steroids, the great thing about steroids, they can't find your testicles if you take steroids. Take steroids, they can't turn you into castratos if they can't find your testicles. Think for yourself. Ask questions. Look around. Pay attention. All you see these days are older men. But able-bodied young men in the prime of their lives, what happened? What happened since Roosevelt's war? Where'd they go? They say the draft. It's the draft. Well, the draft is part of the feminization of our male culture. Think about what a draft means. We take men and send them to a camp where they are trained to think like one world government, march in step, obey orders without question. Everybody dresses the same. Everybody has the same haircut. Yes, sir. No, sir. That's not what men do. That's the feminization of men. I saw Dave Chappelle talking really smart on this with Joe Rogan. That's what women do. Women go off to a camp and dress alike and think alike, and they cooperate and get along. Men, we're the hunters. I don't want to get too sophisticated here, but men are hunters and women are gatherers. Again, I don't mean to get too sophisticated here, but men are competitive. We're not communal. We don't fight alongside each other. We fight with each other. But that's what Roosevelt and his war, that's what he's trying to do with this draft, turn us all into women. It's the demasculization of the American man. Chappelle was so eloquent about this, and it was funny too. That was why, he was funny. That's what makes him so dangerous, is he can say these things and still be, wow. But Roosevelt is trying to just strip men of their masculinity by turning them into women who work together, march together, they dress alike, and they don't fight each other. They don't kick each other in the head repeatedly like Joe Rogan would. Women do this. So Roosevelt's war, and they haven't come up with a name for this one. The last big one was the Great War, I think they should call this Roosevelt's War. He made the decision, let him live with it. It's nothing but a power grab. And I am so done with it. I am so done with it. I was talking to Barry Weiss and Bill Maher this morning. And last night I told Barry Weiss, last night, the landlord here in New York City wanted me to turn off all the lights and draw the curtains to prepare for air raids in New York City. Okay, last year I did it. Whenever they told me to draw the curtains and turn off the lights, I did it. Now we're going into the third year of this bullshit. I'm not doing it anymore. I am so over the government scaring us about Germans or Japanese airplanes dropping bombs on us. The first thing, Candace Owens said this, the first thing Hitler did when he seized power was he convinced the German people that the German people were going to drop bombs on them. That was the very first thing he did. And, I would draw the curtains and turn off the lights if there was any credible science on this. But think about it. Germany or Japan is going to fly over a city and drop bombs on us? Really? I know, supposedly it's happening in London. So they say. Interesting that London is getting bombed every night, but they're still going to the theater? How does that work? The Germans are supposedly bombing the hell out of London, but everyone still has time to go see Laurence Olivier do Hamlet. Make the connections. I don't know. Maybe London is getting bombed. Maybe. But drawing your curtains and turning off the lights or running into an air raid shelter is not going to save you. You need to exercise and eat well. That's how you stay safe from a supposed air raid attack. And you buy the supplements that Joe Rogan recommends. And they make us wear gas masks during the air raid drill. I'm not wearing a gas mask. There's no proof whatsoever they even work. There's no proof the Germans even have gas. They didn't use gas. When have the Germans ever used gas? Folks, drawing your curtains and turning off the lights, there's no evidence that any of that protects you from an air raid. None whatsoever. It's just virtue signaling. That's what it is. When you do it, hey, look at me. I'm turning off my lights and drawing the curtains. I'm on Team Roosevelt. It doesn't stop your home from getting bombed. It's a power grab. And I did it for a year and I'm sick of it. I'm done with it. It's claustrophobic. It makes me feel less free. It's restrictive. And look, if you want to, I told my neighbor in the apartment building, if you want to draw your curtains and turn off the lights, that's your choice. But some of us in this building don't want to draw the curtains and turn off our lights. You cannot mandate whether or not I draw my curtains and turn off the lights. And from what I hear, getting bombed from an airplane is like a cold. It's not that bad. And Pearl Harbor bomb, do you know anyone who died from Pearl Harbor? Do you? I don't know anybody who died from Pearl Harbor, but let's go to war. Let's stop everything because Roosevelt says we were attacked by the Japanese. By the way, how come the Nazis didn't attack Pearl Harbor? Now it's the Japanese. They can't even get their story straight. Hitler is evil, but it's the Japanese who supposedly attacked us on December 7th. I don't know anybody who died that day. And that video they keep showing of the Pacific Fleet burning in Pearl Harbor, Joe Rogan says it was all CGI done on the MGM back lot. He said American ships, it's impossible for American warships to sink from that heat. He had an engineer on who said he looked at the video from Pearl Harbor and it's fake because it's impossible for ships to burn that fast when they're surrounded by water. Pearl Harbor, that means it's water, it's a harbor. How come we must find this out from Joe Rogan? He's not a reporter or a scientist. He's just a comedian who trains for mixed martial arts by getting kicked repeatedly in the head. How come I got to get this information from Joe Rogan and not from the mainstream media like Edward R. Murrow, who's supposedly so smart, we're told? But he doesn't have the common sense to realize ships don't burn in water. Everybody's looking at these ships supposedly burning in the harbor, Pearl Harbor. How come Joe Rogan is the only one who exposed the lie about Pearl Harbor? Simply by relying on the common sense that the steel inside the hull of a boat stationed at Pearl Harbor cannot possibly burn at that heat if it's floating on top of water because, and I'll admit that I just learned this, water puts out fire. That film of the Pacific Fleet burning at Pearl Harbor is fake. Water puts out fire. I'm not making this up. If you're a trained engineer or a physicist, then one of the very first things you are taught is that water puts out fire. Grant, I didn't know that. And then I remembered, we used to go camping and we before we went to bed, we would put the campfire out with water. Water puts out fire. So how is an American warship station in Pearl Harbor going to burn if it's surrounded by water? I'm sorry I'm getting upset here, but it's like, come on, people. You don't need a degree in nautical engineering to understand this. Fire, by its very nature, hates water, hates it. You don't need a PhD to understand these intricacies. All you need to know is that fire hates water. So a ship in Pearl Harbor could not possibly burn if it's surrounded by water. But let's just let Franklin Roosevelt take us to war. Just another Democratic power grab. And I am so done with it. And I'm quite frankly disappointed with the American people who just don't ask the right questions. Where are all the able-bodied men? There was a 17-year-old boy who lived down the street from me. Disappeared, taken. I asked his mother, what happened to Roger? She said he got a letter from the government to come and get a physical, and she hasn't seen him since. Did you know that they are giving all young men in America physicals? What's that about? It's crazy. It's crazy. You want the government? You trust the government to examine all the young men in this country? That's what they're doing. This is Roosevelt's power grab. We sit back and we're allowing every able-bodied young man to be forced to submit to a medical examination, and it's all being done by our government. And then our government has a medical file on every able-bodied man in this country. You trust Roosevelt? You trust Roosevelt to have access to a file on every able-bodied man in America, their medical file? You think this is a good thing? The Defense Department has a medical record on every able-bodied man, and then they give men numbers? And they call them dog tags. That's what they're calling. I'm not making this up. I saw Joe Rogan talking about this. It's crazy. These able-bodied men are supposed to wear the number around their necks like dogs, and they call them dog tags. And nobody says anything. They just do it. And the government is telling these men what time to wake up, what time to go to bed, who to hate, where to march. A complete abdication of freedom. It's the feminization of the American male. And it gets worse. They do these medical exams of every man in America. They separate each man into different categories. Like if you're in bad shape, right? Like if you don't listen to Joe Rogan and you don't exercise or eat well or buy his supplements, then you're classified as 4F. Have you heard about this? They're calling men who are out of shape 4F. And we just allow this to happen. They're literally rounding up all the young men in America, giving them medical examinations, weeding out the 4Fs. And then it's in your file, a permanent record that you're a 4F. And what are they going to do with all the 4Fs? What are they going to do? What are they going to do? They're going to take all the 4Fs. They're going to round up all the weaklings in America. Why do they have to know where the weaklings are? All I'm going to tell you is listen to Joe Rogan, exercise, eat well, buy his nutritional supplements that he's selling, because you do not want to end up as a 4F. Trust me on this. By the time we're done with Roosevelt's war, there will be no 4Fs left. I'm telling you, we lost all our freedoms after Pearl Harbor, and we don't even know if Pearl Harbor even exists. They tell us the Japanese attacked us. I already told you this thing was staged out in the middle of nowhere so they could execute a controlled demolition with no witnesses. Hawaii? Where the hell is Hawaii? Have you checked the map to see where it is? How can you prove Hawaii even exists? Have you ever met a Hawaiian? Have you been to Hawaii? Nobody ever heard of Hawaii until it was supposedly attacked. And now we're supposed to go to war because Hawaii got attacked. I checked. Hawaii isn't even on a map of the United States. Supposedly, it's out in the middle of some ocean. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's supposedly an island out in the middle of nowhere, but we're supposed to stop everything and fight the Germans because the Japanese allegedly attacked Hawaii. I don't see the logic in this. Japan attacks Hawaii, which isn't even real. So we're supposed to attack Germany, and we're not even sure if Hitler is all that bad. Is Japan even a country? Do the Japanese even exist? Jimmy Dore had a guest on who says that they're just inventing places like Pearl Harbor and people like the Japanese. Jimmy Dore had a guest on who was saying that the Japanese didn't even exist. Nobody even heard of the Japanese or Pearl Harbor until the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. I trust Jimmy Dore because he's a D's, Dems, and Does kind of guy who doesn't allow his brain to get polluted by books or education. The Japanese. He's right. I never heard of the Japanese until they allegedly attacked us. So seriously, Jimmy had this guy on his show who said that Pearl Harbor and Japan have been invented by Roosevelt for a big power grab. This is interesting stuff. I'm not saying it's true, but we need to hear this. Jimmy Dore had this scientist on who showed maps from the 13th century, and there's no mention of Pearl Harbor or Japan on any of those maps. He said there are thousands of maps going all the way back to Mesopotamia without a single mention of Pearl Harbor or Japan. How come we don't see these maps? How come none of these maps are for us, are on display? Why does the corporate-owned media only show us maps with Japan and Hawaii on them to trick us, to brainwash us into believing that Japan and Hawaii actually exist? You don't see the corporate-owned media showing us maps that don't have Japan and Hawaii because they're all part of the same power structure. They're corporate-owned, unlike Jimmy Dore, Joe Rogan, or Candace Owen. Therefore, it's so important to do your own research. Do your own research before you go off and fight Roosevelt's war. Ask yourself, how is this possible? For centuries, not a single map had Pearl Harbor or Japan on it. And suddenly, just when the Democrats want to fight Roosevelt's war, every map now has Pearl Harbor and Japan on it. What's that about? It's all government propaganda and mind control. It's all part of keeping us in line to fight Roosevelt's war, which is nothing more than a power grab. Therefore, we need guys like Joe Rogan because he asks the important questions. For example, which one is it? First it's Germany, now it's Japan. Now it's Germany again. Make up your mind. Are we at war with Germany or Japan? Get your story straight. They don't need to get their story straight here in America. It's just, we believe whatever the corporate controlled media tells us to believe. One day we're supposed to be terrified of the Germans. Now it's the Italians, this guy Mussolini. Then it's the Japanese. Then it's the Germans again. He wants us off balance, like Hitler, for example. We're supposed to be afraid of Hitler. Does he even exist? Does Hitler even exist? I mean, you hear him on the radio, but has anyone ever seen him? Sure, on the newsreels, you can see him on the newsreels, but you can't trust the mainstream corporate-owned newsreels. They produce war. They're part of the war-making machinery. They make money off the corporate propaganda war machine. They're in Roosevelt's pocket. It's the oldest trick in the book. Create a fictitious bogeyman to frighten the population. It's the oldest trick in the book. Now it's Hitler. Now it's Hitler that we have to be terrified. Candace Owens was saying the other day that the very first thing the Nazis did when they seized power is convince everyone that Hitler existed and that he was to be feared. The very first thing. This has been done before. Now the new thing is it's not the Germans, it's the Japanese, it's the Italians, then it's the Germans. What happened to Russia? Remember we were supposed to be, now Russia is our ally? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Fascism. We're supposed to be afraid of fascism. Where did it come from? Where did fascism come from? Where did it come from? They say that fascism came out of a wet market in Rome, right? I'm not making this up. Hitler caught fascism from a wet market in Rome. Supposedly, this is what they're saying, you catch fascism from Mussolini. We're supposed to believe that. But Adolf Hitler, the most powerful, most charismatic, the smartest, and I say most angelic man who ever lived, he caught fascism from the Italians? Give me a break. He's an Ubermensch. He doesn't catch any disease. He will live forever. But we're supposed to storm the beaches of Italy now. To do what exactly? To fight fascism at its source? Does anyone really think fascism came from a wet market in Rome and then it spread to Berlin? No, of course not. Fascism was leaked into the wet market in Rome by American scientists who've been funding this gain of function fascism since the early 20th century. Fascism came from here. The Italians did not invent fascism, okay? American scientists invented fascism. Eugenics, it all started here. Racism, Jim Crow, segregation, it all started here. The science behind fascism started here in America with Anthony Fauci, and he purposely leaked it in Rome inside a wet market. And then the German tourists got exposed to Mussolini, and now it's supposedly spreading throughout Europe. I believe some of that. I believe some of that. But we need to hear more of that before we go off and fight Roosevelt's war against fascism, because I happen to believe that fascism started here in America. I think it started here in America by the fascist Roosevelt as an American plot to spread fascism around the world so we can create a one world government where none of us is free. This is the big plan. Read about the Atlantic Charter. Alex Jones links to it on his site. Churchill, Roosevelt, one world government. And but suddenly Hitler's our enemy. Jimmy Dore has a picture of Neville Chamberlain, the Prime Minister of England, visiting Hitler. They have video of him signing a secret document where Hitler and Great Britain agreed to pretend Hitler was a threat to the entire planet. There's video of Neville Chamberlain, the British Prime Minister. I don't think he's the Prime Minister anymore, but he's meeting with Hitler, planning this all because, does anybody know this? Does anybody know that the royal family is German? Did you know that they speak German in Buckingham Palace? But let's go to war because Germany is dropping bombs on other Germans in London. Think for yourself. This is Roosevelt's war, not mine. I am not serving in this war. Hitler, if he does exist, is not a threat. And if Hitler does exist, instead of being threatened by Hitler, maybe we should listen to him, okay? Joe Rogan is going to have Hitler on his podcast next week. And normally I wouldn't recommend other podcasts, but I'd like to know what Hitler has to say. Unfiltered, long-form interview, the way Rogan does so well. I suspect we're going to discover that Hitler has some pretty good ideas and that Joe Rogan and Jimmy Dore can see some good ideas in Hitler, and maybe we should as well. Again, not all the ideas are great, I'm sure, but I think we'll discover when Hitler sits down with Jimmy Dore that he's got some pretty good ideas. And instead of hating Hitler, just because the Roosevelt-controlled media trains us to hate him, maybe we should do what Jimmy and Joe Rogan do and Candace Owens. We should have an open mind. We need open minds. They have what are called inquiring minds, which is why they, just like me, would support an inquisition, a Spanish-style inquisition for inquiring minds. Because the first thing Hitler did when he took power is he insisted there was only one side to every story. That's the first thing he did. We don't want that, which is why we should listen to Joe Rogan's interview next week with Hitler to hear Hitler's side of the story, because by not hearing Hitler's side of the story, then you're just as bad as Hitler, if Hitler even exists. And if he does exist, we're not even sure he's all that bad. Heil Hitler. We will be back with more with Charles Lindbergh right after this.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. To tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
I apologize. I think we ran a rerun from a show. I think that was a show from January 27th, 1944. Dan in the newsroom. I thought we were live, but Dan hit the wrong button, and we played an episode from January of 1944. Wow, I looked young back then. Welcome to the mop-up for January 27th, 2022, not 1944. Dan, you really messed up. I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan. We're about to have a blizzard that is so catastrophic, so dangerous, they're calling it a once-in-a-week phenomenon. It's going to be really bad. Scary. The bad news is that a nor'easter heading for New York will be another bomb cyclone. That's what they're calling it, a bomb cyclone. The good news is one more bomb cyclone, and I'm pretty sure our climate has officially stopped changing. Climate change, I think, is about over. I think now we just enter the phase of death and destruction. Well, Stephen Breyer announced he is stepping down from the Supreme Court, and Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said today that it would be inappropriate to vote on a replacement for Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer while the American people are smack dab in the middle of a democracy. McConnell says he owes it to our founding fathers to wait until America is no longer a democracy before we can bring up a vote to replace Stephen Breyer. Breyer is retiring because he reached that age when it's finally time to slow down and join Democratic leadership in the House. I think he's old enough now to become a leader of the Democratic Party. Between Pelosi, Steny Hoyer, Biden, Clyburn, Schumer, the average age of the Democratic leadership in Congress is 400. The average leader inside the Democratic Party is 400, but they have the minds of a 2-year-old. This is true. They're Biden, I don't know how old Biden is, 400, as sharp as a 2-year-old. I saw his press conference last week. And personally, I'm thrilled. Take this, Shahid Buttar. Nancy Pelosi is running for re-election. That's right. And personally, I think it's ageist to suggest Nancy Pelosi is too old to run for re-election. I do not believe that. I think Nancy Pelosi has never been sharper. She still can't do for Americans what she couldn't do 30 years ago. This woman is just as ineffectual today as she was 30 years ago. Before announcing she was running for re-election, Nancy Pelosi first ran it by her husband, Paul, so he could trade on the inside information. McDonald's is now offering land, air, and sea. It's one giant sandwich, which combines a Big Mac, a McChicken, and a Filet-O-Fish, as well as heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. How about instead of a sandwich, they offer a job that combines healthcare, dental, and eye? Well, Neil Young told Spotify, either Rogan goes or I go. And Spotify, God bless them, they refused to be intimidated by Neil Young. They sided with the good and decent, loyal Americans who believe in doubling the number of people killed by COVID. Good for Spotify. I salute Spotify. And this wasn't about money. It's about art. Joe Rogan is an artist. Neil Young is an artist. And, they made an artistic choice because they knew that Harvest Moon could never sound as sweet as Joe Rogan discussing gender with Ben Shapiro. I could listen to Joe Rogan discussing gender with Ben Shapiro for hours, over and over and over again. You can't say the same thing about Harvest Moon, Neil Young. When you get to be as artistic as Joe Rogan, Neil Young, then you can make ultimatums. Finally, my condolences to Congressman Ro Khanna, who's part of the Democratic leadership, sort of, in the House. This is very sad news. He's a friend of the show, and he purchased Netflix stock on December 31st, 2021 at $602.44 a share. In less than a month, it's now selling at $370 a share. It's very sad. Stay strong, my good and decent Congressman Ro Khanna. Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. Sad news. Lost all that money in less than a month. Very sad. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Office hours this Friday night at 8 p.m. Coming up in about 10 minutes is Professor Ben Burgis. Let's go to Dan in the newsroom. Are you there? Dan,
hello, David.
Yeah, you played the wrong tape at the beginning of the show.
I take full responsibility.
Well, that was really, I don't know what, I didn't watch it, but some people thought I was praising Hitler.
It was irresponsible and unprofessional on my part, and I apologize.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember praising Hitler. This was back in 1944. I think all I said was we should listen to, just hear him out, and but I don't think I praised Hitler. Should we do?
Well, you were only like 30 or 40 years old then.
Back in 1944,
Right.
I was much younger, actually. How are you, sir?
I'm doing wonderfully. I just emailed you the community billboard pictures. If you
Good.
want to do that now.
Hopefully it'll work, and then I'll be able to play Henry's interview. We've lost, unfortunately, the ability to run video sometimes, and I'm downloading your community billboard.
Well, I have a Sopranos quote prepared.
Oh, good.
Well, here we go. I'm not as crazy as I used to be, but still crazy enough to take an eye out.
Ooh, Sammy Davis's surgeon,
No,
Peter Falk's surgeon, let me just see. I have no idea.
this is from Rich.
Rich.
Yep, you got it. It's Richie April. And he says this to Beansy upon showing up at Beansy's pizza place. And that took place in season 2, episode 3, entitled Toodle Fucking Ooh.
Oh. See.
Toodle
Oh.
Fucking Ooh.
Hey, I think we're going to show patterns at office hours. I have to speak to Professor Jonathan Bick, who has been teaching us about Rod Serling. I found a movie. I've watched this over and over again. I found it. It's actually not under copyright protection, so we could show it in its entirety, and there's no problem.
It's a movie, and it's entitled
It's an amazing
Patterns.
movie. It's called Patterns. It's written by Rod Serling, and it's just an indictment of corporate America. It's so well written. It's so well performed. It's one of those movies I thought it would get a cult following eventually, like Sweet Smell of Success. Have you ever seen Sweet Smell of Success? That was a movie that
No,
was rediscovered.
if it was Rod Serling, I mean, that was 50 or 60 years ago, right?
This was made in the 50s. It's phenomenal. Then it was originally a television show, like Playhouse 90. So I found the television version of it and then the movie. It's really fascinating. So I want to speak to Professor Bick about how we can show that during office hours without pissing people off. So that's great. What do we have here? What is this?
This is from Tom Weber. And this is a ram. He writes, I have a small treasure trove of art that I've done recently that I'll be sharing, but here's one I've been sitting on. It's a drawing of a bighorn ram done in pen and watercolor.
I don't want to know. I don't think sitting on a ram with that horn is
The bighorn ram.
Yeah, that's
sit on it. He says, I actually did this during a draw along I hosted during office hours last month.
Reminds me of the time I accidentally sat on what's it called, the Sibian?
Is that when the coffee enemas started?
What?
Is that when the coffee enemas started?
Yes.
Very good.
My friend Jennifer bought a Tom Weber.
Whoa.
Yeah, she sent me a picture of an original Tom Weber. How do you buy an original Tom Weber?
Well, you can go to tomweberart.com, and Weber has 2 B's in it. And yeah, he's got tons of images up there that he's created, and they are for sale. tomweberart.com.
He's amazing. And he teaches art on office hours. So many people have been inspired by him. All right. I haven't eaten lunch yet. Oh, damn you.
Damn you, Glenn.
Oh my God.
This is from Glenn Kostick, and this is one of his recent pizzas. And it's a thin crust 4-cheese mushroom, garlic, olive, and pepper pizza.
Mm.
In the last several months, all the food that he's been posting that I've been swiping for the show has been done on a wood burning stove / oven. So that's pretty cool.
Well, garlic. I was reading, the Queen does not allow her meals to include onions or garlic. Did you know that?
Queen David?
And the Queen of England.
Oh, Queen of England.
You can't serve her anything with garlic or onions or shells. She doesn't like shellfish. I guess she's the only one who's allowed to be shellfish.
Oh,
I guess they're afraid she would get sick and it would be embarrassing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Shellfish in general has a higher propensity to make you sick than other things. Not that it's a high level, but just more than other things, I would suppose.
Anything that you can't eat out of season because it'll kill you, I suggest you shouldn't eat. I mean, there's a reason you're told in Leviticus not to eat this stuff. People died from, right? Like oysters. If you eat oysters the wrong time of the year.
Well, they invented freezers since then, which is how we skate by that. But in general, in an overall theory aspect, I would say, yeah, that's
now, would you know if you're eating bad oysters or a bad clam other than being dead, ending up dead? Is there a way to know?
I'm trying to choose one of the 10 jokes, but no, I do not know.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
My suggestion is don't eat anything that was once living. That's my suggestion. This is Lane.
This is a piece from Lane. It's just a snowy day. He posted on Facebook a handful of art projects that he had been working on that he hadn't released yet. And this is just one of them. He wrote, "I've been plowing through and scanning my artwork and still making headway." And he says it's terrifying how much is piling up, given I only started a year or so ago.
He's
one of the pieces. I think the next one is also one from Lane.
Oh, wait, I am completely naked now. Did you know that? While we're talking, I just took off all my clothes.
Thank goodness.
I put them back on.
Oh.
Okay. More Lane. Wow. What is that?
This is a image of high rises that he also painted. Actually, I'm not sure if that's chalk. He didn't give a specific description on this one, but to continue on with the idea that he has a bunch of art that he has not really released yet. He says, "I think it's a displacement of stuff inside me that I've been trying to get out since almost pegging out in 2014. He had a terrible health issue back then. And he said, but I haven't been able to convey it in words. It's driven me D's nuts since then, not to be able to find the words to describe what the experience throws up. And he never knew where to start, and words seemed to fall short."
Wow.
So he basically had a Facebook post with, 10, 20, 30 pieces that he's done recently.
That's amazing. Lane is one of the stars of Office Hours from Seaham,
England.
He never fails to amaze. I've never met anybody who can do everything from flying. You find out that he taught flying. He's an artist, a musician, a serial killer. He does it all.
Incredibly handsome, a good hair grower.
Yes. And now Valentine's Day.
Oh boy.
Is coming up. Now, you're a red-blooded American male, Dan Frankenberger.
That's true.
And there are a lot of young, red-blooded American males, females, them, whatever. And what have you learned? Your short time on this planet, what have you learned about love?
What I have learned is that if I want to experience the maximum in physical gratification,
Yes.
the
You
the
must
pa-
trade.
the path
Yes,
the path to achieving that is through gifting of jewelry.
exactly. That love is transactional.
Mm.
Everything is transactional. You want me to love you, then I want something in return. The more you transact, the more love you receive. I think the Beatles said, and in the end, the love you get is equal to the jewelry you give. And
Right.
that's where people should go, to josephbrintonjewelry.com. He is not a sponsor. He is just a friend of the show, comes to us every Friday night for office hours. And we discovered that he designs jewelry. And I cannot tell you all the STDs I have caught by going to josephbrintonjewelry.com.
Well, you get the STDs when you do not give the josephbrintonjewelry.com jewelry.
Oh, no.
The perspective. If you do not give the jewelry, you usually end up with some bumps and scratches and itches.
Well, maybe I'm doing it wrong, because the amount of sex that I've been having ever since I started buying my jewelry over at josephbrintonjewelry.com, I just, my dance card is completely filled up. They're just pounding down my door, and I'm pounding down the door of my urologist to get treated for STDs that I didn't even know existed, thanks to josephbrintonjewelry.com. I mean, look how beautiful those earrings are.
Yeah, they're fantastic. When you call the doctor's office, do you say, I have PP ouchies like you always have?
No, I got more jewelry. A new shipment of jewelry from josephbrintonjewelry.com arrived. Do me a favor, folks. We don't run commercials on this show. Go to josephbrintonjewelry.com, be a friend of our shows, and support the community. Support the local artists in this community. Please go to josephbrintonjewelry.com. Check it out. If you want the latest in STDs, and they're coming up with new ones all the time, you will get a brand new STD by going to josephbrintonjewelry.com. And here's the Feldman guarantee. I'm going to give the Feldman guarantee this Valentine's Day. If you buy jewelry over josephbrintonjewelry.com and if you do not get an STD in return, I will reimburse you for the price of the jewelry. That's how much I believe in Joseph's jewelry. I believe he will get you amorous.
Totally reasonable. You're safe with that guarantee.
Yes. Hey, rahima.org.
Yes.
Everybody should go to rahima.org and support this wonderful food pantry that is run by Professor Adnan Hussein's parents. It's amazing what $5 can do.
Yep, we're going to be doing a meeting on that soon to put together some event here soon, and
we're going to do a fun.
We're going to do a fundraiser and have some support. And if you want to send anything else to be spoken on the community billboard, just send an email to dentfeldman@gmail.com. Professor Ben has showed up. Whoa, who is that?
Just me.
A couple of handsome fellows.
Me and Ralph Nader. Who's on the Nader show this week?
I don't have that info in front of me, but I did want to remind everyone that off to the right-hand side of the page when you get there, that the Congress Club square banner is still up there, so you should be signing up for that.
Right. The Ralph Nader Radio Hour, heard nationwide on Pacifica. Call your radio station and tell them you want the Ralph Nader Radio Hour, and you can download it as a podcast. It is the most important show. It is the single most important show in America, the Ralph Nader Radio Hour. If everybody just listened to Ralph Nader, we'd be fine. Thank you, Dan Frankenberger in the newsroom.
Yes, sir. Don't hurt Ben Burgess too bad. Don't destroy him too hard like you do every single week.
We're gonna probably fight it out. A lot to fight.
Enjoy.
Thank you. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. When we come back, we will be joined by Professor Ben Burgess. I am going to go get some water, and then I'm going to kick Professor Ben Burgess's ass. I don't know what we're going to debate, but I know it's going to be hostile, and it's going to get ugly.
Fair enough.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Thank you so much, Professor Mike Steinel. Let us now go to Georgia, where Professor Ben Burgess is standing by. He is the host, as well as the author of Give Them an Argument, a columnist for Jacobin. Please welcome Professor Ben Burgess. Sorry. I don't know what's going on here. I guess they wrote a theme song for you. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, David?
I figured out how to debate. This is how you win a debate.
Okay.
This. What we're going to do now is we're going to debate. I don't know what it's going to be, but I'm going to overpower you with. And I'll win. Okay. In all seriousness, welcome, sir. We are coming to you live from Manhattan in Georgia, and Professor Ben Burgess is the author of many great books, including Canceling Comedians While the World Burns, and his latest book is Orwell. Not Orwell. Why do I have a block on this? Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why He Still Matters. Please go buy this book. And who's on your show this week? Who's on Give Them an Argument this week?
So this week we had on the main show. Well, actually, I should say first on the post game for patrons. So if you're not a patron, you missed this. We had Ethan Hirschenfeld.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, he's good. He's a comedian and an actor. He was funny, so you should check that out. But on the main show this week, we had Slavoj Žižek.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's great. Let's talk about Ukraine.
Sure.
What is the argument that you want to take about Ukraine? Do you believe that we should invade Ukraine and make it safe from Putin?
Well, I mean, if there was if there's a war between the United States and Russia, we'd definitely be safe from Putin or from anything else bad happening because we'd all die.
All right, so I would assume that since you don't believe, since you're an isolationist,
Yes.
I'm going to guess that you believe that Putin is not an existential threat to American democracy. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think he might be an existential threat to Ukrainian democracy, but certainly not American.
I'm going to assume that you don't believe that we should put Build Back Better on a back burner. That's my new legislation. Build Back Better on a back burner until we can make America safe for democracy. You don't believe that Putin is an existential threat to America.
No. I think that I think if the reason that you're that you've been worried about Putin is that he would want, like, say, Donald Trump to be elected again, then I think probably the worst thing that you could do in that cause would be mess around with this Ukraine thing. And I think the best thing that you could do to prevent that would be to pass something like Build Back Better, so you could actually get Democrats to come out and vote next time.
Well, yes, but Build Back Better and the bipartisan infrastructure bill makes it easier for the Russians to invade. When you repair the bridges and the roads.
Oh, right. The tanks have bridges to go on. Yeah, that makes sense.
So I'm just saying that, I don't know. I'm all for feeding people, but aren't you afraid that if we lose Ukraine, next it's Moldova?
Yeah, I mean, I won't lie. I've spent many nights sleepless, worried about Moldova. But I think despite that concern, I still think it would be better not to end the world.
Why is it our responsibility? Why is it we try to stop democracy? Is what would you call Russia? A democracy, right? Like an American democracy. It's kind of like our democracy, isn't it?
It's more like our democracy than I'd like it to be. I think that I think that there's maybe a spectrum, and Russia has elections that aren't very meaningful, and ours are like a little bit meaningful, but they're not great.
Would you agree that it's our style of capitalism?
Yeah, I think on that one there's definitely some kind of analogy there.
Would you agree? And this is where you're going to lose the argument.
Okay. Yep. I can't wait.
Would you agree that after the Soviet Union fell, America, specifically Wall Street, waltzed in and rebuilt Russia's economic system in our own image? Would you agree with that?
I mean, I guess there must be some sort of trap here, but that sounds right to me.
Okay. Don't you want to make the world safe from America? In other words, if Putin goes into Ukraine, he will be spreading American-style democracy to Ukraine. Is this what you want?
Now I'm confused about what I want.
We owe it to the people of Ukraine not to end up under the iron grip of Wall Street.
Wow. Okay, that really makes you think.
Is he, in all seriousness, what is the argument to protect Ukraine? Because it feels like Zelensky, their current president, is a reformist, is honest. It does feel like the Ukrainian people don't want the Soviet Union to invade, that they want to be part of the European Union, that they are afraid of Putin. What do we owe the the people of Ukraine.
Well, my understanding is that Ukraine is sorry, what am I thinking? The Ukraine. That's what you should say to be polite. The Ukraine is very internally divided about this. It's always going to be the Ukraine to me. If they didn't want me to use that definite article, they should have been nicer to my family. But if but yeah, I think Ukraine is very divided on this. I think that my understanding is that Eastern Ukraine popular sentiment runs much more pro-Russian. Western Ukraine, it runs much more, pro-EU. But I also think that we need to be able to separate out the questions, right? In other words, you can think, whatever you think about, Ukrainian politics, and I suspect most Americans do not have well-informed views about Ukrainian politics. In fact, I saw something that said that the worse a job people do of locating Ukraine on the map, the more likely they are that they want America to intervene. But that's literally true. But whatever you think about,
yeah. That's part of our character, though. That's like
it is definitely part of our character.
You're making fun of our culture when you do that. The American culture. I'm offended by that. That's who we are as a people.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, and I know you just like them because they have a comedian president, but that's got to be the main selling point.
He's a comedic actor. He's not like a real stand-up, but
okay.
Everybody's a comedian these days.
Okay.
He didn't come out of the clubs. He was on a popular TV show that was funny, so they call him a comedian.
Yeah, you'd support war with Russia if he came out of the clubs.
He's not a club comic. He can't hold the stage for. It's like calling Ted Danson, who I think is a brilliant, funny person, but Ted Danson is not a comedian. He's been in some funny television shows, but. So
okay. All right.
But that's go ahead.
That's okay. That is the most important thing to clarify. So
one of the most important things.
Yeah, I just think that they're separate questions. I think that that you can think that Russia's regional imperialism is bad and is objectionable. Without thinking that it's a good idea for the United States to involve itself in anything that goes on in the region, and while thinking it would be a particularly spectacularly bad idea for the United States to be involved in any way, shape, or form in an actual war in Ukraine, because if you think about the history, Branko Marketic had a good
Jacobin.
Yeah, exactly. So he actually had an op-ed in the Washington Post, though, a few days ago about this, where he points out, that if you look at the history of nuclear near misses, between the United States and the Soviet Union, for most of the 20th century, that happened in much more benign circumstances, right? Like if you imagine any sort of American involvement in an actual war involving Russian troops, that should be just a chilling idea. And I think you can believe both things, right? You can think, I think that the invasion of Panama by the United States in 1990 was completely indefensible. I think that was like a real crime that we committed in Panama, but also I wouldn't have wanted Gorbachev to intervene, in that dispute. And I think the same should apply to anything that might happen, that might happen in Ukraine. I think it says something about how demented American political discourse is about stuff like this, that when Biden kind of slipped and had that moment where he said, well, if it's a minor incursion, we're probably not going to do very much, and that was treated, in both parties as this huge faux pas, right? You're saying that you're not going to massively escalate tensions with another nuclear power, like that like that should be just the beginning of sanity. I mean, I think that, you know, if any whatever happens there, and this is not all jokes that I might make, so you know about you know, my particular family history with, you know, pogroms and, you know, the Ukraine aside, you know, that they like, I mean, putting all that aside, I mean, it's I don't want to minimize you know, how horrible, you know, even any sort of regional war there could be. I mean, I think it could be very horrible if it happened. I mean, at this point, it kind of looks like it's probably not going to happen. But if it did, you know, I think that'd be very horrible. But what would be unfathomably more horrible would be a war there that involved the United States.
All right, so I'm being serious. This is no sarcasm. Sometimes we like to say things we don't mean to joust. This is what I honestly believe somebody like Anthony Blinken, Jen Psaki, all the West exec lobbyists who are now making our foreign policy. I think they believe that you have to be willing to sacrifice a couple of thousand lives to save millions.
Mhm.
And that finding hot spots around the world and flexing muscle and killing people, killing children, is the price you pay for not killing millions of people. Little proxy wars to test weapons. I believe that people like Anthony Blinken, just like Dick Cheney, believe that war is a constant in nature, and that your job when you're in a leadership position is to minimize the damage, that you fight wars smart and cheap and try not to kill that many people. And that if we don't have a strong military, we have made enough enemies since World War II, they will come for us. So we have to build up our military because we need a strong dollar.
Mm-hmm.
And we need an enemy. And we need to be able to sell weapons so everyone is dependent on us for weapons. We don't want China and Russia or Israel or France to sell weapons to other countries because we lose leverage over them.
Mm-hmm.
And if you were in the Situation Room, bound and gagged,
Yeah.
and Ned Beatty was standing over you, like in Network, you would. This is the way the world works, and don't you think you could be talked into believing that?
I certainly hope not, but I think if I was talked into believing it, I'd be wrong. I mean, I think that the idea that we've made so many enemies since World War II that we can't stop making new enemies now, which is essentially, you know, essentially what that argument is. I think is not one that's likely to lead to, you know, to better consequences in the long run. You know, I think that you know, I think that we'd be much better off, and I know that people, you know, like to argue that there would be that, you know, if we weren't fighting various, you know, proxy wars, and by the way, you know, Ukraine thing could be much worse than a proxy war, you know, but you know, that if we hadn't been doing all of this, then something worse would have been happening, which is a very convenient like assumption to make because it's unfalsifiable. That, you know, that if we hadn't been, you know, stomping around the world, you know, bombing people, you know, fighting proxy wars, overthrowing governments, then even worse stuff would have happened. I mean, that you know, you're comparing a reality to something that we can only speculate about. But I think that if you look at the overall influence of American foreign policy since World War II, I don't think that it's been a force for good in the world, right? I mean, I think that if you know, I think that there are, you know, if you know, places like Guatemala and Chile, you know, had been allowed to determine, you know, their own destiny, that they would be much better off right now. I certainly don't think that, you know, that the, you know, possibly up to millions of people, depending on which estimates you believe, that, you know, were killed in Southeast Asia in the name of the domino theory, that, you know, that was worth it in any way.
Something like 4 million died just in Laos alone.
Yeah. Oh, and that's you know, and I mean, I think again, this is a sign of how deranged American political culture is on this point, because like when we go back and talk about like the political legacy of, you know, LBJ or whatever, you know, we sort of say, oh yeah, but you know, except for Vietnam, right? You know, like you know, millions of people is like this little asterisk that, you know, that you know you say at the end of somebody's record, because we just don't take it very seriously. So I think it would be, I think if we didn't have this role in the world, I do think it would be better for the world, and I certainly think it would be better for us, because I think that because I think that the it does take a lot of resources to maintain this kind of global empire, and I think that there are much better uses for them. I mean, if you look at just the amount of money that was spent over the course of the God, let's see, what was that, like, you know, just short of 20 years, you know, in Afghanistan, and you know,
It was
and
something close to $14 trillion. Seven of those trillion went to contractors.
yeah, and you know, I think you and I could think of a lot of things that we would have preferred to see that money spent on, and I mean, if you're to if you're going to compare this sort of death and devastation that was directly caused by all of these wars, plus the missed opportunities at home. I mean, this is another person who engaged in terrible crimes while in office, but you know, Eisenhower wasn't wrong to say that, you know, that every, you know, essentially every dollar spent on guns is a dollar not spent on butter. You know, so if you look at the costs both to the world and at home of all that happening, then I guess just the unfalsifiable possibility that the last 80 years would have been even worse if we hadn't been pursuing these policies is just not enough for me to accept that it was a good idea. Also, by the way, we started off the conversation talking about Russia and Ukraine, and I think that oftentimes Americans, when they're thinking about this, you know, they think that like, oh, well, it's good that, you know, we had this giant military buildup and everything, because that meant that the Soviet Union fell, and and I don't think most Americans have any idea in human terms what it meant when the Soviet Union fell. That I mean, this is like, this is really like serious like dystopian science fiction. You know, like what would like this entire region when that happened. I mean, there were national and civil wars. There was
Russian men now, their life expectancy went down to like 57, something like
yeah,
that.
yeah, life expectancy plummeted. There was like just massive economic breakdown, and so I actually think not only is that not like, oh, see, it was good that we, you know, spent all that money on military buildup instead of spending on social spending at home because the Soviet Union fell. I actually think it's like a real historic tragedy that the Soviet Union like fell, because that's what it did. Like it really collapsed in this way that was just a disaster for the people who lived there. And whatever problems, you know, there were with the Soviet system, and don't get me wrong, there are many, you know, I'm not going to be an apologist for that, but but I think that like the fact that it just collapsed in that kind of apocalyptic way instead of being gradually reformed into something better is like a real tragedy, and that's part of the price tag of the last, you know, 80 years of maintaining this empire.
So Putin,
Yeah.
what is he thinking? You know, we've been trained to believe that he's an ex KGB guy, once a KGB guy, always a KGB guy, that he is an oligarch, enables other oligarchs. I've heard him described as the single richest person in the world. Nobody knows this, but supposedly he has just looted so much of Russia. He is the single richest person in the world. Does he look at Wall Street? Is it fair to say that Wall Street looted Moscow? That Clinton came in and Wall Street just went in and helped organize the privatization of all government services and made these oligarchs billionaires, and it could not have been done.
And by the way, we could also add that it's directly, I mean, in some ways, I mean, this is like a, you know, I mean, it's you know, if you do blame, you know, Russian influence for the outcome of the 2016 election, we talked about that before. I'm not really convinced of that, but if you do blame it, that then then it is pretty ironic because Putin president, because of American meddling in Russian elections. That in 1996, I believe, there was when Yeltsin was reelected. There was, I think, very open, American, American involvement in helping Yeltsin to win that election, to the point where I think it's like, what was it, Time or Newsweek or something, had like a headline that was like "Yanks to the rescue" about about the American effort to help Yeltsin in that election. And Putin was Yeltsin's handpicked successor. So
He was a falling down drunk Yeltsin.
yeah,
I mean,
he
you
was.
could not pick a better puppet than Boris Yeltsin to pretend to be in charge of Russia. And what they did is they privatized Russia. And a handful of people got rich, and now they they learned about it they didn't learn about it in Russia. They honed it in Russia, and it's what's going on in the United States at warp speed now.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think the kind of gangster capitalism that they have, in the post-Soviet period, and also the kind of, I mean, I think the worst case scenario for like what would happen to the American political system in the next, whatever, however many years you think is a realistic time frame for this, right? I mean, it's not like, Hitler. I mean, like the way that people talk about that, right? I mean, I think that's overblown. But I think if you think, I think that if things continue to deteriorate as far as the integrity of the election system and media consolidation and etc. I mean, yeah, can you imagine a world where like the United States became a little bit more like that kind of quote unquote managed democracy, like Russia or like Italy under Berlusconi. I mean, like that is kind of that doesn't seem really outside of the the realm of imagination. And again, I mean, I think these things are related. That if you have you're like, I think the process of the establishment of American hegemony in the world after World War II goes along with the weakening of American democracy, because of the stuff that Daniel Bester always talks about, the way that the national security state is constructed in a way that like very explicitly freezes out kind of public, public input even, and public discussion, and certainly, public control, from this sort of imperial presidency that, that is actually overseeing all of this, kind of day to day and year to year, So I mean, I think
Well, we have to wrap it up. Thank you. I want to ask you one final question.
Yeah.
This is something I wrestle with,
Yeah.
and I did at the top of the show.
Uh,
If the isolationists won
uh,
when Roosevelt was president, if Lindbergh, Joe Kennedy was against going to war in Europe, the Bush family, Prescott Bush, I think the Harriman brothers were doing business with Hitler, IBM, Ford, Coca-Cola. They didn't want to go to war with Hitler. What would have happened if we stayed out? And could you imagine yourself being an isolationist, siding with Lindbergh?
Siding with Lindbergh, I don't think so. But I think that and in fact, I mean, I think that the internationalist left, was pushing to do things like, like lift the, lift the ban on sending weapons to Spain, to fight, fascists there in the 30s. But look, I mean, yeah, it would have been very bad if the United States had not played the role that it did in defeating Hitler. But, and I cannot emphasize this enough, not everything is Hitler. Not everything is World War II. That like this is the single metaphor that Americans could never let go of. That everything that ever happens is Hitler. Manuel Noriega was Hitler. Saddam Hussein was Hitler. If we left Vietnam earlier, people said that would have been like Chamberlain capitulated to Hitler at Munich. I mean, I think that either this was like a unique evil or it wasn't. And I think that sort of elevating everything that happens, you know, in the world to this sort of specter of world conquering fascism kind of trivializes that, and I don't think it helps
Let
us
me
think more
bring,
clearly about it.
I'm going to bleed into the Hirschenfelds. Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld. One of the things we're told is if you bring up Hitler, you've lost the argument. Professor Ben Burgess just said not everything is Hitler.
I totally agree. But
I
some
disagree.
things,
Okay.
but some things are Hitler. And I've been listening to this conversation. I demonstrated against Vietnam. I thought it was a horrible, terrible thing. But I also think the world is a very dangerous place. And there are some very difficult questions to think about where the answers are not obvious. I was
You know
thinking-
what? Ask me. I have the answers. They're not that
I know,
difficult.
but there was a movie, I'm sure somebody remembers this movie, where I think some young guy in Quantico, Virginia, was sitting in a little hut controlling over in Afghanistan or in Iraq a little bee-like camera, and he was spying on this house where they were dressing up a suicide bomber who was going to go and blow up 100 people in a marketplace. It was a very good movie. But the problem was there was a little girl sitting right outside this house selling pizza. And the guy didn't want to kill her in the worst way.
Because he liked PETA.
He
I was
loved
going to say, this sounds like a really over-the-top gluten allergy commercial.
You know what? So,
a little respect, please.
yes, you're
And-
right.
But so what do you do? Do you blow up the kid? Do you save the 100 people? I don't think there's an easy question to this. They waited and waited and waited to the last second where the guy was starting to walk out to the house to his waiting car. The little girl sort of walked away. So the guy pushed the button, and of course, the little girl died. So
Listen, I not to be a capitalist, but I read this book seriously. I read this Burgess book,
yeah.
and you go into those actual questions of the moral philosophy of these sort of examples. And in fact, I think I don't remember exactly, but I don't think that that's a difficult question. The answer is you do not blow up the girl, period. There's no moral system in which it's okay to say, oh, I'm going to save 100 down the road, so I'm going to blow up a girl. That's what I think. I could be wrong, but Ben, can you help me out here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly with you on that, right? I think that I think that intentionally killing, you know, innocent people because you think that that's going to enable you to save the lives of other people down the line is something that I, you know, that I have a problem with, certainly. But I guess I also think that, you know, this goes along with that kind of transition, that sort of post World War II national security state where like public input, even congressional input, becomes less and less relevant. That like we really get into this mindset of, oh, this is incredibly complicated. You have to just sort of trust the experts, that I think we should really resist. I think the questions of war and peace are questions that should be, you know, in the sphere of democracy, if anything is. And I think that, you know, even if you do disagree about those sorts of trolley problem kinds of questions, you know, with the little girl, right? Even if you are willing to be, you know, cold-bloodedly utilitarian about that, I mean, I think that I think that, like, do you get involved in a war in Ukraine is not a hard question, just like it shouldn't have been you know, presumably was not a hard question for Mikhail Gorbachev whether to get involved in, you know, in you know, sending troops to Panama, you know, when the US invaded there. I mean, I think that civilizationally devastating consequences of this should just overwhelm everything else. And I think if you could detach yourself from the idea that the United States is sort of the natural master of the world. So like people talk about like losing Ukraine as if it's like ours to lose. I think a lot of this becomes becomes much easier. I mean, bad people will do bad things in the world, but the idea that the alternative or the solution is always U.S. intervention, I think has just led to an enormous amount of suffering in the last 8 years.
Is all U.S. intervention to protect profits? I think it is. I'm just trying to raise the question.
I think that's too simplistic. There are people in the government who want to do the right thing. There are people in the government who would like to stop Russia at the Ukraine so that they don't end up in France, which they would love to do.
Do you think Russia even has the economic capacity, never mind the military capacity, to invade France?
Well,
I mean, as I understand it, like Russia today has like about the size of the economy that Italy does. I mean, this is why, like again, saying that like we shouldn't say Manuel Noriega is Hitler and Saddam Hussein is Hitler and everybody's Hitler. It's not that these aren't, it's not that these aren't vile people. It's just that like the actual scale of the threat that's presented is just like
This is exactly true and has been true. And I will relate this anecdote from a family member of ours who immigrated from Moscow to the US in '78. And he told me after the fact that it just seemed laughable to him as someone who grew up and lived in Russia that the US built this image up of Russia as this real existential threat. To him, the way he described it, it was like a Western outpost in Hollywood, where if you looked behind the saloon and you looked behind the bank, there's just nothing there. It's simply a facade of a country. So the idea that it collapsed.
Empty village is what I would call it. I just made that up.
Yeah. The idea that that's the thing? The idea that it collapsed was totally unsurprising to him. He said there was nothing ever there. So I think that's right, that it's not a threat. It's a threat to Ukraine and some neighbors, but France is going to be okay. Then again, I'm the guy who said that COVID was going to last for 3 weeks.
But I said,
well, if I think if everybody had done a real lockdown, it might have. But
by the way, Philip Roth answered your question, David. He wrote about Lindbergh winning the election, and it's a book worth reading.
No kidding. It's also a movie, and I'm in it. How dare you not mention that? How dare you not plug me during that discussion?
who do you play in The War Against America?
The Plot Against America on HBO. The Plot Against America. I play the Reform rabbi in Newark who escaped the Nazis. He escaped the Nazis, and he
Okay.
I'm gonna. You know what? I have to. I'm gonna go watch that. I need a new show to watch. Professor Ben Berg.
I was going to say. I mean, I've read The Plot Against America, and I think what Roth is doing is he's very cleverly playing with sort of with like Jewish paranoia, and like whether is this actually is this actually like fascism? What's going on? Is it not? And I think the reason the book works as a novel is that that's never entirely clear. That he keeps it very very ambiguous. But
wait, what is it that he keeps ambiguous? You're saying?
Like how much of a threat anybody like the TV show might be different. I haven't watched very much of it, right? But in the novel, I think like exactly how much Jews are really going to be persecuted under Lindbergh is like super ambiguous.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No.
Go back to Hitler for 1 second before you go. Let me ask all three of you, because this is kind of important to me. I think you start with Hitler. I think Hitler is important, and everything is Hitler, just certain degrees removed from Hitler. I think every time we go to war, were capable of seeing the potential for Hitler, and that Hitler systematically executed Jews, gypsies, Catholics, homosexuals, and put them in crematoriums. And obviously, it's horrible. To be that up close with your victims is unseemly, to put it mildly. But our CIA, we don't, 4 million dead in Laos. We started bombing Laos in the 50s. The CIA was, as those bombs are still going off. You look at Vietnam. Anybody can be, just because you put people in an oven and systematically execute them and get up close and their ashes fall on you, that's a lot harder to do and suggests more delight in murdering people than flying over Laos and bombing people who you can't see. I understand the difference, but the victims don't when you're being killed.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, you can't rank the horrors. You can't rank the suffering. I think most people would accept that. People who've studied.
So then everything is Hitler, because if you an argument could be made.
Somebody's got a clip. Just those 3 seconds.
Why?
You know, you saying everything is Hitler.
Well, I mean, if I wanted to go to war against China, I could talk about Tibet and the Uyghurs. I could make a case. I could go to war against America and talk about the Trail of Tears.
Yeah.
Or, you know.
Or you could go to war against America to rescue all the children who were murdered by guns in this country. Someone should invade to save the children. That would be save the children. That we don't have a healthcare system. Save the children from that. Save the children from poverty and hunger. We need to be invaded by a benevolent country. Someone has to come to the rescue. You're smirking, doctor, but I'm not kidding.
Who's smirking?
What was that look?
Right.
Maybe I need my glasses. Let me just say this. You say
Hang on
something.
for 1 second. I know that Professor Ben Burgess has to leave, and he wants to say goodbye.
Okay.
Goodbye.
But I let him get the last word, and then let me throw him off the show, because that'll make for good radio or whatever.
Okay, good.
Sure.
Professor Burgess, you're going to say something, because I know you have to leave. You get the last word, and then I'm going to say get off the show. I can't allow this on my show. That's not the kind of
How
show.
dare you? How dare you?
Yeah.
All right. Not everything is Hitler.
Hey, let me answer this debate right now. Some things are Hitler than others.
Fair enough.
That's the answer.
Fair enough.
From the Torah.
Hold the book up. Let's promote the book.
Yes. There's
Christopher Hitchens, what he got right and why he still matters.
I'm very offended that Philip Hirschenfeld didn't hold up a book just now. So
Well, this is his copy. I'm actually giving him this copy. So we're robbing $10 from your pocket. I'm giving him this copy.
fair enough.
Thank you, Professor. This was interesting. It was very interesting. Thank you so much. Listen to give them an argument. Thank you. Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld and Ethan Hirschenfeld join us. Let's carry on this conversation, because
I also wanted to say that if and when Hitler had taken over the U.S. and if he then had to run for office, his campaign slogan was going to be "Hire Hitler."
Dr.
Has a
Hirschenfeld,
good ring to it.
I like it.
Hitler is a symbol. Hitler has become a symbol. That's how he is used in all of these different situations, as the ultimate evil.
Right.
He is the ultimate evil, but we don't have anybody here to defend Joseph's. Wasn't Stalin evil? You know,
Just as bad, but somehow in the imagination, if you want to say somebody is the ultimate evil, you say Hitler.
Well, there's one way in which I think you can make the case for Hitler being the ultimate evil, and it's the following. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that there are arguments like in The War Against the Jews, that seminal work by Lucy Davidovitz, that Hitler's actual primary aim was the destruction of the Jews, and he was willing to execute the war in order to achieve that aim. So it's hard to find another leader. You can find Stalin, who murdered lots and lots of people, but I think the argument is harder to make. And I don't know, but I think people don't make the argument that his goal was to murder all those people. He had all sorts of other cockamamie goals, and he didn't mind murdering 27 million peasants in the process. But Hitler, this is a guy who you could argue, what, are you doing laundry in there? What's going on? Is someone vacuuming, Dad? What is that? Oh, there's a fan going on in your computer.
Do we hear something?
I heard a fan. It could be in my ear. It could be in my head. Anyway.
Is the chat room hearing it? Go ahead. Okay.
Anyway.
Yeah, I hear. I think it's you when you mute it. The hum is back. So if I become president of the United States, if some stuff.
When?
Well, it depends on if some people can keep their mouths shut.
God forbid.
I know. I think I'd make a good president. I'd be a good president, because I'm willing to admit I'm wrong, and make the necessary decisions to arrest the people who have to be arrested. And a lot of you will be arrested, and you will disappear. But if enough people can keep their mouths shut about me, so I can get elected, there's an international crisis, and I have to go have a summit with Putin. I'm being serious. What are the benefits to having a Freudian? I'm being totally serious. I'm not being cute. And I've decided I've hired as my Secretary of State, instead of Anthony Blinken, a warmongering lobbyist from WestExec. I say I'm hiring Ethan Hirschenfeld, who is a Freudian, pretends to be a Freudian psychoanalyst, and he is going to assist us in negotiating peace. Would that be smarter?
No, it wouldn't.
Diplomacy is not one of my skills. That would be a bad move.
That's the right answer. My Psychoanalytic Institute owns a very large, I don't know if you call it a brownstone or a limestone or whatever, on the Upper East Side of Manhattan.
Hey, if we're just going to spend the rest of the hour bragging about our real estate, I mean, let's get Barbara Corcoran in here.
Can you imagine having
the largest collection of psychoanalytic books in the world, as you can imagine? The library was in the basement. We started to get water in the basement, which is not good for the library. So what did all these genius psychoanalysts do?
No, they bought talcum powder for the books.
They held a meeting of the building committee, and they tried to solve the problem. And then it happened again. And I think on the third time, they decided to call a plumber.
You mean a urologist?
Right. So my point is, Washington has at various times hired psychoanalysts to help understand certain things about who they were dealing with. But as Ethan says, you need a diplomat to conduct diplomacy. That's
Right.
a separate art.
It really is, yeah.
Okay, when you look at what's happening to this country, it's mind-boggling how we go along, how obedient 360 million Americans are. Do you think of Bernays? Do you think that we are using, or that somebody is using the teachings of Bernays, the teachings, what they learned from psychology to control us?
No.
You don't worry about that.
No.
How do they get us to be this compliant?
Because that's what people are like for the most part. You give them.
I don't think the axis is from rebellious to compliant that's so important, because we have some rebellious people who are insane now, like those Capitol rioters on January 6th. So they're not compliant, but they're nuts. Compliance isn't the problem. The problem is that we have this empty education system. People don't understand science. People don't understand the basics. And now we have a rapacious, purchased media landscape. People don't learn a goddamn thing. They're able to be deceived by whatever powers. I don't think that there's some overarching power that's deceiving. It's Rupert Murdoch. It's as simple as that. It's Lou Dobbs. It's Joe Rogan. It's just people are just hungry to listen to idiots, which is why our audience here is pretty small, because they're intelligent.
I was reading about Jon Stewart, who is a great performer, but not a real thinker. And he's telling a story about a dinner he had with Barack Obama and Jeff Bezos in the White House. Jeff Bezos said he wants to create this workforce that serves, works 12 hours a day, doesn't get paid a lot, and he describes the army of workers that he's building at Amazon. And Jon Stewart, not that bright. He can sell weak cheese, but he's not an original thinker. And he said to Bezos in front of Barack Obama, that's a recipe for revolution, right? And that's a nice turn of a phrase, and that sounds really smart. And President Obama said, I agree with John. I agree with, that's a recipe for a revolution. Where is this revolution? We become convinced that at some point there's a threshold, a breaking point for the American people where they're going to rise up. And it's just assumed, since we were forged in revolution, which is also a myth, that at some point we're not going to take it anymore. And I've heard Jim Earl, who's a lot smarter than Jon Stewart, say the same thing.
I think
that at some point the American people are going to say enough. To
me, there are structural barriers to any step in that direction, including the very basic step of unionizing Starbucks or unionizing Amazon. So the idea that you can leap from a situation where people can't even unionize for basic rights as workers, we're going to leapfrog that to storming the Bastille. I don't think it's possible. And unfortunately, we have one of the parties that's committed to helping oligarchs and helping corporations keep their thumb on the masses. And they've now rigged it so they're going to win future elections. We have structural barriers. I don't think it's some Bernaysian plot by the government, and I don't think it's because people are sheep. I think it's because the structure is what it is.
Well,
the government isn't that smart to begin with, to use these techniques. I have heard bona fide historians claim that the French Revolution took place when things started getting better in France, not at the very bottom. And our revolution was prompted by highly educated middle class and upper middle class people who could think.
George Washington was the wealthiest man in America.
Okay.
When things get better, that's why the 60s were so explosive. Kids took to the street because they had a sense of entitlement and they demanded more. You're absolutely. Here's a stat, and then we have to wrap it up, and thank you for this. We are being led to believe that the labor movement is on the rise because Christian Smalls, who's running and we need to go out. I'll meet you. If you want to meet for lunch, I'll go meet you out to help Christian Smalls with the Amazon labor union.
I'd love to join that. Invite me. I would love to do that.
The best. He is. Anyway,
I've stopped buying from them since you had those guys on the show. It just it changed my approach to commerce.
yeah, and I've stopped. I just canceled my Spotify. So anyway,
I also stopped sleeping with Jeff Bezos. I just find,
that is a bridge too far for me.
in spite of the muscles.
He's ripped. And this man is biohacking his body. So we have been told that 2 Starbucks in Buffalo have gone union, and we're seeing a wave of support for unions. And now the new study out is 1 in 10 American workers belong to a labor union. And that's 14 million workers, members of unions. That's down 250,000 from a year before. Union membership is going down.
Yeah.
Down. But we're being
I'm a proud member of the Screen Actors Guild, the SAG-AFTRA, so I'm a union guy.
we need to reinvent unions. The problem with the left is we're living in the past, and we have this idea that the 1930s was a golden age for unions. And if only we can get back to the good old days of the Great Depression, people will all join. We have to think the same. We have to have the same kind of creative destruction that management has, but that's not.
You have to figure out why people aren't joining unions.
Well, one way, Dad, it's not a mystery. They try to start a union at Amazon, and Amazon meddles and stops people and puts pressure, and they hire lobbyists within the walls of the company, and they intimidate by putting the boxes for voting for the union in places with cameras. It's not like some mystery. That's what I'm saying. There's no legal help to the side of organizing labor.
But not
That's what it
every
looks like to me.
company is Amazon. Not every company has that power.
That's true. Can I just make one more comment?
Both to get the last word.
I just wanted to say that I'm starting a bill collection service because I need some cash flow. It's debt collection, but for old debts. It's called Bill Back Better. So it's for old invoices. If you find old invoices that are unpaid, or if even people you think owe you money, we will go after them. Bill Back Better. Call me.
Dr. Hirschfeld, you get the last word.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Oh,
Yes.
one more thing. I'm in town. I'm shooting an episode of Law and Order SVU right now, which is a first for me, which is very exciting. Special Victims. Yeah.
Wow.
Which is it's exciting because as an actor who's from New York, people, when you tell them that, they're always like, "Oh, have you been on Law and Order?" And I hadn't, but now I can just say yes and end that conversation.
This is exciting, and a special victim. No less.
Yeah, I can't divulge if I victimize or I am victimized. You'll have to tune in. Yeah.
Fantastic. And Thug Jew.
Thug Jew is still there. Yeah, and then.
Go ahead.
Also, Synergy. Tune in to Ben Burgess's podcast. It was a delight to be on his show. It was very fun. I set an alarm to wake myself up at 10 p.m. because I've been keeping toddler hours. So I got up at 9:45 after sleeping for 2 hours, drank some coffee, and tuned into his show. It was very nice.
You're amazing. Thank you, Dr. Hirschenfeld.
Thank you, David Feldman.
Thank you. Great
God
conversation.
bless you both. God bless you both.
Thank you. Ethan Hirschenfeld, go make his father proud. Go to YouTube right now and watch Thug Jew. It is great. It is a great stand-up special.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, sir. Let us now go to, are you there, Emil? My old friend. I would say my oldest friend is joining us. There you go.
Hey,
And I am not going to argue with you tonight.
that's all right. That's sort of like our natural state, but not really, because we're friends. You can yell at me.
I take liberties with you because I've known you since 1983 or 84.
When the economy was bad,
Yes.
the economy, they always use the benchmark. Yes, the economy is so much better when Emil and David first met.
Right.
And they always say that on NBC. You hear that in the news. And the interest rates and what. Anyway.
Emil Guillermo is the host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. He is also a columnist for ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. He has been a working journalist since he was 22, NPR, NBC, all over the country, and you are a legitimate journalist. You're fair and balanced.
Card carrying union, formerly union journalist. I mean, I was in National Writers Union, SAG, not SAG, AFTRA, union. Let's see, the newspaper, the newspaper union. I worked in Hawaii, and the rate for the journalists in Hawaii was greater than the New York Times. So I thought, I want to work for that paper. And then I was there for a couple of years, and then the newspaper business fell apart. Anyway, unions, very important. And I have been a working journalist. I wrote a piece today called, because this is Stephen Breyer Day, writer Stephen Breyer, a couple of days. I wrote a piece called "There Has Never Been an Asian American on the U.S. Supreme Court."
Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, name one. I think
what Justice Alito isn't?
No, Hop Singh was a character in Bonanza. He was not a member of the
But
U.S.
Alito, if I said Justice Alito is Asian American, you could think, well, that sounds kind of. Does that count?
Alito, yeah, he was related to Lance Ito.
and Judge Lance Ito, wasn't he a Supreme Court justice from the OK trial?
He could have been on a long list of Asian Americans. See, here's the thing, Dave. That it is absolutely.
That is amazing. That's amazing.
There have been no Asian Americans, and the Asian Americans are critical in U.S. law. I mean, the reason why you are an American, if you are born on American soil, you are a U.S. citizen. And that law was, decided by the fate of an Asian American who was born in the U.S., went to China, came back, and then was denied entry. I mean, it's, this is
That's in the Constitution that if you're
14th Amendment, equal protection. But
I actually think it's in the racist, the original Constitution.
Yeah, well, I just
born,
it is just, it's now been used by all the racists to say, oh, look, they're trying to get rid of it, right? To say, oh, you have to be, you can't come here and, be born here and then leave. You can't be one of those vacationing, type people who come here and have your baby. And a lot of people from Russia do that.
Well, hang on now. You were a host on NPR, is that correct?
That is correct, David.
So you could be an anchor baby if you were, right?
No, I was a host baby.
You're a host baby.
I can't remember if I'm a host baby or a parasite baby. One of those. I get my my relationships confused. But yeah, anyway.
Your father came to us from the Philippines.
Yes, he was a colonized American. He was an American national by virtue of colonization. He came here, no green card necessary.
And then he had you as a NPR anchor baby.
It took him a while, but yes.
He said, I'm going to have an NPR anchor, all things considered. Was that what you hosted?
Yeah, I did. I think that's what my dad said when
you are an anchor baby.
Well, my dad said that when I came out. He said, "Oh, well, all things considered, I guess it's not that bad."
All things considered.
He's a little brown.
Hey, what is going on? So what is, go ahead. I wanted to ask you about the Supreme Court and this, they're going to hear the case with Harvard and
there's a lot of news.
What is this case? Explain the case that's the Supreme Court has agreed to hear.
Well, you got to go all the way back to see who's engineering this stuff.
Well, give me the headline first, because it's kind of complicated.
Harvard is, or the Supreme Court will hear the arguments that affirmative action should, or that race should be excluded or banned from college admissions.
And they're suing Harvard and another college,
University of North Carolina.
University.
And this has been done by, there's like a legal mill, right? You find out what your area is in law, and that becomes your specialty. And these are the guys. Edward Bloom out of Arlington, Virginia. He is expert at taking civil rights law and turning it on its head. He's an expert at taking civil rights law and reducing it to nothing. So he took the Voting Rights Act and took out the Shelby County provision, and which essentially gutted voting rights. And that's what everyone is trying to get at right now, that, you know, we need to restore our voting rights. It's because guys like Edward Bloom neutered it, you know, in 2013.
Okay, so the Asian community at Harvard is being used or not being used.
No, they're being used. They're being used as white proxies, because who is against affirmative action? Generally, it's white people.
Correct.
And Edward Bloom has fought affirmative action. This has been another one of his things. He's been fighting affirmative action for his career. He was the one who took the University of Texas to task for their using a holistic system that used race as a part of the factors in college admissions.
Right.
He lost. His victim was a white woman, and he thought that he could win this with a white woman, but she was not the perfect victim. At the end, here's what the judge essentially said. Oh, here's a white woman applying to University of Texas. She didn't get in. What was the harm? And they were saying, kind of jokingly, was it the admissions? You know, the entrance fee? Let's just refund the entrance fee and let's call it a day, because University of Texas, their system works. Their holistic plan using race as one factor.
Now that goes back to the Bakke decision in the 70s. He was applying to a med school, I believe, in California, and he didn't get in. And then the Supreme Court ruled that while affirmative action is not really constitutional, a school has every right to take into account somebody's ethnic, racial, and socioeconomic background to make the student body more diverse.
Right. This was the Bakke decision. When I remember as a kid, it was in the 60s.
No, it was the 70s.
No, the decision was in the 70s, but it was first raised at UC Davis. It was Bakke versus UC Davis. And then in 78, it got to the Supreme Court, and that's where they decided, yes, you can use race, but no quotas. So quotas are illegal. No quotas, but you can use race.
Now, are quotas illegal in the government, or are they illegal in business?
I think the Bakke case is specifically education, but in California, they had Prop 209, which banned affirmative action or race in public education and in public employment. So, you know, the laws are different state to state, but basically we're talking about education here now. When, you know, because what happened was Bloom went to, you know, took the UT admissions process and sued, got to the Supreme Court, lost. Now, this is where Harvard comes in. After losing, he was licking his wound, saying, what can I do now? He actually went on the internet and started looking for Asian American victims. There were, you know, things on the internet.
Victims of what?
Victims, if you had applied to Harvard or Yale or Duke or University of North Carolina and you were not admitted, you know, come see me. He was like essentially ambulance chasing.
Okay. So explain why. So there's a feeling. What percentage of the student body at Harvard is Asian?
Well, right now, it's something like, oh, it's a more than 20% every year. It seems. I know that for the last 4 years, when I've been paying attention, it's been about 20.
And what percentage of the American people are Asian?
The percentage is about 6%. And so 6,
So
7%.
they're punching above their weight.
Well, that's what they say. People at UC Berkeley, where the Asian American community, the student body is about 30 to 40%, approaching 50%. Some people say, look, 20%, you're keeping us down. There's this ceiling on us. But, it really boils down
So
to
it is harder for an Asian American to get into Harvard
right now.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. It's just
because they're looking for diversity. The admissions office says we have so many Asians here.
I don't think they
Is
say
that the case Bloom is making?
no. The case that Bloom is making is he's just trying to find the perfect victim. He's trying to find the perfect victim. So the white woman at UT, fighting UT's affirmative action, she failed. So he went out casting about for Asian American victims, and now he has the perfect victim. He has a member of the so-called BIPOC community, right? Asian American, who now feels aggrieved because they didn't get into the school of their choice.
And what is he in the end? In the end, Bloom wants colorblind, race blind admissions.
I guess
He wants it to. He doesn't want a university taking into account anybody's race, religion, or ethnicity, which means you're going to end up.
Who knows what you end up with?
He may not like what he sees.
Well, here's the funny thing, that it can maybe harm whites. It can maybe harm all the people that he's out there trying to protect. But who knows what he's trying to protect? He just thinks that if you're race blind or color blind, it's better. But, here's the other thing that comes out as you sort of sort through and disentangle everything. The real beneficiaries of affirmative action throughout the years have not been people of color. It really has been whites. It really has been, the legacies. It really has been the athletes and the rich people. And, Harvard and the other schools have been using their prerogative to handpick people to be part of their class. And so, he has really just, by focusing on race, I don't know what he's going to accomplish really, but he's found these perfect victims, Asian American, who essentially are what I call white proxies, right? The white woman didn't beat UT, but maybe these Asian Americans as perfect victims can go in, claim their victimhood, and, win.
And so what kind of stare decisis, as they say, is he looking for? What is the ruling to overturn the Bakke decision? What is his goal?
He wants race eliminated from college admissions. And really the defense of Harvard is, hey, wait a minute, race is just one aspect. It's one thing of a number of factors. And so, if you were to look at UC, the UC system, University of California, because of Prop 209, they had to get rid of affirmative action. And you can see where Asian Americans are like 30, 40, 50% in some campuses in California. So I don't know what's going to happen here.
So the Supreme Court has agreed to hear this case.
Right.
Okay.
They're going to hear it.
You've been talking about this for a year or two. Very quickly, you have a president, Joe Biden, who said openly, I'm going to nominate an African-American woman.
Yeah. Look, I had my problem.
So that is like, I know Reagan promised to nominate a woman.
Yeah.
But we've been told that you're not supposed to have a litmus test, right?
look,
I think doesn't a litmus test reveal whether or not you're a woman or a man? Like you're not supposed to say, "Are you for Roe v. Wade or not?" You're supposed to be a judge. Is there something problematic with?
there's a lot problematic with that. I mean, I think here's the thing, and this is why I wrote my column. There's never been an Asian American on the U.S. Supreme Court. There's a real diversity problem there, and the numbers in terms of diversity, are just astonishing, right? There have only been 6 non-whites in the 230 plus history, 230 year history of the Supreme Court who have been, justices. And, it's kind of, there could have been a better way to say, to make good on this campaign promise. Biden kind of painted himself in the corner because he needed South Carolina and James Clyburn, to just jumpstart his dead campaign, when he was running for president. Blacks came out to vote for him and he was revived. So he feels like he has to do this. But like I said, there could have been a better way to do it. He could have, instead of a short list, he could have done a long, diverse list of all the people who are qualified, because there are people, Hispanics, Blacks, Asian Americans, Native Americans, indigenous people who are qualified to serve on the U.S. Supreme Court. And he could have given them all a shout out, because frankly, we need more diversity on a court. The more we're politicized, here's the thing about Breyer. What a good guy Breyer is. And he's a consensus builder. He may be a little too far to the middle for some people on the left, but he is one who seeks consensus. And you saw him today. He said out, he's one of the first public figures that I know who said, hey, look, we're in a civil war. He used the Gettysburg Address.
He said that?
Yeah, he used the phrase civil war. We're in a civil war now. And in his statement, or in his talk to the press, he talked about the Gettysburg Address and, all men are created equal.
Let me get back to that in a second.
Yeah.
How do you pronounce Korematsu? Is that how it's pronounced?
Yeah, Fred Korematsu. He would not go to the camps. He held out. He, we'll talk about him in February when it's Fred Korematsu days on January 31st.
Okay.
But
so,
yeah,
historically speaking, had there been an Asian on the court, do you think an Asian or 2 Asians would have stopped the Korematsu decision? When you look at, I don't think Clarence Thomas has been particularly good for African Americans.
No, he has
affirmative action.
And he was a beneficiary. He was a beneficiary too.
Yeah, but he talks about how, and you're reading more and more stories of African Americans who recount their experience at boarding schools and private schools, how horrible it was for them, how resentful they were for the tokenism, although not so much at these elite Ivy League colleges. They, so just picking a person because of their race or gender or religion doesn't doesn't necessarily bode well for the gender and or race they come out of.
Well, see, here's the problem. You pick them because of race and gender, because that's not it. I mean, that's not the only thing. They're qualified.
Right.
They are extremely qualified.
But are they Jewish or Catholic? You can't serve on the Supreme Court unless you're Jewish or Catholic.
But,
there's not a single justice who is, you have to be Jewish or Catholic. It's all Catholics and Jews.
Yeah. Well, I was reading something in some of the research on the web, and there was one analysis that said that Breyer's seat was the Jewish seat. And only Leandra Kruger, who is part Jamaican and part American Jew, she is like the number 2 name on the short list to replace Breyer. So maybe
They
she
have Asian people named Jew, J-U.
That's right. The Jews, they can come in there. There is, look, you talked about Korematsu, just to switch back to that. There are Asian American lawyers, one in particular that comes to mind, Dale Manami. He was the one who fought the case to make sure that, Korematsu had his sense of justice. And that came later in the 80s. So, there are people of color who are qualified to serve on the Supreme Court. You just don't see them get the chance. And because a lot of it, there's stars all have to be aligned. Someone has to get sick, die, retire, people of age, when the window opens up, it's sort of like, this is the moment. And we're in that moment now. One thing that I am sad by is that it's so political now. A guy like Breyer was perfect for the kind of court that was where everyone gets along and they are higher up, but the court has been dragged into the muck. It's been dragged into politics. And it's almost like this is like the Supreme Court, like a muni court, like a traffic court. And we don't look at him in terms of ethnicity and gender. We look at it in terms of these are the liberals and these are the conservatives. And even if the right person gets to replace Breyer, it's still 6-3. People are going to see it as 6-3. So there's only one answer out of this diversity mess, and that is expand the court. I mean, we don't, 6-3 is not good enough. We can't wait. Alito's too young. Clarence Thomas, I don't know if when he's going to leave. We have to go beyond 6-3. We have to go to 11.
How about making it even?
No, well, then who's the tiebreaker?
Goes back to if they can't,
send it back, have them spar, have them box.
Send it back to the lower court. The ruling stands.
Oh, well, that's not a bad idea. The lower court,
give less power to the Supreme Court by making it even.
That's that really isn't bad, but it says that it might encourage consensus because look, hey, if we don't have consensus, then those bozos below us are gonna they're gonna rule. But I like the idea of 11 or 13 or maybe 15. A 6-5 decision.
500.
501. 251 to 250. See, this way, if you have, look, blacks aren't happy that Clarence Thomas is the black jurist on the Supreme Court, but that's the black spot. There's a black, there's an Hispanic, Sonia Sotomayor. There are 3 women.
Okay.
How many Asians? How many Asians, David?
Very quickly, I want to talk about Pennsylvania and their problem with monkeys and Thich Nhat Hanh, the Zen master.
Yeah.
But very quickly.
Very quick. The PETA podcast.
No, hang on. I want to ask you a question about education.
Okay, go ahead.
Who would be against this?
I would.
We are supposed to offer a public education that is equal, that every kid has an equal education. Is that fair in public schools?
I would say, yeah, it sounds good.
Okay. So who would be against all public schools being financed by the state and not local property taxes, so that if you go to a public school in Beverly Hills, your school doesn't get any more funding than a school in Compton? You count the heads, and then you divide. You make the budget based on the number of heads attending the school, and it's kind of like football distributes television advertising equally.
Okay.
Baseball, the Yankees have a bigger budget because they're playing in a bigger market, but the Jets and the Giants don't make more money off the television revenue.
Mm.
It's put into a pool and then it's socialized.
So, all
So
right.
why don't they do that with our schools? Because we are now an apartheid state.
Yeah.
We don't live up to Plessy versus Ferguson, which called for separate but equal. We have separate schools, but they're not equal.
Yeah.
We
Look,
are living up to Brown v. Board of Education.
I agree with you. They're
And they don't want busing, so divide the money equally
yeah.
and make private schools illegal.
All the problems in education really are matters of resource. I mean, when you talk about affirmative action, and why is the Asian American split, with some people joining that guy Bloom to say, oh, Asian, we're discriminated against, but most Asian Americans, 60%, at least 60% of Asian Americans love affirmative action because they have been beneficiaries, and you're staring at one right now. I have been an affirmative action baby, and I would not have gotten the kind of opportunities I had because of affirmative action. And because I embrace it. I don't say, oh, I'm not shamed by it. I'm shamed by other things that happened to me when I was there at the elite schools. But I am not ashamed that I had the opportunity. So
very quickly, because I don't want to keep people waiting. Very quickly,
Sure.
Thich Nhat Hanh, the Zen master.
Thich Nhat Hanh. Yeah. I just think that it's weird on Friday when he died last Friday. Meatloaf died. I thought, oh, how do I feel about Meatloaf? And then Louis Anderson died, and I felt worse. I felt worse than I did for Meatloaf. But then when Thich Nhat Hanh dies on the same day, well, there's your three, and Thich Nhat Hanh was the guy. I mean,
hang on. We'll do the counting here. Louis Anderson and Meatloaf.
Yeah.
There's 6 right there. And then Thich Nhat Hanh makes 7. They don't die in 3s.
Okay. Thich Nhat Hanh, he is the father.
First of all, Louis would have laughed at that, and I couldn't care less what Meatloaf would have thought of that joke.
I love Louis. I saw his solo shows.
Meatloaf?
No, Louis.
Oh, Louis was too good for this world.
Yeah.
I was going to write that, but it's true. Louis Anderson was just too good for this world.
I saw his solo show a couple of times. He brought it to San Francisco, followed him, was that was a.
Did you see my solo show?
Did I see yours?
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen.
Nobody saw it. That's why it was a solo show.
So anyway, but when Thich Nhat Hanh died, look, here's the thing about Thich Nhat Hanh. Mindfulness is a very easy concept, but he was the real deal. He was authentic. He was a Zen monk. He was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize by no less than Martin Luther King. But
Wow.
You don't know about Thich Nhat Hanh, but you might know about all these other Americans who went to India and studied Zen in Japan and brought it here and started MBSR and did things with Harvard. And, they're good. I don't want to take anything away from them, but Thich Nhat Hanh was the real deal. And I just,
the Nobel?
he did not win a Nobel. He was nominated. They did not award the Nobel in 1967 when he was nominated, but
He must have, as a Zen master, he must have been very pissed off.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing about
How old was he?
he was 90 something, 95, I believe. But here's the thing, when
He did have a daytime Emmy, I believe, though, right?
I think he did. He did a show. He had a daytime talk show called Thick.
Being disrespectful. 95.
So no, what a guy, he's the guy who, if you're worried about death, if you're obsessed by death, you got to discover Thich Nhat Hanh, because he believes that there is no death. There's just continuation. You just continue. It's not rebirth. It's not reincarnation. It's just you continue on. Your body, Marianne Williamson would say, your body is like, you're not your body, your clothes just drop off and you just continue. I mean, she's one of those. Look, there are Americans who have taken and to good ends. They've taken Eastern philosophies and have applied it to mental health, to to spirituality.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes,
And we have to, with all due respect,
of course.
this is America.
Yes.
We spend $1 trillion on defense every year, more than the 20 countries below us combined. We have 400 million guns circulating in the population. I don't think we should have a cavalier attitude towards death. I don't think it's a good idea for Americans to not be afraid of death. This is the last thing a violent country like ours should believe.
Okay. Okay.
Or a country that doesn't have socialized medicine.
Yeah. Well,
I think we should be afraid of death.
I think we should. Well, I think,
I gotcha. I cornered you.
No, the
Knockout
meditator.
punch. Hang on. You are and I'm getting ready for Liam McEnany.
The meditator would say, "I'm equanimous. I'm in the moment." Tig Notaro would say, "I'm in the moment."
Tig Notaro.
No, not Tig Notaro. I don't know. She.
All right, we have to wrap it up because you're not taking this seriously.
All right. Hey, David. It's good. It's always good to see you. It's always good to see you. And this is also the anniversary of the death day of my friend Corky Lee, who died a year ago. The Asian American photographer. He died. He died when there was just like 420,000 COVID deaths, and now we're approaching like 870,000. Sad. Anyway, David. Hi, Professor.
Guillermo, thank you so much. You are the host, and I didn't fight you today, which was good.
It's all right. It's like, we can fight each other. We can be each other's straw men. That's fine. That's fine, David. That's fine. Hey, Emil Amok, go to amok.com. See the show I did. I talked about Breyer and the Supreme Court and diversity on where is it? It's on Facebook. YouTube, my Emil Guillermo YouTube channel. Thank you.
Great. Host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, drops every Wednesday. Read them over at ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. I love you, buddy. My oldest friend.
I love you too. And thank you, Professor Lee, for putting on the Wong Kim Ark reference, because he is the Asian American 14th Amendment, Wong Kim Ark. You're born here in America. Hey, you can call yourself a citizen.
Is that? Thank you, Emil. Professor Ann Lee joins us, Professor Marianne Cummings, Professor Jonathan Bick. It's time for the professors and Marianne. Professor Adnan Hussein is unavailable today, so we'll promote rahima.org behind his back. Professor Ann Lee, what are we talking about here in terms of you have to be born here in order to be an American citizen? I always thought that was in the Constitution.
No, although I think there's a vague reference to it in a context, but it wasn't until this particular case came up that it was challenged, and I think that's the problem of unenumerated sort of laws that we have, and it was part of the whole business of the East Coast versus the West Coast relative to kind of jurisprudence in the United States in terms of, I've just found it sort of interesting how that case was a slam dunk. I mean, they essentially tried to screw him because he had him dead to rights. I mean, this wasn't something they could sort of weasel out of, and it's good that it helped set up a whole bunch of other things and actually frame the problem of the Exclusion Act, even though the Exclusion Act went on and on and on. I think it was just important.
What was the Exclusion Act?
Well, it's one act, but it was a series of measures. It was certainly the result of some measures to restrict Chinese labor in the United States, or in California specifically. Now, the fact is, of course, that you would have various ways of weaseling around it about whether you were or were not a family. It tended to constrain itself to more itinerant or temporary residents of the United States, although they weren't called that at the time. In my history, my great grandfather came to this country in the mid 1850s, and then my grandfather came in the just before the earthquake. And I like Emil, am the beneficiary of a variety of chaos. The earthquake actually screwed up all the records, so I think a
Which
whole bunch
earthquake?
of-
Not the San Francisco earthquake.
Yes, the San Francisco earthquake of 1906. The city hall went up and came down completely. So all
Right.
the records were gone. And so it was a boon for all those people stuck out on Angel Island.
Let me ask you a question about how I remember the way I was born on the East Coast. I moved to San Francisco to be a comedian, and I was shocked by the anti-Asian jokes in the comedy clubs. I'm not even going to repeat the stereotypes. And I went, what? I didn't know this. I didn't know. You can check out, Jay Leno's act if you want to learn the old Asian stereotypes. I don't remember I don't remember Asians being as vilified on the East Coast as they were on the West Coast. And that's, as you said, the East Coast, West Coast divide. What did you mean by that?
Well, the population in California and San Francisco was, for the longest time, the largest concentration, at least for Chinese Americans,
Right.
the largest concentration. New York, has actually surpassed that, I think. But I think it's easier. We were, the indigenous urban folk,
Right.
I grew up not too, depending on who I was talking to, I was either from Nob Hill or the slums of Chinatown. Depends on how you wanted to look at it. So, it's fine. I think that's just a comedy club wise. I think the Asian stereotypes are pretty easy in San Francisco. Although I don't know if you talked about that with Emil, the guy who one guy who's responsible for about half of the building attacks on Chinese businesses. I don't know if he was Filipino or not, but his name certainly sounded Filipino. So there's a whole bunch of things that we could have brought up then. Anyway.
Right. It's time thank you for that. It's time for the professors and Mary Ann. Let's go around the horn and find out. I thought I did a pretty good job last week going around the horn, finding what everybody wanted to thank you, Leslie. What everybody wanted to talk about. So let's start with Professor Bick and find out what you want to talk about, please.
Well, there are a couple of issues on my mind. One is Ukraine, and one is the idea of bringing back the draft. And they may not be entirely unrelated.
Okay. I like this. Usually you disagree. I'm going to be curious. Usually you disagree with me on stuff. So please continue.
Yeah, I'm not going to disappoint you on that.
Oh, okay. All right.
So yes, I definitely disagree with bringing back the draft. It took an enormous social movement to be able to get rid of that. And I find the arguments in favor of a draft to be unconvincing. The first is that a draft will reduce the chances of us going to war. Maybe. Depends on how the draft is structured. A better way of reducing our chances of going to war is to reduce the military budget by half by requiring a national referendum to go to war, in addition to the Congress passing a declaration of war, those things would actually reduce the chances of us going to war. A draft, I don't know. I mean, if you draft poor people, like we mainly did in Vietnam and other wars, that's not going to reduce it in my estimation. The idea that we can't criticize people in the military because there's no draft and they volunteered to go there, so they're automatically heroes, I reject that as well. We can criticize people who are in the military based on their behavior. And one has to wonder if they are informed at all about what the United States military does and what its history has been. Are they totally blameless for signing up into such an organization?
Okay, I'll let's continue that conversation because I disagree with you 100%. Professor Marianne Cummings, what would you like to talk about?
Well, continuing what I was discussing earlier about President Biden's rather dubious picks, his latest pick last week, he nominated a slate of judges, but one of them stuck out, was Jennifer Reardon. And she was nominated by Trump the previous year, but her nomination ran out as she didn't get a hearing. So she's a partner at Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher, and she's been nominated, I believe, to serve as a district judge. But in her questionnaire, she has, it's a very interesting questionnaire. She's mostly represented corporations. And, she's represented corporations against big real estate companies in New York, where they had discriminated against HIV cases. She was highlighting her pro bono work, but that included helping a charter school overturn the New York Department of Labor ruling that charter schools were subject to prevailing wage requirements. I think what a lot of lefties have been a little appalled at is that she's from the same firm that the judge in the recent case of Steven Donziger had appointed a private prosecutor from, who had also, this group had also, of course, represented Chevron. Wow, small world. By the way, no one has explained to me how that's even possible. How a prosecutor gets to be from not a public official subject to public scrutiny, but from private practice. Is that a thing?
I think it is. To remind everybody who Donziger is. He's
okay, Donziger,
right?
He was the lawyer that represented indigenous Ecuadorians against, Texaco then and Chevron. I think Texaco has merged into Chevron, if I got that correct. So it's a big settlement against Chevron. $9.5 billion settlement. And which the Ecuadorians have not seen a penny of yet, as of yet. But there were charges that Donziger had bribed a judge, among other things, and the Chevron company flew this judge up, paid him like reports of upwards of $2 million to testify that Donziger had bribed him in the trial. And of course, it was completely bogus. And then the judge was asking all kinds of that Donziger's, that the conversations, transcripts of his conversations with his lawyers.
Well, wait, he was paid $2 million to say he took a bribe.
Yes. Isn't that amazing?
Well, obviously he does take bribes. I mean, he took $2 million from Chevron.
He's is insane. So what Donziger ended up being charged with was some contempt of court, and then was held under house arrest for over 2 years for something that nobody has ever been charged more than like 6 months probation or 6 months house arrest for, but anyway, so he officially, after 2 years of house arrest, was required to go to prison. Now he's out of prison. He's still, I think he is still under house arrest. He's not yet free. I don't think the 6 months are up. But this whole trial has been just a nightmare. It's been a surreal nightmare of, you know, our legal system. I haven't been able to find, and I don't have much of an attention span for legal, you know, intricacies. So somebody who's a lawyer or is knowledgeable has got to explain to me how this is even a thing in America, that a judge can name a private prosecutor from a firm that was that was representing Chevron. And of course, the judge said there was to be no mention of Donziger's dealings with Chevron or the whole backstory to this particular case. It was just unbelievable. So, you know, anyway, I don't know if it's tone deafness, if it's people, I mean, she's just part of the club, he's friends with everybody in Washington, D.C., but you would think this would be an easy thing for Biden not to do. So is he really, or somebody in his administration just purposely giving progressives the middle finger? Like, we don't care about your civil rights or any of your, you know, any of your policies. We're in charge. You lost. I don't know, but
Wow.
It's most peculiar, Mama.
Well, Professor Ann Lee, what would you like to talk about?
Well, I would agree with Marianne that that Donziger was getting screwed by this process, and although some of the charges against him were kind of weird as well, the way in which what they had charged him with in Ecuador in terms of quote unquote manipulating the, you know, whatever, something, there's something in there that may be covered by national security or something, but I agree with her about the appointment of a, you know, a private attorney. I mean, I think it is within the realm of law, because there are ways in which you can designate certain types of legal hearings, but I think it's obvious that this one judge has not been, you know, properly sort of admonished about in terms of his behavior and why it hasn't proceeded further, and why Biden hasn't cleared it up, because it really is a black mark. And then on the issue of conscription, I think you know, I think there should be, I think this country would be very different if we had actually succeeded in creating national service as a option relative to the military. I mean, the entire history since the Vietnam War would have been different if the option for the draft were not only gender blind or whatever, but also with a clear option, not sort of market driven relative to the Peace Corps or, you know, all those other kinds of things that were offered but never created as a clear substitution for military service. So that's, and it still is.
The Peace Corps is market driven?
Well, I mean, it makes itself available. It has certain fields that are required, but it is a, you know, it is as voluntary as the military in that particular sense, but it's not a substitute for the military, which would have been a much better policy option, because I think it would change the entire dynamic of what we were doing with our foreign policy. But that never happened. I mean, you know, Vista, you have a variety of these entities that have occurred in nearly every administration, including the Republican ones, but they're never seen as a direct substitute for
Right.
conscription. And had they been seen as a clear option, that would have, the entire policy framework would have changed, because people would have opted for it. People would have been trained. I mean, it would have changed the entire nature of community organizing in this country had that been possible on the domestic level. But it was clear that the draft is meant for military service, and in fact, the registration procedure is still one driven by military demands. And I agree with John that 50% of the budget needs to be just slashed immediately and just reorganized. You could have the same budget, you just identify the industrial components of it as part of a national industrial policy, whether it's on energy or certain technologies like electrical vehicle, because we're going to have electric vehicles in the military field as well. So, it's just going to happen. So why screw around with this? But anyway, so much
Let me
for
ask
an
you about, just
Go
so
ahead.
we get to everything, talk to me about more books getting banned in Tennessee. Where was the Scopes trial?
the monkey trial.
Was that in Tennessee?
Well, I think that was, with all due respect, I think the Scopes trial was more of an academic exercise in some ways. But I think Tennessee has had a long history of wanting to enforce local beliefs, whether it's supporting people in the Klan or, it's just,
Or the Gore family?
yeah, it's just complicated. I mean, the fight over monuments, and it's just so much more tangled. But what's interesting is that there's an entire transcript for this Board of Education in McMinn, Tennessee, and you can see exactly what these people were talking about. I mean, it's really good to see it, how these people make up all of these excuses for essentially an anti-Semitic problem or some other kind of bias, but they can't admit it in a public hearing. I mean, that's the beauty of transparency, that you can actually see why people are being, ignorant. And I found that quite interesting and useful. If nothing else, it reminds us that, what is it, in 1862, all Jews were ordered to be gone from Tennessee. I mean,
That's true.
Yeah, there's a thing that ordered out all Jews. You had 24 hours to get out of the state or something.
Was this during the Civil War?
Yeah, I think so. So anyway, I just came across that reference today.
Did anybody pay attention to it? I mean,
No, but it's interesting to see these weird, the Civil War had a lot of weird legal pronouncements.
Yeah, so odd the Confederacy would. I always think they're synonymous with tolerance. Actually, their Secretary of State was Judah Benjamin. They had a Jewish Secretary of State.
I seem to remember that. Right.
Odd collection of folks, but to attack Art Spiegelman, it just seems so anachronistic. I mean, relative to the place of Maus and I think American literature, if nothing else. I mean, it's just insane in that.
Well, they don't want Maus, the Holocaust cartoon, taught in Tennessee. Well,
they're against it for bad language. So if you use bad language, it has. They totally do not talk about the whole question of the Holocaust within the context of a curriculum. They do all these, it's very frustrating to see that they claim that they are, the oversight for education policy, but really never get down to the exact educational issues. And in fact, they sort of bully the one or two people who actually know something about education in there. So it's just so bizarre. But it's replicated across the country.
Maus is it's mice, right? In the graphic, or my
well, it's more of a some people would call it postmodern. It has sort of parallel narratives. It's it's a reflection on his personal anguish, as well as the representation or the projection of various roles from the Holocaust. And it's beautiful in that particular context, even more beautiful because it came at a moment when graphic novel, the concept of a graphic novel as opposed to a comic book was kind of coming into its own relative to a position of status. Even though it shouldn't have even been that problematic, but it was. And I just think that it's no different than attacks on all kinds of other literature. I just find it so weirdly ignorant when you see the exact transcript of these people who voted unanimously to take this out. There was no dissent, and that's even weirder in that sense.
Right. Well, let's go back. Ukraine. Well, what is the argument for? Nobody on this show is going to defend war posturing. Joe Biden is telling the Ukrainian people to prepare for impact, that it's inevitable now. Does anybody here believe that there is going to be an invasion?
I think you've got an escalation in kind of remote attacks. I don't think you're going to see ground troops. I've been sort of looking at the coverage from both the Russian side and some of the mainstream media, but also some of the military analysts think tank material. And I mean, if Russia decided they wanted to attack Ukraine, they could take it over. It would be a bloodbath, but as one person said, characterizing the Biden position, the mother of all sanctions is going to be visited upon Russia. And I think that makes oligarchs nervous because
and Manhattan real estate people.
Oh, absolutely. Stuff's going to happen. It's going to be ugly. It's already bad. And you can see why that motivated Putin to do all kinds of crazy stuff already. That he already has sanctions from 2014. So, but when you look at the military possibility, it could happen. I mean, he could attack on all fronts and wind up with some weird combination of a sort of ban running essentially landlocking Ukraine by running an entire area all the way up to that little breakaway republic on the western edge of Ukraine. So that's one option. I think that's actually their best option.
You're talking about Putin?
Yes, Putin. The Russians could swing out from Crimea to the west along the Black Sea, and assuming because they have the most, I think, naval assets in the Black Sea right now. So it'll be an interesting battle to watch, but nothing you want to have people die in.
Right. What if we do have the mother of all sanctions? I'm being serious here. I'm not being. There's too much cash floating around the world. What if we locked up more oligarch cash? Wouldn't that help with inflation? If the Russian oligarchs couldn't access, if their money was frozen, wouldn't that be a powerful tool?
There's a lot of moving parts. This includes the issue of fuel, pipelines.
Wouldn't that be a good thing? Wouldn't that be good if Germany couldn't put that gas line online, and so we'd have to switch to?
It would be nice if we could make an economy that would have each of these little variables operate independently. But the problem is they're all operating at the same damn time. So for example, the Germans switch to coal is an interesting problem at the same time relative to air pollution and scrubbers and a bunch of other things. So but that relies on a lot of financial institutions and the entire global financial structure sort of being on the same page, and that's kind of a hard road to hoe, and that. But sanctions could occur, and the sanctions were bad enough earlier on that it did compel Russia to back off certain things. So I still think that the mother of all sanctions will occur if they try and do anything. But needless to say, they're going to try and escalate something. There's going to be a bombardment somewhere.
Right. So I was watching Denzel Washington in Macbeth on Apple, and fair is foul and foul is fair, and things are not what they appear to be. It's pretty amazing stuff that was written 400 years ago.
Yeah, I hear the author is pretty good.
Yeah, well, it kind of trains the brain to look after you watch Macbeth or read it, and it's really hard. I mean, it's really hard to follow. It's not easy, but it really does train the brain to not see things as the way they are, and what is in front of you is not necessarily what.
Mhm.
And so, what are we saying, and what is really happening in the Situation Room? What are the financiers thinking about Ukraine? Because this cannot be about democracy in Ukraine and freedom. And so, what is this about?
Well, I mean, it's just a complex set of variables. You know, the ones about trying to make money off of fuel prices, trying to see the short versus the long run, worrying that they only have a narrow window to actually send ground troops in. They're going to run out of time. They're on a very tight schedule because once spring occurs, it's going to get muddy and it's just going to be ugly for Russians to try. I mean, it's just going to be a bloodbath. And
we're always taught that Russia, the Soviet Union, did poorly in Afghanistan, and that's why it collapsed. How did Russia do in Georgia? How does Putin do with military incursions inside old Soviet republics? He seems to do well, doesn't he?
Well, no, he actually fights to a draw usually and capitulates, I think, to the kleptocrats in each instance. I mean, I think that's what happened in Chechnya. I mean, he was really brutal, and a lot of bad things occurred, but essentially, you know, he wound up with a kind of a draw. And he does it for PR reasons mainly. That's why now that I've looked a little bit more at the material, I don't think he's going to attack. I think we will see attacks of one kind or another, but we're not going to see anything major. Because if he tries to seize Kiev, he's really in trouble. There's going to be serious trouble for him, for Belarus, because that's where his troops are going to come from in order to seize Kiev. And the Ukrainians, while there is division between left and right, they're going to fight for their country. It's going to boil down to language issues. It'll turn into a civil war if they really decide to do it. So I don't think they're going to do it.
By the way, Henry Huckamaki is behind enemy lines.
Oh, indeed.
We're going to be talking to him.
That would be very interesting to get his perspective of how Russians in Russia actually see all this.
Yeah. But, Professor Bick is chomping at the bit. Your body language, I can tell you have something to say.
Yeah, well, I think that some things that go unsaid or understated when it comes to Russia and Ukraine is the fact that, you know, if you look at history, Russia does have some cause to be uneasy when they're surrounded by military bases. How many times has Russia been invaded from Western Europe? I mean, let's just talk about the Napoleonic Wars. 300,000 Russian military dead. I don't know what the civilian casualties were in that case. World War I, 3 million Russians dead.
And
US
we invaded Russia.
Oh, that was another thing. Multinational force invading the Soviet Union on behalf of the monarchy, the Tsar. You know, what was left of the White
Wasn't the
Russians.
Soviet Union then, but yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
By comparison, World War I, the United States lost 117,000 people.
In World War One.
World War I, Russia lost 3 million. World War II, Russia lost between 20 and 27 million people. That is devastating for a country.
And they won World War II.
And they won, right? That was them winning.
That was and Churchill and Roosevelt putzed around in with Rommel. They didn't. They Churchill said, "Let Stalin fight. You know, soften them up a little, like the picador, before we go in for the kill." The Russians won. Not to. I mean, my father fought in World War II. I don't want to besmirch the greatest generation, but it was the Russians who won World War II for us.
And there's no debate.
At least in Europe. At least in Europe.
Oh yeah. And there's no debate that they took the most casualties.
Right.
So, can I share my screen? I wanted to show you a map of
Is that
U.S.
Bella?
What's that?
Is that Bella?
This is Bella. She's getting very involved at this time. I don't know. Whenever
Look
I
at that
talk to
face.
this, yeah,
Oh, look at that. That's a beautiful cat.
thank you. There's a lot of her, as you know.
I'm not body shaming. I got a lot of complaints, and I was told to stop making fun of your morbidly obese cat. It's not right.
It's just a matter of, I don't know, 10, 20 pounds, something like that.
She's big boned,
Yeah, yeah. Let me see.
and there's nothing you can do about it. She's an indoor cat, and there's no way you can control the food consumption.
Well, the strange thing is that our other cat is perfectly normal weight-wise, and
Because Bella's eating all her food.
and we control that too. We keep Bella at bay while the other one's eating. But I
Bella,
don't know.
okay. Yeah, well,
You got to talk with my wife because she's been feeding them.
mm-hmm.
I'm not taking any risk.
It's not for me personally. I don't approve of the way you're raising your cats, but that's not what I don't stand in judgment of the way look at that face. She would eat your eyeballs. If you died on your bed and were left for 5 days, she would eat your eyeballs, even if there was like food.
Oh no. She
What?
I don't blame her. I mean, if I'm dead, it doesn't really matter. I'd rather she live. But
Cats are
So
funny.
fun.
yeah.
Cats are funny. So what did you want to show me?
So I wanted to show you a map if I could. Let's see,
I don't know if we can share. Do you want to email it to me
Oh,
or put it in? Why don't you put it in the chat room
okay.
here on Zoom? Can you do that?
I don't know if I have the technical wherewithal to do that. Let me see.
Oh, hang on. I got it. You can share now.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
All right.
we couldn't. I think you can.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right.
Wow.
So I don't know. Do you think Russia has any, reason to be concerned? And this is just U.S. bases. This doesn't include NATO bases.
We have bases all over Europe. Europe is completely covered except Switzerland.
And Sweden, I think we don't have any bases there, but
And not Saudi Arabia. Do we have? We're not allowed to have.
well, this was back in 2001, 2003. So yeah, that today we wouldn't have any in Saudi Arabia, but other than that, it's pretty pretty accurate. And you know it. And when you say how many Russian bases are there on the borders of the United States? Zero, right? Basically, we have military bases on every border with the Russian Federation that we could possibly have. So it's when you think about it from their point of view. Certainly, Putin can make the case that the West is potentially a problem, right? When you look at Afghanistan, when you look at Iraq, who was the aggressor there?
Right.
So, I'm not saying that they really think that we're planning on invading them, but we did have an agreement. Right after they agreed to the unification of Germany, and they've had a little bit of history with Germany as well. That we reached an agreement with the Soviet Union at that point not to expand NATO any further to the east, and then we did the exact opposite. We expanded NATO to many countries. And so when they see that, and then of course, what is the function of NATO today?
Well, they joined us in Afghanistan, which is buttressed right up against Russia. NATO was the coalition of the willing. So, all right. Do you mind taking that off the screen?
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you. Does Putin need to fight a conventional war, Professor Marianne Cummings? Doesn't he have other tools in his belt?
Well, I think the biggest tool that he may have in his belt is that his country certainly has the intestinal fortitude for adversity that that Americans really don't have. We keep underestimating people in other countries and their ability to not tolerate hostile forces arrayed against them on their borders or inside their countries. And we look at our military incursions since World War II. Now, I'm not sure that we lost so much as these were wars that no one was ever designed to win. I'm almost beginning to think, that my old fears in high school were right, that war is not meant to be won. With us, it's meant to be like forever. So we always will have, the Middle East is kind of played out. I mean, we've been dicking with Russia in a serious way, really since World War II, but in recent, after the Cold War, when there were a lot of policy types in the United States that were kind of panicked, like, what are we going to do now? Because there was the Cold War was a kind of unifier for the country. It was a foreign policy. It was a foreign policy unifier in terms of how you understood the world. And ever since then, we've been, war on drugs was not a great substitute, but we were messing incredibly hard with Russia's democracy. In fact, we are responsible for Yeltsin getting his second term, and therefore indirectly for Putin, because
Right.
When you've got 40 million people in a country, as Naomi Klein would describe as shock doctrine capitalism, and so you have somebody who's too drunk to even show up and wave at crowds. And Putin was very early, left to the KGB fairly early on when he's a very young man to thinking that politics would be a more effective road to power, and he was right. So he takes over, and you know, we've been at war with his successes ever since. You know, and in the current crisis in Ukraine, let's remind people that there was a democratically elected government in Ukraine in 2014 that was having to, yes, they were not Russia hostile, but they were trying to, like, you know, kind of balance the interests of Russia and, you know, making overtures to the West. And they were overthrown. It was replaced by a coup that we now know was backed by various countries in Europe and the United States. And you know, we are effectively, this has been a very corrupt government, and their security forces include Nazis, not figuratively speaking, right-wing nationalist people. I mean, no, real goose-stepping, swastika-wearing Nazis. And that's who we're giving. We're talking about giving like $500 million of lethal aid to. Those guys. Now, the last time a country put significant weaponry near the border of a major nuclear power, we nearly burned the planet to a crisp over it. That was the Cuban Missile Crisis. That was something that, the kind of thing that everybody thought could be contained. At that point, you know, they thought that America and Russia had, you know, sort of an agreement, and we had mutually assured destruction, and we had elements of that. And it took everybody by surprise how fast that situation escalated. And people, now I was alive at that barely, but I don't, of course I have no memory of it, but people who were alive at the time and have memories said that they were pretty sure this was going to be it, that there was going to be major nuclear war over this. Fortunately, cooler heads prevailed. Kennedy and Khrushchev, Kennedy, whatever you think of them, was an independent thinker. Khrushchev was not, you know, was not in the mold of Stalin. They were able to de-escalate the situation and then have set up, I think what became, I think the SALT talks came out of it, the SALT agreements came out of you know, the aftermath of the Cuban Missile Crisis. But, you know, that's over 50, 60 years ago. Everybody's dead who were directly involved in it. I think you have a new crop of, you know, apparatchiks in the State Department, you know, that are basically, you know, hedge fund driven. They're out of West Exec, and they're out of places where people are making tons of money off of the perpetual war. So I don't know. I don't know how much wisdom.
Let me show you a map, as long as Professor John is showing maps. This is a map of the Nord Stream pipelines from Russia to Germany. It's Nord Stream 1 and 2. It starts off in Vyborg, Russia, Eastern Russia, and goes through, is that the Baltic Sea?
Yep.
This is Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Russia, to Germany and Sweden.
Scotland right there.
I'm sorry?
It passes by the island of Gotland, which is what the Swedes are very worried about.
How can this be good for the environment? And how
What is it, natural gas? I mean, but it's natural gas, right?
I believe it is. It's yeah.
Are these already built, David? Are these in place?
Nord Stream 1 is online. Nord Stream 2 is about to be turned on. Cost $11 billion to build. Not that much, but this is, I don't know. Somehow I can't help but think that plays a major role in the thinking. And
do you think that they care? I mean, I don't think this administration cares at all about climate change. I think they
Oh
probably
no, they
have.
care about that. They care about Germany cares about. They,
Oh,
they went
yeah.
off. They went off nuclear power. They need. They
Well, if
need.
they cared about climate, nuclear power, they would have shut down all the coal plants first and then the nuclear power plants. But, you know, I think that there is just no leadership, serious leadership at all on climate. And I think they're just, you know, the powers are just planning for the climate to be permanently altered, to be the major displacement. But, you know, they're thinking it's going to hit hardest in the third world countries. And, you know, hey, they'll have all year sea lanes in the North Sea on the North Pole. I mean, this can,
Yeah.
I swear to God, I do not know how much wisdom there is in positions of power. I'm beginning to think that just the way politics is, in modern politics is in this world, that reflective people do not rise up the ranks in the major parties of all countries. I don't even care if you're Democrat or Tories or Labor or what. I think it's the same kind of person is rising through the ranks.
You know what? I think you're right. I also think that in the end, everybody is a child, and they say, "Stop me from doing this." They justify everything from not paying their taxes to, Chevron destroying rainforest the size of Rhode Island. Just stop me from doing it. What can I get away with? That's how a child thinks. What can I get away with? Tim Cook is begging. The guy who runs Apple's begging for regulation. He said, regulate us. It's our job. We owe it to the stockholders to just get away with whatever we can. It's your job to regulate us. So it's not that they're stupid. They have the minds of children who want to get. It's not my responsibility to do anything other than get away with what I can. In our limited time together, let me ask you about a thing that Ethan Hirschenfeld said earlier, that there's no there. When they looked at Russia, before Putin, I think, was assigned to East Germany as the Soviet Union was falling, and protesters were outside, I think, the local KGB office in East Germany, and Putin went out. He ran the KGB office there, but he went out there and pretended to just be a low-level bureaucrat and try to calm the East Germans down while he was phoning Moscow for help. And it dawned on him there's no there, that Putin had this realization that nobody was going to come and save the KGB in East Germany. There's no there. And that Ethan was talking about this CIA waking up and realizing there's no loyalty. The Russian people have no loyalty to the Soviet Union. What about America? Do you get a sneaking suspicion there's no there anymore? That when you have an all-volunteer military where you have more contractors helping the military than soldiers, when those contractors are making six figures, when the generals are just doing time in the military in order to take their cushy jobs with Boeing or, Raytheon, is there a there with our military? When they're outsourcing a lot of the work to military work to McKinsey and
Kellogg, Brown and Root, and all of these contractors. Well,
Yeah.
That's the point. When the Democrats have been consistently supporting big raises in the military budget, they're not supporting the personnel. They're not supporting the troops or the soldiers or the special ops. They're supporting contractors and their hedge fund owners.
Mhm.
It's a business. It's a permanent war is a business. And, this is like the end game capitalism, neoliberal capitalism being played out. I still think there's still quite a number of people in the military, but our inability to do things, at least the stated goals, is a function of how, we have modeled our military along business lines, to the extent that you forget that, that jobs, for instance, Kellogg Brown Root took over the food and the water and all the things that soldiers used to do. And they didn't appreciate that it isn't about doing laundry or cooking or all this type. It's about doing laundry, cooking, sanitation in a war zone. And that is the work of soldiers that have a chain of command. And they discovered in Iraq that Kellogg Brown Root contractors didn't have a chain of command. They could quit at critical times. Like everything.
They overcharged. It was way more expensive to have Halliburton provide this stuff than it was our soldiers, but they had to, they had to get their cut. It's going to be going to war without a draft, Professor Bick. You rely on mercenaries. And at the height of our involvement in Iraq and Afghanistan in 2008, we had more mercenaries serving than we did soldiers. And we're throwing money at our wars.
Yeah, well, as you pointed out, there's enormous amounts of money to be made by private corporations. Wars have been privatized significantly. They are for profit. They are for the benefit of the military-industrial complex. So, look, after the Soviet Union collapsed, we could have done one of two major things, right? We could have done what we did, which was declare we're a hyperpower and we control the world, and it's a good thing for the world, and continued to expand our military power and reach around the world. Or we could have said, you know what, looking back, maybe it wasn't the best idea to invest trillions of dollars in a Cold War. Maybe we should come together as a global community and cooperate for stability and peace in the world, and to have an actual United Nations that functions. So revamp that to reflect the new world order. But we didn't do that. Instead, what we did, and we could have said, look, we are the military power of the world. No one can mess with us. But instead of doing that and using that leverage to create a new system in the world, what we did is we went and showed everybody that we are not that powerful. We went into Afghanistan and failed. We went into Iraq and failed. We exposed the hollowness of our power, even though we spend so much of our wealth on the military.
I think Professor Mary Ann Cummings would say we succeeded. The people who in Iraq and Afghanistan, we succeeded in transferring wealth, trillions of dollars of wealth, to these contractors. And
we failed at our stated purpose, but that, of course, that purpose was served. Yeah.
But
Professor John, you're absolutely right. I mean, the kind of problems the world is facing, they don't have military solutions for. They have to be cooperation. I mean, to be cynical, I'm sorry, but the only thing that, military is a solution for may be the Democratic Party abysmal prospects for the midterms. They think that's what a war can solve, and unfortunately they may have some precedent for being right, but I'm not sure. So
Right.
It's, I would like to
Surprisingly,
hear the squad pipe up about this, by the way.
surprisingly, at the end of the war in Afghanistan, from a cost benefit point of view, casualties were not that high, with all due respect, in terms of the total time. So from a corporate point of view, it was a win, despite the fact that they had to give up a lot. But they scored a lot of money, and there weren't a lot of costs relative. I mean, it was, with all due respect, it was much more successful than the Soviet operation.
Well, who was successful, the country or those contractors?
Oh, well, the contractors. I mean,
Seems like we were spending,
One.
we were like spending the entire year's budget for Fermilab in like a weekend.
Oh no, absolutely. No, absolutely. But it was clearly not costing the Americans I mean, if you compare the casualties in Iraq with Afghanistan, it's so different, so incredibly different.
Well, we have to wrap it up, and we have been victims here in the United States of some kind of inversion of values, things. This is, watch Macbeth. Everybody should watch Denzel Washington in Macbeth.
That is a beautifully made movie.
Yes,
don't you think?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's hard.
The photography, wow.
Yeah, it's hard to understand if you don't know the story and you're not familiar with the language, but it does train us to think critically about how people in power invert values, where good becomes evil and evil becomes good, and people will present themselves as an ally, but they're not really. Fair is foul and foul is fair. And whatever Joe Biden and Putin are saying is not what it appears to be. So we should, I guess the solution is never go to war. I think that would be the first thing, is that never go to war.
That's a good principle.
A good principle. Thank you, Professor Jonathan Bick. Thank you, Professor Ann Lee, Professor Mary Ann Cummings, Professor Adnan Hussein couldn't make it here today. If you want to thank him, go to rahima.org and donate. It is time now for everybody's favorite
Misky and Kay, they go together like PB and J. Like Thelma and Louise, like mac and cheese, like Sacco and Vanzetti, like meatballs and spaghetti. Alan's in LA, Harvey J's in Green Bay. When they get together, they got a lot to say, 'cause they're Misky and Kay. Mitski and Kay, they go together like curds and whey. Like Starsky and Hutch, like Pennsylvania and Dutch, like Beavis and Butthead, like beans and cornbread. Alan runs the PDA, he fights hypocrisy. Harvey writes books about democracy. Mitski and Kay, that's right. Mitski and Kay, Mitski and Kay, Mitski and Kay. Alan's in LA, Harvey J's in Green Bay. When they get together, they got lots to say. Mitski and Kay, yeah, Alan Mitski. Mitski and Kay.
Thank you, Professor Mike Steinell. Isn't he marvelous? Isn't he marvelous? I've been watching a lot of Frank Sinatra. Isn't he marvelous? Victor Young, after every song, Victor Young. Victor Young and Nelson Riddle. Joining us is Professor Harvey J. Kaye, author of FDR on Democracy, Take Hold of Our History, which has never been more relevant, and The Fight for the Four Freedoms, which is also incredibly relevant. And Alan Minsky is Executive Director of Progressive Democrats of America. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
I know you talk to each other before the show.
We did not today.
I was on a actually
we broke up yesterday.
I was on a call. Yeah, he's on a conservative talk show tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm doing a conservative talk show tomorrow
I
morning.
applaud that 100%. I think it'd be great if Harvey can share that, so how people can access that. It's great.
But what are you doing? Is it radio?
Yeah, there's a fellow in Denver, Colorado named Ross Kaminsky, who on Twitter is at Rosputin. And for years now, he's wanted me to come on the show. And I've hesitated. I've done a lot of conservative radio over the years. And I always I do a left patriot approach, obviously. And the other day he said, hey, how about coming on and talking about your hero, Thomas Paine? And for the record, Saturday is Thomas Paine's birthday, the 285th birthday. And then Sunday is FDR's birthday, the 140th birthday. So it's a big weekend for birthdays, not to mention the NFC and AFC championships in football. So I'm going on the show and we're going to talk Thomas Paine. It's like a 25-minute segment.
So it's not going to be an argument.
Well, I mean, if he wants to argue with me, that's fine. I mean, if he wants to lay claim to Thomas Paine as a libertarian, I will say that there was clearly a libertarian streak, but I would remind him that anarchists laid claim to the same Thomas Paine that the libertarians did. And then my feeling is that Thomas Paine was in fact a radical Democrat. But so we're not debating. Maybe we are, but anyhow, after all these years, he finally got me to come on, so I'm doing it.
Did he believe in a free market? Did he believe in government?
Actually, Paine for quite some. Paine was, I don't know how much they were actually friends, but there was a relationship between Paine and Adam Smith. And the first thing to remember, of course, is that Paine was hostile, utterly hostile. Kings and aristocrats. So the vestiges of feudalism, that was his target. And he actually did believe that international trade could be the vehicle for universal peace. Okay, that was the basis. When
said no, two countries went to war against each other if they had a McDonald's. If each country had a McDonald's, Thomas Paine said that was Thomas Friedman.
Yes, but it is interesting, the question you asked, very interesting, because the first thing is that Paine, I don't know to what extent he ever drew it. When did Kant write? I wish one of my philosophers could tell me.
Kant, we call him C-word, by the way.
Both Kant and Paine believed, Paine's case especially, believed that democracies would never go to war with each other. And thus, the more you could create democratic republics, the less likely that you would have a war. And then, moreover, after the United States won its independence in the 1780s, Thomas Paine had plans and a design for an iron bridge, which was yet to be something very common in the world. And so with that in mind, he asked Franklin what he thought he should do in order to try to get funding for this project. In Philadelphia, there's the Schuylkill River. And the idea was to build an iron bridge across that as a model for other cities and states to do that, because the only way you could actually get from, say, Boston to anywhere else to the south in quick time would have been to get on a boat. But if you had bridges that could withstand winter climate, as we have now, freezing and melting, you would literally create a tighter, closer knit United States, which was always Thomas Paine's aspiration to see. So anyhow, Franklin said, you should go back to Europe, go to London and Paris, very impressive plans you have. Maybe you can get endorsements and raise money to build that bridge. So he went back, and he was going back and forth, Paris and London, Paris and London. And the French Revolution broke out, and he was invited to come to Paris, because he was viewed as really the philosopher of democracy, the writer of democracy in the late 18th century. And when he got back to France, he wrote a whole bunch of things, including Rights of Man, which is really important. First of the real social democratic arguments, and then Agrarian Justice, which is really the sort of first plan for a social security system. Well, but here's the thing. He was so horrified at the condition of working class life in England and on the continent that he really did believe that civilization, the word capitalism was not available to him, and he used the word civilization, that civilization as it was advancing was creating gross inequalities that were not necessarily linked to royalty and aristocracy. And so but it also enhanced his argument against royalty and aristocracy, because he said, if we could get rid of the royals and the aristocrats, then we could use the money saved to start providing for people's needs, okay, for enabling them to find work, giving kids an education, providing the elderly with old age pensions, i.e., that is Social Security. So he was not hostile to the marketplace, but he saw the degree to which the marketplace itself, unregulated, would lead to.
If you're going on a conservative radio show,
yeah,
what you just said, the very last stanza, is what you should lead off with. That Thomas Paine was suspicious, because this is what has to be thrown in their face. That you said he was a proponent of Social Security. He was wearing excesses of cash.
He is actually the father of Social Security, not in the sense of having created it, but of having laid out a vision for it. And I believe it's still on the Social Security website here in the United States that Paine was the visionary for Social Security. I think it's still there, unless the Trumpsters had it removed. But I don't. I
mean, I would cherry pick. I would just spit back in this guy's face everything that's going to rock his world. How did he feel about voting rights?
Thomas Paine. Well, Thomas Paine actually was an ardent advocate for the right to vote.
Did he believe everybody?
But yeah, so there's some question whether or not he fully supported the idea. There's some people who say he definitely supported women's voting, and other ones that argue against it. And it depends where in his career of writing you catch him. But this is the key thing. Thomas Paine, in a piece, I think it was a later piece, wrote,
"You've got to take hold of our history.
The right to vote is the right that protects all other rights. They all basically hang on that." And what's interesting is Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Elizabeth Cady Stanton, her entire life after she attended the World Anti-Slavery Convention, although she wasn't allowed to speak because she was a woman, she actually was instructed to keep, I think it was Mary Wollstonecraft and Thomas Paine by her bedside. So Thomas Paine was always with Stanton. When in might have been 1872, Susan B. Anthony in upstate New York convinced the people at the polling station in wherever it was held in, the town hall or wherever in the place where she lived, convinced the people there that she had the right to vote, that there was nothing in the Constitution that forbade her from vote, that prevented her from voting. So she voted and then was arrested and charged and would eventually end up appearing in court. But she went on a speaking tour around northwestern New York, and she quoted Thomas Paine wherever she went. She said, that if you're going to protect rights, you've got to have the right to vote. So it really was the case that, yeah, he's identified anything good. I can point to Thomas Paine. Believe me, you name it, I'll point to it in his work. And this was a guy, keep in mind, who came from pretty humble beginnings. His father was an artisan, and actually he was a stay maker, which is another word for corset maker back in those days. So
All right.
there's
So
one other thing I would point out, and I know you'll appreciate this. In Common Sense, the very first of the revolutionary pamphlets, and to my mind, the most revolutionary pamphlet ever written, by the way, in the sense that it eventually included the line, "We have it in our power to begin the world over again." But in that pamphlet, at least 4, maybe up to 5 times, he makes reference to the imperative of separation of church and state, that the new nation, okay? And he has the great sentence, and it says, the only role for religion, well, I'll remember from heart, I was going to look in the book. The only role the only role of the state in religion is to make sure everyone gets to practice it as they please.
this is great. This is what you have to lead with.
Yeah, that's all. I mean, this is my life for many years. This is why Payne's my guy. He's my hero. He is my hero ever since I was 10 years old.
Well, I think the anti-poverty stuff and the Social Security will hit the Republican harder than the freedom to practice religion stuff. Universal democracy, of course, just across the board democracy. If that, he'll probably not want to fight you on that. But I think the Social Security would be a big wedge for him.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't, Alan Minsky, why don't we get the Republicans and the Democrats to tell us where they stand on issues that we take for granted? We automatically assume that even if you're a Republican, you don't want to get rid of Social Security. You don't want to get rid of Medicare. Why aren't we forcing everybody now to tell us what they think, what they really think about Medicare, about Social Security, and whether or not anybody other than a born-again Christian is going to get into heaven? Why aren't these questions? You're smiling. Why aren't we getting?
I'm agreeing. I agree with you.
Why aren't these the questions we automatically project on to all the candidates? Some kind of enlightenment, some rational mental acuity, some growth. Why doesn't Mike Lee and Ted Cruz, his best friend, Romney? Why aren't they asked, where do you go when you die? You brought up Jesus. Okay, so what happens? Does everybody get into heaven? And they'll say, well, that's not fair to ask that question. Well, you brought up Jesus. You just said your life changed because of Jesus and you want prayer in school. Where do we go? What happens to Muslims and Buddhists when they die? Do they go to the same heaven as you? Why isn't the media asking those questions?
He asked you, Alan, not me.
Just loving the chat. I destroyed KPFK by bringing the David Feldman show on. Sorry, I always have to respond to that, David.
What? I didn't hear you say what?
They always say I destroyed KPFK, and of course that was by bringing the David Feldman show on. So
You destroyed KPFK as if KPFK needed your help to destroy itself.
There we go. But no, I just love those guys. There's actually great stuff in the chat I want to bring up, which is about Nevada. So let's get to that later. But to go back to Republican talking points, I don't think attacking on the afterlife is an adequate thing. And somebody did post, I think, correctly in the chat that the goal of the Republicans, of course, is to hand Social Security over to Wall Street. And of course, the problem with that is if you zero out Social Security or you have a real downswing, this is something that has to be kept steady. You can't really play the fluctuations of the market when you're talking about people's livelihoods. And
what about?
Oh, you do. Don't forget. Just we should remind everyone because we have a lot of young people here. That,
Thank you. Oh, you're talking about me. Thank you.
You're welcome. That George Bush wanted to begin that process of privatization of Social Security, which probably cost him the congressional elections in 2008, the Republicans in 2008.
Six, but also Katrina didn't hurt.
I meant 6. Sorry, 6, of course.
Katrina didn't hurt and the drag on of the war. But Yes, no, for sure. And of course, Obama was moving towards something around chain CPI, right?
Yeah, and he was
Changing
ready to
that.
put everything on the table.
Right, and there was discussion again about privatization at that time, and that got short-circuited. And actually, at that very moment, by the way, a non-villainous role was played by Harry Reid. But we'll talk about Nevada later. I think
But let me ask you,
the economic populism of Paine and the general populism of Paine is, I think, what would really undermine the right wing's embrace of him. And they do a lot of embracing of Paine right now, as I'm sure Harvey's aware.
Yeah, well, I can tell you, for 200 years, the the conservatives of all sorts did everything they could to suppress Paine's memory. I mean, that 200 years of it. But in every generation, every single progressive movement in American history made Thomas Paine one of their saints. I'm putting quotes on that. Okay. And it's amazing. The guy who, I think you've heard me say this before, the guy who resurrected Paine for conservatives against Paine's own wishes, I'm sure, was Ronald Reagan, who once upon a time was, of course, a Roosevelt Democrat, and, didn't hesitate in his acceptance speech of the Republican convention in 1980 to quote three heroes of progressives and working people who knew who their heroes were: Thomas Paine, Abraham Lincoln, and FDR. And I can tell you that George Will was outraged that Reagan quoted Paine. He made it very clear: conservatives do not quote Thomas Paine, you quote Edmund Burke. But it caught on, and conservatives were then licensed. The one they liked to quote the most after that had to do with, these are the times of try men's souls. Actually, what's really funny is because I can't find any reference to it in Paine himself, is they like to quote some line they claim is Paine's in defense of the right to bear arms. Okay. But I don't think it's at all Thomas Paine. I mean, he definitely believed people should go get their guns and confront the British. He even wanted women to turn out to do so, but it would not have occurred to him that there had to be a defense of the right to bear arms.
So before we get to Nevada, Build Back Better they're saying they're going to strip it out, and they're going to force the Senate to vote on each leg or finger of Build Back Better. Well, that's never going to happen. We're not going to see a floor vote on any of this stuff, are we? Because Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer don't want the party to, they don't, it's unfair to ask Democrats and Republicans where they stand on the social safety net. So if you start voting on free daycare, that's unseemly. That's not civil to ask a candidate where they stand on free daycare.
Well, I'll just say, I just want to say two things. The first one is that once they start taking it apart piece by piece and then trying to, then it's going to be subject to a lot of change, each of those pieces, which will probably benefit people who don't need benefit. One or two, they're going to attach, I don't even know to what extent they already exist. They'll means test anything that would benefit.
None of it will go anywhere because they need 60 votes on anything that's not a part of a reconciliation.
And Ron Johnson, the utterly ridiculous, inane, head up his ass senator from Wisconsin, said that Americans should not be responsible for other people's kids. That's how he put it.
Right. Don't let the state raise the kids. But these big, I guess I'm going to call them omnibus bills. That's not what they are. They provide ideological, political, and moral cover to both parties. When you put everything into one big bill, you can hide behind it. And
look, hyperpartisanship, and everybody knows this, and it doesn't get said as clearly as it needs to, has become like a material force in American society. Right now, we have a very weakened anti-war movement because it's a Democratic president. Okay, if this was a Republican, let alone Trump, that was doing this kind of saber rattling with Russia and the Ukraine, you'd have a very vibrant, anti-war movement. I was just on a call with David Swanson. He pointed out for the first time, I think in ages at least,
Author of War is a Lie.
right? Great session we just had, and he pointed out that
bring him on.
He would be great to have on, by the way. And
I had him on my show 10 years ago.
We'll have him on before February 5th, because February 5th is a day to try to get people active to mobilize against this effort to go to war or to, whatever, brinksmanship with Putin and all that around the Ukraine. And which again will result in some kind of further, moving in of the NATO forces into Eastern Europe and keeping the tension heightened, which is what, of course, the military industrial complex wants for purposes of, keeping the military budget huge and all that. And also keeping us on brinkmanship going forward. He pointed out that, when the Libya invasion, whatever the hell that was, overthrow of Gaddafi, destruction of the fabric of Libyan society by basically Sarkozy in the United States doing that and pushing that and foisting that upon the Libyan people, you had majority support among Black Americans because Obama was president. And so, partisanship is this really wretched force right now in our politics, and that goes back to Build Back Better. You're just not going to get any Republican votes to pass this stuff through unless the level of compromise is really high and you have something like infrastructure, which has been something the GOP has been running on, especially with Trump going forward. So you have the creation of the bipartisan infrastructure bill, but for the most part, you're just never going to get any votes. It's not even worth the while of Murkowski or Romney or Collins to make a symbolic vote on this stuff. They may step across and do this around the judge, right? Because the judge is going to pass. They'll do a symbolic vote where the bill is going to pass. But where it's not going to pass, what's the point of them being the 51st, 52nd, and 53rd votes when it needs 60 to pass? So you're going to see it go nowhere. So you have to keep the bill together. You have to figure out what you can get passed. I mean, if we're talking about trying to pass stuff, you have to really be realistic about keeping it inside the reconciliation bills.
Pelosi announced, surprise, she's going to run for re-election. I want to ask you whether or not she can get re-elected speaker, even though it looks like the Democrats aren't going to keep their majority in the House. But if, say, I were speaker, and I said, you know what, this is how it's going to be. We're going to vote individually on all these bills. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Medicare for all. We're going to force everybody to vote and then go back to their constituents and defend those votes. Everybody, the Democrats and the Republicans, you're here in Congress, you're going to vote. We're going to find out where you stand on these issues. You can't hide behind these big bills.
Who do you have to run against?
Speaker. How long would I be?
David, who do you have to run against? Nadler? Would it be Nadler or Espaillat? Who's your congressperson? Who?
Maloney.
Oh, Maloney. Okay. She's got a good challenger already.
Who?
So,
who's up this time?
Against Maloney?
Yeah.
I'm going to get her name wrong. Rana's her first name and her second name is.
Bring her on.
I'll share her contact information with you again. I'll share
David Lindsey Boylan on when she ran against Jerry Nadler. She did a primary challenge, and I voted for Lindsey, even though that interview did not go well.
Well, Rana's great.
I voted for Lindsey Boylan for the Manhattan president.
Yeah, Rana Abdulhamid, I think is her name, and she is running for Congress. She's endorsed by Justice Democrats. She will be endorsed, I'm pretty sure, by PDA. She's a really and Maloney's a little bit vulnerable, and a strong campaign could make her very vulnerable. And there's nothing like the Feldman bounce. So
Feldman bounce. That's me. When I jog, women watch my ample bosom, and they call it the Feldman bounce.
I'll get you Swanson's contact information. I'll get you Rana's as best as I have direct information. I think I do.
Would I still be speaker if I said, you're going to go on record? I think since the Hastert rule, they've stopped bringing floor votes on bills that can't pass. Would I lose my Democratic Congress people? Would they vote against me as Speaker if I forced them to vote to strip out these bills and get them on record? What would happen? They'd
You'd have
chip.
to learn about how much it would clog up the calendar. There's that. You could probably certainly get away with doing it a few times in some of the higher profile votes. I don't think it precludes having those tenants inside the omnibus, as you call it, an omnibus bill or the reconciliation bill. So it doesn't exclude their inclusion in that because they're separate entities. And so, it's a matter of clogging up the schedule. I think there's a lot of bills that you could put.
I do want to point out that, David, you did a really nice. I had on for you, Lauren Ashcraft, who was running against Maloney last time.
Right.
Yeah, as a social.
You wouldn't get him through committee. Sorry, go ahead, Harvey.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to remind David that not every one of the times he interviewed these people was it.
Oh, by the way, is Ro Khanna, do you speak to Ro Khanna at all? He's a good progressive, right?
Many things, and then a few things, a little bit. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
glad you said it that way. Thank you.
Well, he had a loss. I don't know if you heard. He bought Netflix at $605 on December 31st.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I heard he's a big one on this, isn't he?
Yeah. What a loss. So thoughts and prayers. I think it's down to like I think he took like a 25% haircut buying Netflix. So our condolences.
Family's exceptionally wealthy, so I cry. No,
our condolences on your. So what? It's so easy to attack Pelosi and Ro Khanna and Josh Gottheimer, millions of dollars in trading. Why isn't this like the biggest story in America? How is this not the biggest story in America?
We have a pandemic, and we have
you have a
social services and wealth inequality and poverty and homelessness and war and all this crap. So there's a lot of stories out there.
And you have a speaker who's a day trader. You have Josh Gottheimer, who's a day trader. You have Ro Khanna,
telling me supposedly for the People's Party. So, go figure, right?
Go figure, right?
This is just the more information that gets out there, you would think people would be outraged, but it's like a document dump.
Here's the thing, okay? So I've been thinking about this. The newspaper industry has been dying, okay? The news industry generally has been dying. I mean, who actually watches these? Even the terribly awful cable news channels.
Yeah. So this, I gotta. Well, this is a good point to make a critique here. And I love David. This is a great show. It doesn't claim to be what Rising is or Breaking Points or Kyle Kulinski. Of course, he wasn't balanced by a right winger on the show, or Young Turks. But the amount of
or any other successful show that's out there.
Which one?
Or any other successful show that's out there.
But all of them, the amount of climate coverage they have is negligible. They just all collapse down into the gossip at Capitol Hill.
Right.
The only real climate stuff actually shows up on public TV. That's the one thing they do.
Yes.
The climate stuff.
Yes, they do. And they also run advertisements telling us about Exxon being the world's leading investor in alternative energy sources. That's their. So Pelosi, go ahead.
Also, the other thing I was going to say is, as a simple answer to your question, it's been decades since the Democrats represented anything that would be considered truly progressive in an economic way. Decades. So, and I think most of, after the 70s and all the way through the 80s, I think a lot of people just got cynical about it. And so when they hear they're doing day trading, they probably go like this, what else is new?
Yeah, but I do think it resonates, and I think it's probably a pretty big talking point on Fox News as well. It should be. The opposition should be able to, just eviscerate them for their hypocrisy.
Yeah, but who's the guy? Wait. Who's the guy who has actually come out most vocally against it?
Cartwright?
Josh Hawley.
Oh, Hawley. Cartwright's a hypocrite too from the Republican side, right?
And Ossoff, they've introduced legislation to stop.
Right.
And Ossoff, Josh Hawley and Ossoff. I don't know to what extent they'll ever talk to each other, but there you go. And I do believe,
Neither are poor in the least.
yeah, I didn't, right. But maybe Hawley's not doing day trading. I don't know. David will find out for next time.
I can look it up, or everybody. I'll tell you what. The best thing to do is go to app.capitaltrades.com right now. Go to app.capitaltrades.com. Look up Josh Hawley for us, Senator Josh Hawley from Missouri, and tell us how he's trading, and tell us how Ossoff is trading. It's a great website. app.capitaltrades.com.
I hope Andy Brown is listening to you so he can do that.
And tell us how Josh Hawley.
The Ossoff family money is what? Real estate? What is that?
And he got involved in media projects and was working out of London, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
The Hawley money, the family the father is a banker.
Yeah. So let's talk about new ideas. And I don't mean to be disrespectful to anybody who listens to this show or who guests on this show, but this is what I feel in my heart of hearts. We need new ideas. And there is a new story out about union membership in America.
Yeah.
We're being told this is a golden age of the labor movement. It's like the 30s. 2 Starbucks in Buffalo went union. This is it. And God bless Christian Smalls taking on Amazon. But except for some cosmetic adjustments, we're not really seeing a lot of companies going union. And the Bureau of Labor Statistics said today that only 14 million Americans are members of a union. That is down by almost 250,000 from the year before. Union membership in America is down 250,000 from the year before.
Yeah,
there are a few reasons for that, but I wonder.
There's always a reason for that. It's never the AFL-CIO's fault. It's never the Democratic Party's fault. It's never the unions.
Whoa, David, let Alan begin and I'll help finish.
There's general workforce participation, and then also I'm not sure how decimated the hotel workers were, but there were serious efforts to try to weaken the strength of the hotel workers, who were very strong across the country, particularly in
especially in Santa Monica. They had a big victory in Santa Monica, didn't they?
Right, but I still think the layoffs that occurred at the top of the pandemic were very significant, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's a portion of it, and also then just the decline in workforce participation, people, union members retiring, stuff like that.
Yeah, there's always an excuse. Apple just recorded record profits. Apple is somehow able to leap over the supply chain issue, but the AFL-CIO can't do it. The union movement always has an excuse. Apple? No.
Well, actually, I was going to say that there is little doubt in my mind that the leadership of the AFL-CIO and President Liz Schuler, who might be a very nice woman, okay, is not up to the challenge that they themselves, she herself, has said that faces the labor movement. That they say now that labor movement should become a part of a sort of a transformation. It should become a transformational force, but they're not doing the kinds of things that would be necessary to make that possible. However, it's not out of the question. It may well be a real battle for the leadership of the AFL-CIO this coming year. And that leadership battle will probably come down to the difference between defending the movement versus making labor unions once again a movement. There was an article by Stephen Greenhouse, who was formerly the labor reporter for the New York Times. He's
We've had
okay.
him on the show. He's the best. We've had him on.
Well,
the show.
I don't want to go into whether he's the best or not. I think he's very good, but in this article he showed he just didn't ask the right questions. But he made this case in this article in the American Prospect. It's titled maybe the AFL-CIO should have a co-presidency, right? And Liz Schuler and Sarah Nelson, one handling administration and the other handling campaigning. Well, I have to tell you, I don't think anyone ever proposed that George Meany and Walter Reuther have a co-presidency. There's a rather sexist assumption that you have to have a co-presidency merely because the two leading figures in the labor union movement are women right now. That's first. The second thing is he develops in this piece, and he leaves out too much about Sarah Nelson, which I thought was shameful, actually. But having said that, the point is that it's on the table. The possibility it wasn't the only article I've seen recently that there's going to be a struggle for the leadership, and the leadership struggle will not be a personality contest. It will be a question of what is the labor movement to serve as in American democratic life. And I want you to know that as far as I'm concerned right now, the only way you truly can redeem what we call American democracy is really going to depend on what labor does. I've said this before here, and I really do. I really do.
You're not talking about labor. You're not. I believe you said you're talking shit unless you're talking about a labor movement.
Yeah, I really think that, I really do believe that it's going to require some kind of true reinvigoration. Here's the thing. Now I'll move it back into the political arena. So we've had all of these efforts, struggles, strikes, etc. during the past year. Go back. Let's start with the Amazon stuff, okay? Things like that. And what else was going on in Alabama? The miners and others. Well, the media, liberals and progressives in the media celebrated Biden's remark that workers have a right to organize. Well, fuck. What he could have sent people down to Alabama. He could have gone down to Alabama. Every one of these strikes the Democrats should have been there making a public embrace of what workers are pursuing and their aspirations. Only when we start to see that might I begin to trust the Democratic Party again.
Are we out of ideas? I know this is, look, I know people are pissed off at me because I want to bring back the draft. I have gotten more criticism.
Well, look, for years I've said, in spite of the fact that I would have resisted it, I would have resisted the draft if my number hadn't been so good. But it is the case that we definitely need a national service part of young adulthood, and that would also validate free technical and academic higher education. I mean, there's a lot of things that could be bolstered by that kind of activity. And more important than that is American young people might actually have to get to know each other outside of their tribes or cliques or whatever else. But I don't know if I want to make it the draft, though the idea of a draft can serve one good purpose. The larger the civilian population in the military is, the less likely that they'll put up with the next war.
And are we out of ideas when it comes to labor? We know that the only way to bring about democratic change tactically is through a strong labor movement. But we're losing. And we're up against an enemy. And by enemy, I mean the 5 wealthiest families in America, the billionaire class. We're up against people who are constantly reinventing work. so that it's hard to organize when jobs now last 13 weeks if you're lucky and you're switching, and we're out of ideas. We're thinking back to the 30s, this golden age of unionization. What about a national union? I mean, it feels like
the IWW, one.
I know you're gonna, one big union.
It feels like you have these potentates in the labor movement who don't want to give up like I see it in the Writers Guild. They don't want editors.
Every union is a turf.
Yes.
Okay. And so people talk about solidarity, and solidarity brings to mind the idea of solidarity with your fellow brothers and sisters in your union. But solidarity has got to, if the labor movement is going to redeem itself, is going to have to extend across. And it's going to also involve breaking laws, like sympathy strikes.
Obviously, without pissing off the friends and comrades I have in the current labor movement, I would be very interested in a structure like the IWW coming back and becoming Legion, where every person is a member of it, and it provides them with union power on whatever job they have, wherever they're working. But again, we have to think through what that means in a society, which again is very different than even the time of the Wobblies, where people are flipping jobs all over the place. But there's no reason we can't figure that out, and we can put our heads together and try to come up with it. I also want to throw out there, in terms of a year of national service, my priority would be employer of last resort program. And then would a year of national service interfere with that program? Maybe not. And I do like the idea, because it would create the kind of social unity that Harley makes reference to nationally in such a diverse society to have that. But I would love to see it complemented and be the secondary element and the complement to an employer of last resort program, which I think could eliminate poverty and, of course, create wealth in community. Of course, it's targeted towards communities with higher unemployment. Clearly, those communities tend to need that kind of labor.
As you mentioned it that way, and I've never liked the employer of last resort description of what I'm about to say, but it is the case that I don't even know if you need new ideas. There are great old ideas. And the first one is going to be a federal amendment that guarantees every American a job at a living wage.
The Humphrey Hawkins bill, they passed something like that.
Yeah, but you then have to anchor that with an.
And then Carter turned away.
Tell us what the Humphrey Hawkins.
You got to anchor that with a federal jobs program. There's no other way to achieve that without doing that.
Yeah, and not one of these things where the government will give companies money to hire people. Why do we assume that only private employers should be hiring people, right? Once upon a time, when I was growing up, nobody when I was a young adult, well, not even an adult, teenager, nobody trusted business that I knew. They trusted government. In spite of the war in Vietnam, they still trusted government over business.
Right.
Yeah, there are people. Someone Marianne Cummings put in like a Green New Deal. There is supposedly a ELR proposal that's going to come forward as part of the Green
proposal. What?
Employer of last resort, an ELR proposal will come through as part of the Green New Deal. I think Presley's office was developing it, but again, everything got slowed down because none of these more creative bills came forward, or at least if they did, nobody paid attention to them because everything was about these big omnibus bills over the last year in Congress.
Yeah, the employer, again, I want to say I don't like the term employer of last resort, and the reason I don't is that's like the lowest common denominator television show.
Or it's implying nobody else will hire you.
What?
It implies nobody else will hire you.
But it has a little oomph because that's what they use for the what's the word they use with the federal windows, the Fed windows that they open up for the banks. So it's the lender of last resort. It's what works perfectly for the Fed.
Yeah, well, our task as part of the chattering class is to make sure it doesn't get repeated.
Well, no, we come up with a better name for it than
the right to a job at a living wage, straightforward, Nobody has to ask you what the fuck is an ELR. They know what a job is. They know what a right is, and they know what a living wage is.
No problems there.
Economics. Give me the argument against. I was talking about this on the show last week. Keynes says, hand out some shovels and go dig some holes, and that's how you jumpstart the economy. He literally said that, right? Just have people dig holes.
Yeah.
So that's.
Okay. I mean, Keynes, some element of Keynesian programs would have applied to that. Yeah.
So, I'm running for the premier of America.
Don't tell me you're going to primary Marianne for the Park Commission.
No. I'm running for premier. Here's a little detour. I made a decision. Okay. My father said, nobody wants to hire a Jew. So what you have to do is you got to go find your own business, because they're not going to they're not going to hire you. Nobody hires Jews, so they have to go invent their own business.
They did. It was called Hollywood.
That's exactly right.
And then stand-up comedy, and then radio podcasters.
Right.
So I know my father.
I got to get my laughter out.
My father, I used to say, I'm going to be the president of the United States. And my father used to say, there's never going to be a Jewish president of the United States.
I think I said something like that. I think my father said the exact same thing to me.
And we don't want a Jewish.
And they said, and we don't want a Jewish president of the United States. That's right.
In fact, Lieberman
didn't listen to his father in his ambitions.
When he was running for vice president, he was asked, are you worried that you might be bad for the Jews? And he said, this is what the lousy Joe Lieberman said. He said, I get that question a lot, but only from other Jews.
Oh, boy.
Well, Barry Goldwater said, if you elect me president, I will go back to my Jewish roots.
Right. So I can't be president. So like the Jews who invented Hollywood, because nobody else would hire them, I'm going to be the premier of America. I'm going to create my own job in government. And if I were premier, this is what I would offer to the American people. Go ahead.
I'm laughing. I had a whole series of spin-offs from what you were saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to be the premier. I'm going to run for premier. And nobody's going, what? And I'm going to be the premier of America. So this is what I'm offering. Federal dollars spent on community centers that feed the poor, that feed the middle class, that feed the billionaires. Don't yawn on me, Alan, because I want to.
Long day. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to save people from starvation. Okay.
Especially those hungry billionaires. Go ahead. No, I hear you.
By the way, I thought this is why they invented McDonald's and Hardee's, the thing you're talking about.
Well, this is what I'm talking about. Community centers, federally funded, free, healthy soup, coffee, no questions asked. You're hungry, you go there, and we employ waitresses, waiters, chefs, artists. Marianne Cummings hang her paintings on the wall, musicians, poetry readings. You create these community centers that everybody hangs out in, and nobody goes hungry. You could, and there's no stigma attached, because you would encourage everybody to go eat at these restaurants. Now, it's not fancy. It's not fancy. It's probably going to be mostly vegan fare, kind of like Rahima.org, Professor Hussein's parents' food pantry. It's mostly bean, like what I'm eating here, which is just beans, carrots, and celery.
But that's funny, because I thought you were showing me some kind of testicles.
And some testicles. And
meatballs.
You feed the American people. Who's against that? Tell me, because there would be people against it. Who's against it and why?
Ron Johnson, senator from Wisconsin, would tell you, if you can't feed yourself, I don't know what to tell you.
What about kids? How are the kids going to feed
Said
them?
we're not responsible for other people's kids. He's literally a throwback to William Graham Sumner. What do the rich owe the poor? What do we owe each other? Nothing.
But don't you think most Americans, when you look at our budget, what would that cost? 100 billion to set up community centers around America so no family, no child ever
That was left behind? I've heard that.
Yeah, 24 hours a day, and everybody can hang out and talk and debate, argue the world. Give me the argument against that, Alan Minsky.
Again, I think it's great. I think we should try to make it such that not as many people require the service. And I prefer jobs guarantee programs as a starting place, and then that's a supplement.
This is you know what? I know you're tired. I'm going to be hostile.
I'm not tired. I'm ready, man. What do you want to do?
It's a matter of deploying your resources to have the maximum generation of wealth for the greatest number of people.
I am sick of hearing about jobs like working families. F working families. F.
You just want to create a environment where we get to kick it and eat vegan soup. I mean, yeah, it's good, but there's a lot of things that need to be done in the society that
F working families. I'm so sick and tired of the Democrats promising jobs. What about families that don't work? You're not
going to get jobs if you promise them through the free market, and they're going to be shit jobs too.
They're
not going to serve the social wheel.
What about just feeding?
This could be a way to get that off the ground. You get it done through a federal employment project, and that's what you employ for. That could be the proposal.
We have 52% of American children live in poverty. There are 140 million Americans who are poor. Feed the people. Give them. You start with food. Why do you have to make it complicated?
We have a SNAP program for that. You're talking about building individual restaurants. So I'm saying, yes, you can do that, and you can do that as part of a federal jobs guarantee program. So one of the things we're going to do, put the proposal out there. It's a fine proposal. That's all I'm saying.
But I'm talking about you feed people and then create community centers where they argue the world and trust government. Go ahead, Professor K.
I was just trying to look. I understand the moral motivation, material motivations behind which I understand that. I wouldn't argue with that. But I went back in my head. You said before, why don't they ask certain questions of politicians? And I was thought back to the Democratic debates. And I thought to myself, well, how come they didn't just straight out ask the Democrats, you're the party of the people. What are you going to do about the one of every 2 young African Americans who lives in poverty, and the one of every one of every 5 white kids? I mean, what do you want to do about that? What are you going to do about that? Don't tell me you're going to come up with some, mediocre program. Tell us what we're going to do to make Americans healthy, well-fed, and able to pursue happiness.
But what is wrong? Right. But tell me what is wrong. If you're for public education, free public education, there should be free public food. No question.
I don't disagree with that at all. But look, David, we have look, Nina Turner just announced for running for Congress again in Cleveland. It's great. We endorsed her today. Okay, here's the thing with running for Cleveland.
And by the way, I tweeted your stuff on that.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And I wrote a very simple thing about Nina. And here it's the reality of Cleveland, and East Cleveland in particular, I believe, that you have basically a social desert, right? Largely populated by African Americans. Now, for how many decades going on straight? You have a food desert, a health desert, an employment desert. And you have Shontel Brown, total status quo politician. Nobody believes for a second she's going to do shit from Shiola to try to change that equation. Nina Turner will work day and night and day with every kind of creative new proposal out there to try to bring social justice and economic welfare to the people of East Cleveland. Okay. Now, how do you produce wealth to do that? If you build a bunch of soup kitchens around Cleveland, that's not going to deal with the infrastructural deficits. It's not going to deal with the educational deficits, the health deficits, and yeah, the employment deficits. If you want to make East Cleveland as prosperous as West Cleveland and the suburbs around Cleveland, which we all should do, that should be a baseline of our social and political goals, right? I'm sorry, you don't get there by soup kitchens. So soup kitchens, yeah, they're part of it. Absolutely. It's also a nice vision, Hyde Park Corner with soup and shelter. Make it a part of it. There always are going to be some people who are going to be in the need, who aren't going to be able to work, aren't going to be able to get the right amount of resources for themselves. And a program like that could certainly help out. But it's not going to build the social wealth that a community like East Cleveland needs. It simply isn't.
All right.
That's what we have to go for.
We need big ideas. We need things. We need war, not physical war, but we need to declare war on poverty. Go ahead.
Bring back LBJ. He'll bring a war on poverty and a war on Southeast Asia.
Well, a middle class, living wage life with vacations and benefits for all Americans willing to do a day's work. And then for those who can't, yeah, you have supplementary projects. But that's a small subset of the people who
I'm glad you said recreation. In the Economic Bill of Rights, FDR included recreation as a right.
We're out of time, and I did want to throw this thing out there because I think it would be great. And a few times on the show, I've been able to spark some great guests for the show. Yeah, David Swanson will be great. Rana Abdul Hamid, especially since you're in her district, would be fantastic. But also, I really encourage you to bring on Judith Whitmer. She's the head of the Nevada Democratic Party. And she is getting undermined directly now by the DNC itself, just because they do not want to have progressives be in charge of such a influential and powerful state's Democratic Party as Nevada. And it's an incredible story. It's a mind-boggling story. I believe Nicole Sandler had Judith on today, if I'm correct, Sharon, that it would have been Judith who was on the show. But a great thing for David, for you to, I'd love to introduce you to.
Okay.
And if you do it though, David, let's do something. Let's take that little slice of that story and make it an individual clip too, so that a lot more people can see it, because it is something else off the charts. If people don't know the corruption of the contemporary Democratic Party and how anti-small d democratic it really is. And this is from the guy who believes in fighting to take over the Democratic Party inside the Democratic Party, but it is rotten. So if all you out there ever think that I don't understand that, believe me, me and my allies, Judith Whitmer's PDA and DSA in Nevada, she has won the election to be the head of the Nevada Democratic Party. And from the moment she won that election, they have done everything in their power to completely undermine it.
It's almost like Buffalo. Although, before you go, you gave us great news last week. And it stuck with me, Alan Minsky, that we're seeing a lot of retirements, the old guard, in safe Democratic districts are going away. This is an opportunity to move the Democratic Party to the left. This is our opportunity, and we can afford to fight the Democratic Party this cycle because we will still have that idiot in the Oval Office to tamp down the Republican monsters. This is the year we get rid of the old guard and get new left-wing Democrats elected wherever you can. And politically speaking, come 2024, the Democrats will have something to run against other than the left. It will be the Republican Party. So thank you. And that's good news. And you got to keep fighting, folks. You cannot, they want you paralyzed and depressed or violent so they can arrest you. The struggle is within the system. You've got to take over the system. Get inside. Get inside.
Yeah, and also this is a Harvey J. K point, and he makes it as brilliantly as anybody I know in all of American media, which is we can have no illusions about who our alliance needs to be made up of. And it is with the working people of West Virginia, so working people of Nevada. It's a multiracial working class coalition with unions, of course, improved upon, and as they really exist now, lifting them up if need be ourselves. But in other words, the white working class, they should be a targeted alliance for us, much more than Silicon Valley millionaires and Wall Street financiers.
Right.
I had a friend who was explaining DraftKings to me and betting on the Super Bowl, your phone, and the odds. And I said, I know I'm an idiot, but this stuff, I can't. How do you have the brain power to figure out how to do online betting and understand the odds, and then to learn the rules of football, which I've never been able to understand? Folks, if you can take the time if you can understand the rules of football and how to bet on football, you have that brain capacity. You can understand how to take back power here in the United States. All you need to do is just invest a little time and energy to understanding how the levers of power work and help your fellow man and woman instead of betting on. I mean, have you seen Professor K?
I'm actually funny. I was belly aching a lot these past couple of weeks about what's that stuff? Cryptocurrency and gambling. It's all the same shit.
But I'm not going to. There are a couple of people I know who are doing commercials for online betting. Shame on you.
Yeah, well, what about Matt Damon, who was championing Howard Zinn?
Oh, Ben Affleck.
Sorry, Matt Damon. Oh, Matt Damon is doing ads for cryptocurrency, right?
I thought it was Ben Affleck.
He may be too, but I can tell you. But Matt Damon is, and
shit. How much is enough? How much?
Exactly. That's it. How much is enough?
It's mental illness. Thank you.
You know what we used to say back in the 60s? Come the revolution.
It ain't coming.
I said it. Sorry. I hope you didn't think I believed it was imminent.
It ain't coming.
Although I don't think on July 13th they thought it was imminent in Paris either. Because July 14th was Bastille.
Yeah.
The storming of the Bastille.
It really didn't. When you think about it, it sort of came, but not really. What, Alan? Correct.
That one sort of happened, yeah.
But then they cleaned up. Alan Minsky, Executive Director of Progressive Democrats of America. Let's talk over this weekend to get some guests at a different time and bring in Professor Harvey J.K. And
by the way, as you could see, I didn't have jury duty this week. Turned out the murder one trial was postponed till March, so my whole week was freed up, and they can't call me again for another 4 years.
And this is why the professor of democracy studies, you always say to me, don't vote. If you don't vote, you don't get called for jury duty. Oh, I
never said that to you. I never said that to you.
I was a joke.
I will tell you, the jury was the original Democratic activity way back.
Right.
And I can tell you, it wasn't the idea of jury duty that I didn't want to do. I just did not want to be in a courtroom during the Omicron wave.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Everybody take hold of our history. It's never been more appropriate, never more relevant. Take hold of our history. It's a collection of essays and speeches written by Professor Harvey J.K. It's fun to read. They are stealing our history. They are going to rewriting Paine, as the professor just talked about how they take FDR. They rewrote, look at Martin Luther King Day, how they took hold of that history. And they're saying that if Dr. King were alive, he would be against the teaching of critical race theory. They're taking hold of our history. Take hold of our history. Thank you. Progressive Democratic of America, donate.
Yeah. Alan, we didn't talk before.
Yeah, let's talk after. Yeah, right now.
Misky and Kay, they go together like PB and J. Like Thelma and Louise, like mac and cheese, like Sacco and Vanzetti, like meatballs and spaghetti. Alan's in LA, Harvey J's in Green Bay. When they get together, they got a lot to say, 'cause they're Mitski and Kay. Mitski and Kay, they go together like curds and whey. Like Starsky and Hutch, like Pennsylvania and Dutch, like Beavis and Butthead, like beans and cornbread. Alan runs the PDA, he fights hypocrisy. Harvey writes books about democracy. Mitski and Kay, that's right. Mitski and Kay, Mitski and Kay, Mitski and Kay. Alan's in LA, Harvey J's in Green Bay. When they get together, they got lots to say. Mitski and Kay, yeah, Alan Mitski.
Oh, hang on, I'm sorry?
I was just saying your mixer comes with a thing called a fader. And what it does is, like, if you have a song that's 5 minutes long, you can fade it out.
Oh, I see.
Halfway through.
Okay, hang on. Mike Steinell is a jazz trumpeter, composer, and educator. He was a member of the University of North Texas Jazz Studies from 1987 to 2019. The professor is author of the highly acclaimed Essential Elements for Jazz Ensemble, Building a Jazz Vocabulary, Running the Changes. Buy his books and his music by going to mikesteinell.com. Well, Liam Mack, what?
I didn't hear the word self-editor in that.
You're our band leader. I know why you're jealous of Mike Steinell.
Why is that?
You were my original band. Oh, no, actually, Jim Earl was the original band leader.
Jim Earl was the original band leader.
And then you were the band leader.
For one show.
Remember?
One show, yes. My band was my friend Cat Popper, who was the bass player. Yeah, that was something that was very funny conceptually.
You conducted.
I would say conceptually it worked very well.
It was very funny. Liam McEnany is a brilliant comedian and comedy writer. Tell Your Friends is the greatest podcast out there.
Mm-hmm. I haven't recorded a new episode in 3 years, but it is up on SoundCloud somewhere if you want to listen to it.
Okay, I have to pee. Hey.
Can I, you know what, Dave?
I really do have to pee. Go ahead.
You go pee. I'll talk to the people. While you go to the bathroom.
People?
What's that?
You're gonna take over the show while I.
Yeah. You go. I'll just talk to the people while you go to the bathroom.
Okay, I will be back. I gotta go pee.
No, it's not that far in those bachelor studio apartments. I want to start. While David's not here, I'll start by complimenting the show. It's a great show. I really love. I don't think there's anything more riveting in entertainment than watching three people who agree with each other just explain why they agree with each other over and over. I wish this show could go for 5 or 6 hours. It does. Oh, good. It does. Also, I want to congratulate David on inventing the free school lunch program. I don't know if he's aware because he actually is not a working person and he is not a member of the working class. But families that don't make a lot of money actually can go to most public schools and get a free lunch every day. And again, that's something that you would know if you were at all poor or lower middle class ever in your life. I realize again, that's just something I know because I actually come from the working class. But if you're listening to this and you're thinking, oh, I can't get a free lunch, it's actually extremely accessible for you. Also, I have worked at soup kitchens. I've volunteered at soup kitchens. Not a lot of like discussing politics or progressive theory at any of the soup kitchens I've ever volunteered at.
Before I don't mean to.
A lot of people trading tips on how to get more free food with each other because they're barely able to survive.
Excuse me.
Sorry, David, go ahead.
I don't want to go into specifics, but I need a plunger and a mop.
Heyo.
I think that's the first time I've ever had to go micturate.
It is hard to get those dead hooker pieces down the.
You know that is just. I don't know where you get these ideas that I ever did a thing. When have you ever seen me do that?
By the way, David, while you were gone, I was congratulating you on your last segment for inventing the free school lunch program, where poor families can go get free lunches every day.
Not during the summer.
Yes, they can.
Not everywhere.
Yeah. Yes, they can.
Sometimes for many kids in New York City, the school lunch is the only meal they have.
That's right. And then also there are families like if your family makes under X amount of money, you can partake in this free lunch program also.
Right. Does it upset you that so many kids suffer from food insecurity?
Hey, look, I also suffer from food insecurity. It's like the more I eat, the fatter I get. So I get it, man. These kids, they got to have positive self-image.
Does it now? There's a homeless. What are your politics, by the way? I don't want to get into, but what would you call yourself?
I would call myself a Neil Young liberal. I think that's
Neil Young liberal.
Neil Young liberal. Except if I take my tracks off Spotify, nobody's going to give a shit. That's the big difference between me and Neil Young. Neil Young took his tracks off Spotify, which means he's gonna lose at least $15 a year in income.
That much?
That much. Well, he gets, it's so funny. People are like, who is Neil Young? Oh, he's just jealous he's not as famous as Joe Rogan.
Right.
And it's like, meanwhile, Neil Young doesn't give a shit. This is like his third time taking his music off of Spotify for one reason or another. Like that dude doesn't care about Spotify.
And he's married to Daryl Hannah.
And he's married to Daryl Hannah, which
and he owns Lionel Trains.
He's married to Daryl Hannah, which 30 years ago would have meant something.
Oh, come on.
Actually, I'm not a fan of. Actually, seriously. That's the one thing I don't like about Neil is I'm not a fan of the fact that he broke up with Peggy and just almost immediately married Daryl Hannah. That actually, I know like people's lives are their own and, but that I actually rubbed me the wrong way a little bit.
Who was Peggy?
Peggy was his last wife.
You seem to be, and Peggy is a Karnak. Peggy. Let's do a Karnak. Peggy.
Okay. or I see what you're saying.
Peggy.
Peggy. Sue. Marie.
You have to be Ed.
Oh, Peggy. You are correct, sir. Oh, great and magnificent hairless one.
What does Liam McEnany request from a hooker, Peggy.
Oh.
By the way, Robert Smigel wrote that sketch.
What sketch? The Karnak sketch? I don't
Came
think
up,
so.
he wrote the he wrote the "You Are Correct, Sir,"
Oh, he wrote the
the Johnny Carson bit.
which one? Was it the one where they completely trashed Carson and call him irrelevant? And it made him so mad that he called him NBC and threatened.
Phil Hartman, the one where
Right,
Phil Hartman plays Ed McMahon and goes, "You are correct, sir," and that became a part of the lexicon. In fact,
Right.
my friend one night said, "You are correct, sir," and I said, "Smigel came up with that," and I called Robert, and he has told me two different versions of "You Are Correct, Sir." And I think he told it on the show when you were on with him that I said, "Isn't it true that Ed McMahon never said, 'You are correct, sir'?" That's what I remember him telling us like 5 years ago. And he said, "No, Ed McMahon said, 'You are correct, sir.'" And I said, "You've told me to. I thought you just made that up." He says, "No, Ed McMahon once said it." So
I'm pretty sure I heard him. You know, like Shout TV sometimes shows those old Carson episodes, and I'll watch them. They're
and Ed
great.
McMahon said, "You are correct, sir."
Well, he's always kissing Johnny's ass. That's
How
the
much
guy.
would you have to be paid to be that obsequious to somebody?
I would say whatever it is that Ed was getting paid, because he was getting paid a lot. That
He
is
died
job
broke.
security.
He died broke.
Really?
He died flat, broke, and almost homeless.
Well, he was waiting for that gigantic cardboard check to show up at his door. Boy, this is jokes for old people.
I know. Well, what else you gonna do? So
Luckily,
how's school?
Luckily, that's the only. Judging by your guest list,
Yeah,
that's the only people you're expecting to watch the show is the elderly.
by the way, I am not sweetening today's show.
This show is just all elderly dudes agreeing with each other. Thank you.
Yeah. What are your worries in life when you get up every morning? What do you worry about?
Oh, am I making
Yourself or others?
What's up?
Do you wake up and say, "How am I going to improve this world," or do you just feel frustrated about your own life?
Neither.
What's the first thing you think about when you wake up in the morning?
Well, the first thing I do is I wake up and wonder what time it is.
You don't have an alarm clock? You don't wake up to an alarm clock?
I often don't set it because I have a class every day at noon that I have to do on Zoom. So today I woke up at 11:30 in the morning.
You woke up at 11:30.
I got 10 and a half hours sleep last night, which was
How much?
10 and a half hours sleep.
You need a cock. What time, if you had a cock, what time do you think you would wake up every morning?
If I had a cock, I mean, the problem with those cocks is you think that they're like consistent and reliable, but they just tend to go off whenever they're excited or whenever they, whenever they get some sort of outside stimulation. Like a cock could just kind of go and go. It's really like, I mean, some farmers, in order to keep their cocks from, waking them or their wives up, they'll wrap it up. But I don't like to wrap up a cock.
You don't want your cock to wake somebody up.
No, I'm just saying. If
you keep
wrap-
your cock to yourself.
Look, I'm just saying I don't like to keep my cock under wraps because I know my cock likes to feel everything around it.
Mm-hmm. If you had a cock living in your apartment, in all seriousness, what time do you think the cock would be up and ready in the morning?
Well, usually cock is up at least a half hour before you are.
Right.
So it's like sometimes I'll wake up at 4:30 in the morning, like in the middle of the night, just the cock is ready to go.
Right. I'm going to get a cock.
Talking about my penis, right?
Your what?
My penis.
What about it?
That's what we're talking about.
No, I was talking about getting a cock.
Just by the way, just to be clear, I do believe in wearing condoms. I'm wearing one right now.
Mm-hmm.
It keeps my feet warm.
Yeah. So can you, by the way, a hen, we eat hens, right? If
we do eat hens.
What about male chickens?
Are you asking me if I eat cock?
I know that you eat cock. I'm just asking about male chickens. Do you eat male chickens?
I'm just saying, the thing is, it's more of a delicacy in Asia. So if I'm going to Thailand, I'm definitely planning on eating young cock. Like, it's not even a question. Like, sometimes I got invited on a vacation. This is really crazy. My friend actually invited me on a vacation specifically to go tour around Southeast Asia and enjoy male
I believe it
chicken.
was called the Vietnam War. You're going to talk about that experience. Now, did you go to? Have you been to Southeast Asia?
No, I'm allergic to about 90% of the foods they make. So,
so you turned it down.
I've never been. I don't know. If someone offered me a tour, I'd go.
What countries have you performed in?
I performed in Sweden, Germany, England, London, Canada, where else? United States.
And what have the best?
And also Kentucky.
Other than America, what are the friendliest audiences?
I found Swedes and Germans to be the friendliest, honestly.
Sweden is a nation of female flight attendants, as I understand it. They're all female, and they all.
You mean they're all in their 50s and really angry they have to be there? Yeah, that's pretty much Sweden in a nutshell.
I was told Sweden was just nothing but female flight attendants. The whole country.
First of all, congrats on never having stepped foot on a plane in the last 40 years. It's actually illegal in the US to only hire young, beautiful women to be stewardesses on planes.
What do I know? And so I'm
actually not kidding. That's very illegal. By the way, Sweden is full. Here's the thing about Sweden is it's full of beautiful young women. And as a dark-haired Jewy fella, I was considered very exotic. And after a show, I remember after a show in Malmo, me and this guy Malmo, Sweden. And me and this guy ended up going for drinks with these two women. And I bought a round, and they were like floored. And I mean genuinely floored. They were calling me Mr. Darcy because like Swedish guys don't buy women drinks there because they're so expensive.
Who's expensive? Swedish guys or Swedish women?
The drinks. Swedish women.
Drinks are expensive.
Swedish women are cheap until you marry them. I have a buddy. You know what's so funny? This is true. I was in Stockholm. This Swedish comic and I were hanging out in Stockholm, walking around the.
I remember this. You got stuck at the airport for 12 days in Stockholm, and they wouldn't let you out, and you actually fell in love with the airport and the people keeping you captive. I remember you told me that story about your trip to Stockholm. Do you remember that? You were stuck in Stockholm, and you actually. I'm just going to.
Boy, this segment's going bad.
Stockholm syndrome joke.
Segment is not what I'd hoped it would be today.
It's very sophisticated. The Stockholm syndrome material.
We really need to maybe cut the show down to 4 hours.
Do you know?
Wait,
I-
let me finish.
hang on. I was a cesarean baby,
Uh-huh.
and I always thought they should call that Stockholm syndrome, where you don't want to come out of the womb, instead of calling a. Okay, go ahead. You were in Stockholm.
Wow.
You were
Okay.
getting a daytime Nobel Peace Prize, I believe.
Wow. The daytime Nobel.
They have the daytime Nobels, I believe.
Yes. Oprah's won 43 of them.
So you were in Stockholm.
Like if you do something that's smart for a dumb person, like like the guy who first wrote that poem on the bathroom wall about rolling your shit into little balls, like
Yeah.
that guy won a daytime Nobel.
Dr. Phil has a daytime Nobel in medicine.
More like a dumbbell in medicine. Am I
Ooh.
right?
All right. So you were in Stockholm.
Oh, very long story short. My buddy and I were walking around the old town, and this weird older Israeli gentleman asked us if we knew where an art gallery was. And I asked if he was going to an opening, and he said yes. So we followed him because I knew there'd be free alcohol at an art opening because alcohol is so expensive there. And then we got there, and a guy I knew.
Wait. So you see an Israeli, and you automatically assume wherever he's going, things are going to be free.
No. I see an Israeli, and I automatically assume that I think it's going to be cheap, but then somehow the price gets jacked up right before my credit card goes through.
All right. I don't know. You're trafficking in some pretty dangerous stereotypes for half a Jew. I think as half a Jew, you can only tell the setup to
Right.
anti-Semitic jokes.
I can't call Mossad. I can only
What?
call. I'm not Mossad. I can either be a Mo or a Sod. All right.
So
Thank God no one listens to the
you
show.
went to an art gallery in Stockholm, Sweden.
Anyway, here's the point of the story. Was
I didn't know you spoke Swedish, by the way. In order to perform in Sweden, how long did it take you to learn? What do they speak there? Swedish?
They actually speak English better than we do, and that's not a joke. Like the Swedes are incredibly articulate in English. But it was weird because I would do these shows in Malmo where all the comics were performing in Swedish, and I was the only English language comic. So they'd always like save me for the end and then have me do my act in English after all these like Swedes performing in their horrible runic, phlegmy nonsense language.
It's not a real language.
It's not a real language. It's just something that they do to make foreigners feel stupid.
And how do they project the subtitles when you're there? I would assume you walk around, and every time I've watched anything that's Swedish on television, there are always these English subtitles. Where's Ingmar Bergman from?
Ingmar Bergman's from Sweden.
And IKEA?
IKEA's from Sweden.
And Swedish meatballs. Those are from Finland, I believe.
Yes. Anyway, here's the point of the story. Is this guy I knew was in the band playing at the art gallery. And we started talking, and he's married to a Swedish woman. He described it like he married this woman and then she refused to move to America. So he had to move to Sweden. He described it as living in a prison without walls. He's just like, it's beautiful here, but it's so boring and I can't ever leave.
I'd be very happy living in Sweden.
Well, I hope you start learning Russian if you want to live in Sweden.
Why are they about to attack?
Russia's been threatening to attack Sweden almost literally since Trump took office. Like Russia has been kind of, has its eye on Sweden, or Putin has his eye on Sweden, I should say.
Can't they pretend they're Finland or Norway?
I think Putin's plan is to just kind of sweep right through the whole region.
What I would do is I would tell Finland, Norway, and Sweden when the Russians attack, say you're the other country.
Uh-huh.
Do you know? Can you tell Sweden, Norway, and Finland? Well, Finland is closer to Russia than Sweden, right? And Norway is further west.
I went to New York City public school, so I barely know where New York City is.
Right. They should, for defensive reasons, they should switch the countries around. They should take turns.
You mean like on the map, they should quickly color their country orange and the other country red?
It's like everybody who's in Sweden go to Finland, and everybody who's in Finland go to Norway. Everybody who's in Norway go to Sweden. Just mix it up so Putin doesn't know what country he's in.
Or maybe they switch around the road signs real quick, so the Russian army gets lost and accidentally ends up in Italy.
That's not a bad idea.
That's a really good idea.
Yeah. You're thinking outside the box. So house school, what are your classes? What are you taking?
Do you ever worry, David, that
I do.
Do you ever worry that here's what I worry about. First of all, America did have a revolution in this country, or an attempted revolution of the working class on January 6th last year.
Hang on, don't tell me. January 6th of what?
2021.
That's right. There was a working class revolution?
Yeah, down in Washington, D.C.
I didn't hear about that.
You didn't hear?
Yeah, what happened on January 6th? Tell me.
A bunch of working class patriots
Mm-hmm.
decided that they felt the government would be better run by people who say they represent the people.
You're talking about the people who stormed the Capitol and rubbed feces on the walls.
Yeah,
those
Cretans.
Huh?
Or the Cretans, or as the rest of us call them, working people. You would know them. You would know them as illiterate baboons, but the rest of us call them the working class and the lower middle class.
I don't think if they had jobs, they wouldn't have been able to show up.
Isn't that what conservatives said about Lincoln Park during the Democratic National Convention? Why don't they just get jobs? They had jobs, they wouldn't be there.
But they're not working people.
They're working class. They're lower middle class. They don't have money.
The people who stormed the Capitol.
People who stormed the Capitol. Actually, some of them had jobs because they lost them immediately as soon as they were pictured on camera.
Now, where do you fall on the storming of the Capitol, for or against it?
Well, first of all, I would personally have loved to have been able to sit in the vice president's seat at the Senate. So I was very jealous of the Q shaman guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like sometimes you just have the balls to go visit Nancy Pelosi's office.
He just wanted to meet her.
Yeah. You know, I mean, he pays her salary, right?
Yeah. It's like Undercover Boss.
I mean, look, who hasn't wanted to kill someone who works for them once in a while?
Well, I'm sorry, what?
Who hasn't wanted to kill someone who works for them once in a while?
That's
right. They're not doing the thing you told them to do. You're like, go.
Right.
How do I just shake some sense into you?
And they weren't really there to do damage, right?
Oh, I mean, he set a couple of fires. Who hasn't set a couple of fires
in the Capitol?
In the Capitol,
right?
Hey, who hasn't?
So you're saying we're overreacting?
Hey, David, aren't progressives all about beating cops with a fucking flagpole?
No.
Come on, isn't that what Isn't that what all the ACAB guys are all about?
The what?
ACAB?
What's ACAB?
All cops are bastards.
I never heard that before.
You've never heard that before?
No,
Seriously?
no.
My God, it's
ACAB.
it's what middle class kids say when they're angry and they've never really had an encounter with the cops like the way poor and working class people do.
Now, have you ever had an encounter with the police that was positive?
Well, that was positive? Yeah, a couple times.
When does a police officer come to your rescue?
Well, one time there was a black family that was having a barbecue at me.
At what? A black family having a what?
Barbecue at me. They were just aggressively enjoying themselves while I was unhappy nearby.
And this was at a park.
The public park.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
No, seriously.
Seriously, you know what's funny? A couple times, man. Like one time I was driving around. My dad had a tendency to find bad neighborhoods to drive through.
He was
Like,
Irish, correct?
was it Irish?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he was Irish.
he had a. My dad was actually very not racist to the point where like he just kind of never judged anyone for anything.
Right.
Which is great, but sometimes like he also kind of didn't really see bad neighborhoods from good neighborhoods.
Right.
Which
is surprising because you know that I hate bigotry, right?
Yes.
And that's why I don't approve of the Irish, because
Right.
every single one of them is a bigot, and I am totally against bigotry.
It's funny people say that, and yet my dad genuinely was not like that at all. Like he grew up in LA, he grew up in a very Mexican neighborhood, like half Mexican, half Irish trash. And it just kind of was not in his like wheelhouse.
Wait a second. Your dad grew up in LA?
Yeah, I grew up in North Hollywood.
Get the hell out of here.
Seriously.
Seriously, get the hell out of here. I never think of you as coming from like having any relatives.
Oh man, his whole family is in California.
So in a way, you living in LA is like a homecoming.
Yeah, in fact,
do you have any relatives
in a way I'm glad
that side who aren't in prison that you can go visit in
a
LA?
way I'm glad he passed away before he saw me moving to the San Fernando Valley, because he really just like told me like when I moved to LA, like just don't move into the valley.
Why is that where he was a porn director?
Yes,
That's porn. Your dad made porn, right? Before he came east?
My dad left when he was 17 and he never looked back.
Didn't your dad do porn in the San Fernando Valley?
Sure, yes. No, he worked at Lockheed.
Your dad worked for Lockheed?
Yeah, when he was a teenager. He built planes for Lockheed.
Wow. He must have been pretty smart.
I don't think it really took I don't think they were taking a lot of PhD candidates at the airplane factory.
Can't be easy to make an airplane.
No, he just he wasn't like designing them. He was part of the crew that was like physically putting them together.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's interesting. I don't think of your family as coming from California.
Well, that's because you take no interest in the people around you.
That's also true.
You just see them as sounding boards for your own jokes and ideas.
Uh-huh. You're just a setup to me. Everything. So you're in the San Fernando Valley, and do you have any relatives in California?
I do. They're all in Northern California. And I have visited some of them.
It's your dad's side of the family.
That is my dad's side of the family. Yeah.
And your mother is a Jew?
My mother is a Jew from Brooklyn.
Your mother's a Jew from Brooklyn.
Uh-huh.
And do you keep in touch with that side of the family?
Well, there aren't that many left, I have to tell you.
Something happened?
Yes. They
I haven't heard what happened.
Well, No, that's all right.
What happened?
They're all great. They're all in great shape.
Yeah, good. Do you miss New York? We have a new mayor now.
I know. You have a mayor who probably killed a man at some point in his life.
Why do you say that?
Because he just has that vibe around him.
Ooh, that's not nice.
It's true, though.
What do you mean he killed a man?
It's a dude who drives on the sidewalk. Of course he killed a man at some point in his life.
You're talking about Mayor Adams?
Mayor Eric Adams.
I don't.
He's crazy. Mayor Adams is crazy as shit.
Well, he's a vegan.
Well, okay. Hitler was a vegan.
That's what they say. Do you believe that?
I honestly don't know anything about Hitler. Except, it's very rare to see a politician follow through on their promises the way Hitler did. People talk bad about Hitler, but that guy came up with a solution, followed through to the best of his ability.
Yeah. And there was a lot of obstruction, but he got his way. So tell me about what are you taking in college? Because we should mention that you have gone back to college.
Well, I'm really excited about this slate of classes. I'm currently what they call an intersession, which is not the same as an intervention. Don't get excited. David gets excited when he hears the word intervention because he thinks people are actually going to come visit him.
What do you study?
David has been smoking crack for months, trying to get anyone into that apartment of his.
Tell me the classes you're taking.
Well, I'm currently taking English 101.
You mean the 101 freeway that goes from San Diego all the way to the Oregon border? That English 101?
I feel like what I'm going to do.
I would take English 5. It's faster.
Here's the thing. That was a very first thought, best thought kind of joke.
That it wasn't.
Sometimes your best work comes like when you're doing your second or third go round on a subject.
Yeah.
So let's just try that again. So I'm taking English. I'm taking English 101.
Yeah. Okay.
Which I'm very.
How many Dalmatians?
There we go.
Something with Dalmatians.
There we go. Something with Dalmatians, right? Yeah. I am very proud I'm taking English 101 at the age of 40.
What is it like?
You know what the saddest part of English 101 is?
What?
That's the class I'm doing worst in.
What is
barely getting a B in this class?
What is English 101? What does that mean?
Like basically we have to learn how to write compositions towards a very specific kind of collegiate style. And the thing is, I'm a good writer.
Who told you that?
So taking it back.
Who told you that you're a good writer?
My mommy.
Oh, you have nice penmanship.
I have tremendous. I can write cursive and block.
I think it's adorable that you're doing this. It's adorable, and I think it's
that's patronizing.
I think good for you.
That's incredibly condescending.
No, that's the word condescending. Wow, that's a big word for an idiot like you.
It's like that joke.
Don't do the joke.
Okay.
The child molester joke.
Yeah, this pedophile.
I don't do that joke. So, what?
The joke is like the guy's girlfriend is like, "You're a pedophile." It's like, wow, that's a big word for a 6-year-old girl.
That's you're scared. I have to walk out of here alone.
That is probably the greatest joke in the history of jokes. It is.
Jokes are pretty funny as well. So
if you look at that joke just platonically and you divorce it from how horrific its subject matter is, that is like one of the all-time great misdirect jokes.
Yeah. Or the kid who tells the truck driver, I lied, I'm not really a cowboy. That
I don't
one.
know that one.
It's the worst.
Well, let's hear it. You can't.
No,
not
no,
tell
no,
it now.
It involves.
can't not tell it
I'm
now.
not going to tell. It involves a truck driver, and he sees a kid, and he says, "Hey, who are you?" He says, "I'm a cowboy." And the truck driver says, "Hop on in." And the punchline is where the kid goes, "I lied. I'm not really a cowboy." It's so horrible. I think you can figure out the punchline.
I can't. Hold on one second.
No. It's so. What are you writing?
Wait, now you have to tell this joke
No,
because I'm
no.
googling it.
No,
If you don't tell it, I'm going to tell the joke.
No, don't tell the joke. And most people can figure out. It's a horrible joke, and I apologize. So, what are you writing in English 101?
I want to hear this truck driver joke.
It's bad. It's not funny.
I can't find it on Google.
Good. So, what did you write in English 101? Why are you getting a B?
We have to write. I had to write a persuasive essay about how millennials are not really the worst generation in history.
How? So, they're asking you to lie?
Yeah. It's just basically taking these articles about millennials and how sad their lives are. Because millennials are the first generation that ever had it tough.
So is it a persuasive argument? Is it, what is it, IRAC? Is that what it's called? There's a structure to it, making a persuasive argument, as I understand it.
Well, David, I go to community college, so I didn't learn that. Whatever that.
What is the structure?
The structure is, it's like you have to start with an opening statement and end with a closing statement. And then each paragraph has to have a quote. And then that's called the evidence. And then it has to have a sentence analyzing that evidence. And then it has to have another sentence. And you have to write these paragraphs over and over and over again for like 4 or 5 pages. And I just decided to write the best I could and take a B because I don't give a shit.
I think it's amazing that you're doing this. What other classes are you taking?
I'm taking Geography 1, which is actually very interesting.
I heard you had trouble finding the classroom.
Really?
You were taking geography and you can't find the classroom.
You know, the reason I'm taking geography was this woman asked me to go down on her. I didn't stop till I reached the Mexican border. It was very embarrassing. Decided I need to learn some directions.
Keep it clean. Well, so seriously, geography.
And then she said, I lied. I'm not really a cowboy.
So you're studying geography is very important.
It is actually. And what's interesting is we're not really studying like geography in the sense of maps and states and where countries are, which is what I was afraid it would be. It's a lot about natural science.
Looking for the G spot.
Well, that's a myth.
Oh.
I don't know if you know this, but women don't enjoy sex.
Yeah.
Believe me.
They don't enjoy sex?
Believe me, I have a team taking surveys afterwards.
With empirical evidence to prove this.
Yes. So that's part of a scientific study. It involves mice. You don't want to know.
And so
it's in the mouse family. It involves gerbils.
I'm sorry?
Nothing. Go ahead.
It's in the mouse family?
It involves gerbils. That's all I'm going to say.
So instead of studying nations and countries, you're studying what? The rock formations? What is geography?
Yeah, like what like tectonic plates, you know, volcanoes, landslides, shit like that.
That's interesting. And what did you learn that you didn't know before you took this class?
You know, I learned that the West Coast is on something called the Ring of Fire, which apparently
That comes from eating spicy burritos, I believe.
well, I guess I don't have to tell a joke.
So there's a ring of fire. Yeah.
I guess I'll let you just handle that part.
Go
Think
ahead.
about it halfway through a setup, and then you just jump in with whatever pops into your head.
I apologize. The
No,
ring
no,
of
no, it's
fire.
all right. It's all right. Mine was going to be about anal herpes, so it's probably best.
I think mine is more age appropriate.
It is true.
Jesus.
But the Ring of Fire is like apparently there's just
Wow, Jesus.
a semicircle of volcanoes starting in Alaska and ending in like Russia,
Yeah.
which is weird because I thought Ring of
Yeah.
Fire was what my doctor diagnosed me with after the last Fleet Week.
And when you say Fleet Week, you're talking about the enemas, not the. Not, have you ever given yourself an enema, a fleet enema?
I have actually.
And how'd it go?
It was great.
Okay, so you're learning English 101 and geology,
Geology one.
geography.
Well, here's the thing. I am actually.
I find this really. You're doing what I wish I could do.
Read
I
and
would
write.
love to go back to school.
You can go back to school. It's not too late, honestly. Like I'm age 45. I'm doing it. That's the
That's
thing
another
about
thing I'd like. That's another thing I would like to do.
What's
Go back to being 45. Are you 45?
I am 45.
Oh, you're a baby.
But here's the thing, David. Like it's called community college because the community can go. Like the only prerequisite is that you want to learn something.
What's better than that? What's better than wanting to learn something?
already knowing, I guess.
And,
Listen,
and you get a great education at a community college.
you get a pretty good education depending on your professor. I've had some really good professors so far. But basically, I'm getting an associate's degree so I can try to transfer to a four-year college. I mean,
Now-
we talked about this before. So like
Yeah.
so these are now the basic classes I have to take in order to earn this degree and fulfill my general education requirements. So I'm taking geography 1, I'm taking English 101, I'm taking journalism 105, which I have to take.
Journalism.
You would like that because it's all about anti-capitalism.
Journalism?
It sure is. You'd be surprised, David, at what in academia could just be turned into a lesson in why capitalism is bad.
Well, why? Give me one good thing about capitalism.
It's given us the iPhone.
Name one good thing about the iPhone.
It allows us.
What is? I had to buy
Uh-huh.
a new iPhone because they stopped making batteries for the iPhone 3 or
You had an
whatever.
iPhone 3?
Well, not anymore. They made me get rid of it.
How old was that thing?
It was like an antique.
No, seriously, how old was it?
My phone?
Your iPhone 3. How old was it?
I
when
don't
you
know.
got
It
rid of
was old, and then
It
the
was like
battery.
10 years old, right?
I don't know, but I'm telling you, they made me buy a new.
I'm just saying that's amazing that they made a phone that lasted that long.
It didn't.
It
The
did.
bat-
How long?
Hang on for 1 second. The battery kept going out, and or if I went out when the temperature dropped below 30 degrees, the phone didn't work, and they kept replacing the battery every 6 months because I had Apple Care. And
They would replace the battery for free every 6 months. That's great.
You know what those batteries do to the environment?
They were really taking care of you.
They were destroying the planet. Those batteries are.
Well, you got them recycled, right?
They. The making of the battery is bad
Uh-huh.
for the planet.
So you're going to get rid of your so you got rid of your iPhone and got like a flip phone, right?
No, I got a brand new refurbished
Uh-huh.
phone.
Well, wait, I'm confused. If these apples are so bad for the economy and the environment, why did you get a new one?
Because you need a phone. And they told me that this phone will change your life, that it has all these different apps and it can do.
Uh-huh.
You know what I do with my iPhone?
What's that?
I watch YouTube on my iPhone.
But don't you think that that's you? Like, just because you can just sit and watch YouTube on your phone doesn't mean you have to. Like, you could do all kinds of things with your phone if you chose to.
And I call old girlfriends and hang up. But I could have done that on my old iPhone.
You could do that on flip phone.
I could do it on a flip phone. What do you do?
Why do you have an iPhone if you're just going to watch YouTube on it? Get a flip phone. Like, that's a choice you made.
It's not they forced it on me.
They don't force it on you. They have flip phones for sale.
They at the Apple store.
You go to the AT&T store, they have like
the Apple store.
$25 flip. They put a gun to your head and made you go to the Apple store.
They have 25-year-old salespeople.
Can I tell you something, David? And this is the God's honest truth. I switched from my old phone to an iPhone because I was going to go to the Apple store to look at something else. And when I got outside the Apple store, my old phone died. Like, it just wouldn't connect anymore. And it had been like going in and out for a year. And I said, okay, I guess I'm getting a new phone. I walked in the Apple store and got this amazing, dude, the camera on this phone is better than the camera that they used to film TV shows 20 years ago.
Okay.
So like I filmed a couple of short films for class on this phone.
All right, I'll make a movie. Do you know how to turn your TV on?
I do. Just rub its nipples for about 10 minutes.
Oh. I call them the knobs. But maybe call them nipple. I have a neighbor who comes over and turns my TV on and kills mice for me.
Seriously?
Yeah.
You have a husband?
Yeah. I have a husband.
You seriously have a neighbor who turns your TV on for you?
And kills the mice.
Wait, well, first of all, what kind of hovel do you live in? You have that many mice.
I have a lot of mice.
Where do you live?
1414 Bonnie Meadow Lane.
No, seriously, what neighborhood do you live in?
I don't think that's worth talking about.
I'm not talking about like your street, but like the Upper West Side, Upper East Side,
Yeah,
Midtown. Like, where are you?
exactly.
Brooklyn, Queens.
Mm-hmm.
Are you being so coy about where you live? Nobody's going to come visit you.
Didn't you have a fantasy for me? I really liked this 2 years ago about my sex life. Didn't you?
It was back when you had a girlfriend.
Right, and she lived in.
You really did have a girlfriend
in New Jersey, right?
You really did. No, and I know she lived somewhere like Jersey because you had to get an Uber for her. And you kept me on the phone while you got her an Uber, and I listened to the whole thing.
And you decided it was New Jersey, right?
I listened to the whole thing. What happened to that? You guys have a breakup? What happened?
We got into a fight
about
how much to tip the Uber driver and who should.
Because you were like only halfway in, and she was like, "The man's driving me to Jersey. You better give him full penetration."
Jesus. All right, we got to wrap it up. Hey,
yeah, we do. I got to go perform. Listen, I got to go perform in a bowling alley now. So,
which restroom in the bowling alley? And what? Are you really performing in a bowling alley?
I have to drive out to the Corbin Bowl on Ventura. If anyone wants,
Are you really performing in a bowling alley?
I'm seriously performing in a bowling alley now.
Here's
Listen,
here's one part of me.
you know why they call this North Hollywood? Because you're just north of where your dreams are coming true.
You have no idea how much I miss doing something like that. Playing a bowling alley. Who are you working with?
I haven't done stand-up in a couple of years, a couple of months. So it's going to be very interesting.
Who are you performing with?
Ryan Talmo, who's like a guy who produces all over the valley, and a very nice guy. And I don't know who else. I guess we'll find out.
Now, let me ask you a question. After each joke, do you rub talc on your hand and then pick up the microphone?
Let's just say if I get 3 laughs in a row, I get called a turkey.
All right.
No, seriously, it's a little rock club inside a bowling alley. It's actually not as bad as I'm making it sound, but it is depressing.
It's depressing, but great.
No, I'd just say it's depressing. But it's great. All right, man, I'm going to go. It looks like you have a panelist who's dying to get on here.
Yes. All right. Liam McEnany.
David, which failed presidential candidate will you be saying should have been president today?
Joe Biden. I wish Joe Biden were president.
You don't like Joe Biden?
He's fantastic.
You don't like Joe Biden?
He's done so much for this country.
You sound just like Fox News when you talk about Joe Biden. It's the craziest goddamn thing.
What? I think
you are where the right meets the left again.
No, I think he's just tremendous.
He is tremendous. He's done a great job so far.
He has.
He has.
I'm not arguing with you.
You're being sarcastic, but
no, I'm not being sarcastic.
I've listened to your show, David. I know how you really feel. It's all right.
Next, we come back next Thursday.
Yeah, let's talk about it. No, yeah, of course.
Thank you. Let us now go behind enemy lines where Henry Huckamaki is standing by. Henry Huckamaki is co-host of Guerrilla History, and he comes to us from Russia reporting behind enemy lines. Hello, Henry Huckamaki.
Hello, David.
Your mother was fantastic.
Yeah, I watched the interview. Went really well, I think. How's my audio, by the way? Got a new microphone, so.
That's perfect. And is this tape? Because I keep threatening to play an interview that you did, but I can't run the playback machine. So this is you live. This is not the interview that we're trying to run.
Yeah, that's right. And the book just came out for the interview that I did 1 week ago. So
okay. I need a new computer.
No, I can feel that, David. I understand that entirely. My computer is, I feel like, getting close to its last legs at this point.
Henry is an immunobiologist working now in Russia. I want to talk to you about COVID, but what is the mood in Russia in terms of Joe Biden, Ukraine, and this country needing a hotspot to prop up our beleaguered military-industrial complex?
Yeah, I'll answer that in 1 second, David. Do you mind if I just say something that'll make Liam very angry first?
Sure.
Since he mentioned the iPhone, and he said capitalism invented the iPhone. That's both true and not true. If we look at the iPhone as a commodity, yeah, that was invented by a private company within a capitalist system. But what's the things that separates a smartphone from a stupid phone? We have the internet, we have GPS, we have voice recognition technology, we have touch screens, we have long-lasting batteries, we have hard drives. These things were all invented by state researchers funded by the state, most of them in the United States, but by the state. So things like voice recognition and the touchscreen, GPS, these were all invented by researchers that were funded by DARPA and the Department of Defense. Now, it's a capitalist country, sure, but it's not exactly a private company that's inventing those things. Apple just put those things into the product. And if we go even further and say what makes a phone, a cell phone, the ability to call not being connected to, an actual landline, most of that technology was actually invented in the Soviet Union in the 50s. So sure, you can say that the product itself was made by a private company. Nobody's disputing that. But the individual components that make a smartphone smart were in large part developed by state-funded researchers, and the cellular technology was largely invented by the Soviet Union. So
the Soviet Union fell in 1991.
Yes.
December, Christmas.
Right.
So it's been 30 years. How would you describe their economic system now?
It's, hyper capitalistic. People that think that, Russia has vestiges of the Soviet Union, economically speaking, are kidding themselves. There are some institutions that are vestiges of the Soviet Union. They still have a public healthcare system that was set up by the Soviet Union. Their education system, by and large, is still run the same way that it was in the Soviet Union. But what happened after 91 is there was a parallel setup of private components as well that run in parallel with the state components. And the funding has been completely shifted. So think of it this way. It's like what the Tories are always trying to do in the UK, and the UK listeners know exactly what I'm talking about. The UK has an NHS, National Health System, right? National Health Service, which is not only like government insurance for healthcare, but it's actually like a government-run healthcare system. The hospitals are owned by the NHS. The doctors are employed by the NHS, right? What the Tories always try to do, this is the Conservative Party in the UK, they are always trying to strip funding to the NHS. And they do successfully. They reduce funding like to the point where you think that the system's not going to work. And what do then? They say, look, the NHS isn't working very good because they took funding away from it. And then they say, well, the only solution is having a private alternative to the NHS. Of course, if you strip all of the funding to the NHS, all of the best things are going to be available from the private system, which then adds fuel to their argument that the private system runs better. It would be like in the US if we said, let's make a separate private system of hospitals for veterans. And we're going to cut the funding to the VA administration by 50% because they've got now this private option. All the best doctors, all of the resources are going to be available in that private system because you cut the funding to the public side of things. So what would happen? The VA system would completely fall apart, and the politicians would feel vindicated saying, hey, look at this. Our private veteran system runs so much better than the public system. It's essentially what happened here.
Right. Anytime we turn a government service over to the private sector, they're offloading a responsibility to private enterprise so that they don't have to raise taxes. Governments are afraid to raise taxes, so they say, you know what? Here, we're going to privatize our water. And then it's turned over to a company, and the company comes in, and they have the same budget that the government had, and the profits are found in laying people off and providing fewer services. It never changes. It always happens this way. Anytime you give a government service over to a private company, the efficiencies are only found in the profit, in the bottom line. The service declines, and fewer people are working there. Russia, what remnants are left from communism? is there a sense of solidarity? Do people feel like they're in it? Is it hard to shake the idea of socialism?
I think yes and no. So when we look at polls, and if you just talk to random people in the street, it's very abundantly clear that people actually prefer the system of the Soviet Union to the current Russian system. Polls indicate that, like, consistently every year or two, another major poll will come out, both by state-run, which that's the surprising one, because remember, this is a hyper-capitalistic society. The state-run polls you would expect to be very supportive of the existing system, as well as independent polls. If people want polling about things that are happening in Russia, and most of them are available in English, you can look up the Levada Center, Levada. It's an independent polling center here in Russia. But the support for the state system of the Soviet Union generally polls 2-1 over the current system, if not higher. Last year, there was an incredible jump in support for the previous system. And that support is highest among the people who were old enough to remember the Soviet Union. So if you look at like the demographic breakdowns, people that are over 40 or 45 always have the highest support for the Soviet Union. And the people that are youngest, because, you know, they're only used to the current system, their support is still higher than for the current system, but it's not as high as the older type. And if you talk to people in the street, I mean, I have no problem getting help with anything, like, and I don't speak Russian, but, you know, if I need help with anything, I can just translate it and people will go out of their way to help me with things. Now, I know that you could say that about, you know, you find a lot of nice people in the United States too. Absolutely. I know a lot of nice people in the United States, and we don't have that vestige of socialism. But, you know, I've had nothing but that experience here. Everybody that I've met has been super helpful with everything that I've needed, and I've needed a lot of help.
Right. So there's no talk of renationalizing companies that have been privatized.
Not under the current government, no. But again, this is something that I've mentioned before and something that people need to remember. In the West, all that you hear about the opposition in Russia to Putin is Navalny. Navalny never polled over 1 or 2% in Russia for anything. You know,
he's part of the ruling class, Navalny, isn't he?
Yeah, well, and he's also a virulent racist. You actually, on your show, David, and listeners can go back and listen, you had one of the first episodes that was exposing Navalny as an absolute nationalist racist, because in the West, people didn't care about him until the West decided that he could be used as a useful counterforce against Putin. But here in Russia, people don't care about him at all. But the West propped him up without giving that critical analysis of who he actually was. So your show, actually, this is like a year and a half ago at this point. We had Katya Kazbek on the show to talk about Navalny's history. People don't actually care about him. What people need to remember is the second biggest party in Russia, and it's the biggest party of the opposition because, you know, they do coalitional governments like in most countries. The second biggest party by some distance is the Communist Party of the Russian Federation, which, you know, is revisionist for those of you who care about, you know, how true are they to the ideals of, you know, the Soviet Union when it first started versus kind of what it devolved into in the 70s, 80s, 90s, where it took early 90s, where it took a very revisionist line. It's a revisionist party, but they are by and far away the largest oppositional party within the country. So within the government, there's no push for renationalization of private industry. In fact, they're pretty consistently pushing for the opposite of that. They're trying to privatize more.
The Communist Party, is it a new and improved Communist Party, or is it an actual relic from Gorbachev's days? Is there a continuity there? Can it trace?
Oh, there's continuity. So not only is there continuity in terms of the ideology, which is, you know, both a good thing and a bad thing. I think that some of the things that were present in the Soviet Union, even in the late revisionist stage of the Soviet Union, are things that would be good starting points for trying to build a new project on. But they, you know, they still have a lot of their less, you know, enlightened views that revisionist period of the Soviet Union had. But the continuity really comes from the leadership. The leadership of the Communist Party of the Russian Federation is very sclerotic. They're very old. The guy old. It's like, you look at the United States' leadership of the Democratic Party, you see Biden and Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. You think, my God, these people are old. Yeah. But the leader of the Communist Party of the Russian Federation is the same guy who ran for president as during the first two elections after the fall of the Soviet Union, where they had open elections for president. The guy who ran for president on the banner of the Communist Party of the Russian Federation is the same guy who's in charge of the party now. And I'm not super fond of, but in terms of the parties that
are young people discovering the Communist Party? And how hard is it to be in opposition to Putin? Because the impression, anybody who reads the paper here in America, Putin is a dictator. That's how it's presented.
Right. So, you're not going to have quite the same protections that you think that you have in the US, whether you actually do or not, that's another question. But freedom of protest in the United States, it's very easy to get a protest together, to get a rally together. Basically, all you have to do is let the police department know that you're going to be having a large rally so that they can clear it, cordon off an area so that it's safe, and you're more or less good to go. Right, exactly. That's the idea anyway. Here it's significantly harder to get protests sanctioned. They have to be sanctioned by the government. So, are you really going to have any super anti-government rallies going on anywhere? Probably not, because the government has to sanction them.
What about anti-government press?
There are some, but the thing is these days, and this is something that's been happening for the last 2 years, is that if that press has ties to foreign nationals, foreign investment, etc., they can be labeled as foreign agents within Russia, which, the United States does something similar to. We have a freedom of speech in the United States that extends pretty far. So, if you have American citizens kind of at the helm, even if there's foreign backers in the background, they can still operate in the United States. In Russia, it's a bit different. Once you're labeled as a foreign agent, the state really has the power to completely shut you out. If you're a Russian operating in Russia with Russian capital, you have, a fair amount of leeway, and there are oppositional outlets that you can turn to, and I do, as well as plenty of independent outlets that aren't explicitly oppositional. But the protections, like I said, aren't necessarily as strong as in the United States. You're not going to have that choice of opposition. But again, how strong is the oppositional media in the United States really? There's no eyes on it. It can exist, but there's no eyes.
Where are you? You're in central Russia?
Yeah, well, not really central Russia. I'm in the central of the inhabited part of Russia. I'm in Kazan, for those wondering. So if you look at a map,
does it work? Do they have a system that works? As the water, electricity, police? The way it's presented is it's been gutted by the oligarchs.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly has been, but things still work. I mean, so if I went into less I guess you could say affluent parts of the country, that might change. Kazan's a big city. It's got 1.3 million people, and it's the capital of the third richest republic of the country, or not republic, but federal district in general. The only places of Russia that are richer than Kazan, the Republic of Tatarstan, which again, this is the capital of, are Moscow and St. Petersburg. Those are the only places that have a higher GDP per capita than this.
What's been presented to me is pickpockets, crime.
Crime right here where I am is really low, really, really low. Again, that may differ in different parts of the country, but crime rates right here, super, super low.
Guns.
Don't see them. I don't know what the laws are regarding them. I know that, hunting is a thing. So people obviously have the right to own guns. Open carry is not really a thing. Concealed carry, I'm guessing, is also not a thing. I can't read the laws, so I don't know. But I would assume that you can't just like carry guns on the street like you can in the US. But I know that you can own them because hunting is a pretty big thing, especially once you get into the more rural areas. But I have no expertise on that.
Assault weapons, AR-15s. Are there stories in the press of cops being assassinated?
Not really. So usually when there's, a story about the police, it's usually like the police roughing up somebody that was doing an unsanctioned protest, which happens occasionally. But you don't really see like stories of cop killings or anything. Crime, like I said, the crime rate where I am right here is super, super low.
Do you have stories in the press about cops killing unarmed Russians?
Not necessarily in the press. Does that mean that it's not happening? No. So I don't know what the rates, I don't know what the numbers are in terms of how many people are killed by firearm incidents by police.
What's your interaction with the police like when you deal?
They're fine. I was pulled over, actually my first day in Russia. I was getting a ride from one of my coworkers. They picked me up at the airport, and on the way to my apartment, which they had already, rented out for me, we were pulled over by the cops just for like a routine check. They pulled us over, showed them the documents, and they said, okay. That's the only interaction I've had with the police. You see them walking around on the street pretty frequently. And they like go around in pairs. It's actually quite similar to Germany. They're like just walking around in pairs, kind of chatting to each other, and like every once in a while looking around to see if something's going on. And that's it. I really haven't seen anything.
Are you relaxed there?
Oh yeah. This city is like, in terms of big cities, this is a very slow moving city. So it's my speed. Moscow, apparently, I haven't lived there. Moscow is like psychotic in terms of pace. You're from New York, David. I'm sure that you can understand what I'm talking about there. St. Petersburg, I guess, is also like that. This city's really slow. People walk slow. Things happen slow. If you're late, doesn't matter. Like everything's nice and slow here. It's very relaxing.
Very quickly, bookstores?
All over the place. All over the place. And the books are unbelievably cheap. Even some English language books are really cheap. Now, the English language books generally cost more than the Russian language ones, but you can get like brand new English language books if you can find them in the bookstore for like $6, $7.
We don't have there are no bookstores in New York City. None.
Oh yeah, they're everywhere here. The Russian books are like $1.50, $2 for a brand new book. It's amazing. I have to learn Russian just so I can get some more cheap books.
Used record stores, those have also disappeared.
Yeah, that I don't know about. I don't think that I've seen any record stores, but I also don't know the word for record store. So even if I just saw the word on the front of a store, I wouldn't know.
You say it's slow. What time can you go? New York is dead. Like at 8 o'clock, it's like everything closes. The city that never sleeps. What time are the cafes open until?
Usually 10 or 11 at night. So things tend to stay open a very long time here. 7 days a week, all year, everything is open. Starbucks? It's not like I have seen a Starbucks, but that's not usually what I see. But there's like little bakeries and cafes every like 2 blocks, literally. So if you want a cup of coffee, or a cup of tea is much more popular in Russia than coffee.
Ride sharing? Is there ride sharing?
Yeah, and there's ride sharing, but taxis are super cheap. I get, for example, when there's a football match, so soccer, the team in the city is the team that I've supported for a long time. If I want to go to the stadium, it's like a 20-minute taxi ride from here. The taxi ride would cost $1.80, maybe $2, depending on the time of the day. Bus trip is about 40 cents. It takes about twice as long, and you have to walk to the bus stop, which from my apartment isn't that far. But those are your 2 options. You take the bus, it's 40 cents, or you take a taxi, you get there in half the time, and it's less than $2 usually.
Cigarettes, is everybody smoking?
It's winter, so it's hard for me to say, because we have like minus 30-degree winds pretty frequently. And so I don't, don't just see people standing outside, standing with a cigarette. But yeah, I guess when it was not as cold, you would see a fair amount of people smoking, but I don't think that it's like a universal thing. But that's not something that I can say. Well,
are there labor strikes?
Yes, occasionally, but not super frequent and not necessarily very highly reported on in the news.
Does Putin have an antipathy towards unions?
So I can't speak for Putin, especially somebody who's not really a fan of his, to say the least. Like unions are allowed, unions are tolerated, but I can't say that there is any sort of like governmental support for them. I would say that would be definitely overstating the position, but I don't think that there's quite the like massive attacks on unions that there have been in the United States since the 1950s. But again, that's not a field that I'm an expert in. I'm just going off of what I've seen.
Kazan, what do most people do for a living in Kazan?
So if you just say what most people are doing for a living, it would be like working at all of these shops, the cafes that are every 2 blocks, the grocery stores that are every 4 or 5 blocks, repair store, like if you're just talking about what the average job is, it would probably be those kind of things. The big industry is oil. That's why this is the 3rd richest republic in Russia. It's an oil producing republic. And yeah, some of the bigger oil companies in Russia come right from this city. So, I'm not going to name the names because, the only Russian oil industry that anybody in the US knows is Gazprom, which is not based from here. They're from St. Petersburg. But, like Tetneft is a quite large company. They're from right here. There's several other oil and petrochemical companies that come from the city and the republic more generally.
Right.
But I know you wanted to ask about Ukraine. So feel free to shoot any questions if you have anything specific on that.
Well, if Putin decides to invade, do the Russian people, we don't get a choice to determine what the response is for America. He does, he cares what the Russian people think, though, doesn't he?
Well, yes and no. So he's not like necessarily beholden to public opinion. But the thing is if he was consistently doing things that were contra to public opinion, he wouldn't have been able to last in power for as long as he has. Like he does kind of put his finger up to see where the political winds are blowing and then kind of go along with that sometimes. That's not to say that, he's entirely beholden to it, but he does do some things that are almost blatantly tailored to getting people, on side with what he's doing.
What does he want? Because Ukraine is the economy doing poorly, so he needs a distraction? Is Ukraine are there natural resources in Ukraine? What does he need from Ukraine to attack it? Why would he invade?
Well, long story short, he's not going to. That's not the satisfying answer for people in the West, but even in Ukraine, there's a feeling that there's no invasion imminent. There was just a report that came out from, I'm drawing a blank on the name. It's like the Ukrainian Security Defense something. I don't remember the name, but it's led by their former Minister of Defense. And they just commissioned a report. It came out probably 3 days ago at this point. And they found that there's no invasion imminent. There's probably not an invasion imminent at any point in 2022 at the very earliest. And even if you look at the troop numbers that have been mobilized near the Ukrainian border, it's smaller than was mobilized in spring of 2021. This is like a yearly troop mobilization. But it's smaller than last year. The thing is we've seen headlines every single year since about 2015, 2016, invasion is imminent, could be as soon as 2 months from now. Invasion is imminent, could happen in the fall. Every year, I've looked at, The Guardian, the New York Times, the Washington Post, CNN, BBC, all of these places every single year say the same thing: invasion imminent. There's
You're
no.
saying, we're, 1 second, 100,000 troops amassed on the border. That's status quo?
Yeah, it's a yearly thing. It's the same thing. We have military drills all over the place around the world. This is within their borders. It would be the equivalent of having troops present in Texas and Mexico saying, well, you're going to invade us. It's inside their borders, first of all. But also, if we're going to talk about troops being present on the borders of places, the United States has 800 foreign military bases, including hundreds that are on the Russian border. These are troops within Russia. You can say that, we shouldn't have troops close to a foreign border. That's an argument that you can take up. And I'm not going to make that argument either for or against, because I see both sides.
Who's asking for attention here? Is this America?
Yes.
Blowing this out of proportion? Or is Putin saber rattling to draw attention, to play some kind of chess with us?
It's the United States. And NATO. I'll also throw NATO in there. NATO has a pretty big role right now, particularly some small NATO allies like Lithuania is having an outsized role on the discussion right now of what's happening. Like I said, this mobilization is like moving troops to Texas, and you do it every year for, training, drills, whatever. And then having all of the other countries in Latin America saying the United States is getting ready to take an invasion in the next 2 months. Now, here's what happens. Here's what happens, David. And this happens every year. You can just Google it and set your filter to looking at previous years so that you don't see this year's results, because the algorithm always puts up, the more recent news stories to the top. But check every year. What you can find is that every year there's a bunch of papers that come out saying Russia is going to invade Ukraine imminently, even though there's no rhetoric in Russia. There's no rhetoric from the government that that's going to happen. There's no public support for an invasion of Ukraine right now. That is not, people do not care. People do not care. But every year that happens, then NATO says, well, we have to keep our troops at the ready for a potential invasion. The military industrial complex says, well, we need more money, even though, especially now, Afghanistan is over. We should be cutting our defense funding. We're not in a war anymore, but they say we need an increase in our military budget. Then what happens? This is the kicker. This happens every single year.
And this is NATO, you have to spend a certain percentage of your GDP.
Yes.
On weapons, right?
Right. Exactly. And so then when you have these tensions, they are arguing for an increase. You have to increase the amount, which of course, where are the weapons manufacturers? Well, just think about that for a second. But I said, here's the kicker, and just wait and listen to this, David. This is the kicker. Every year we have the same news story come out. Russia's going to invade. Russia's going to invade. And then inevitably, Russia does not invade. And then what is said after that? Well, it looks like our money was spent effectively because we dispelled and we dissuaded Russia from invading. If it wasn't for the increase in military spending and the NATO mobilization on the borders of Russia, they would have invaded. So we are justified in our actions. And not only are we justified, but we did the right thing. Then the next year rolls around, what happens? You see more headlines, Russia's going to invade. You see more funding for weapons, both by NATO countries and the United States. There's no invasion, and they pat themselves on the back for pushing off an invasion that was never going to happen in the first place. There's no support for it here. The government has no intention of doing so. Even Ukraine, the president of Ukraine has come out and said there's no invasion imminent. The minister of defense has said that there's no invasion imminent. The foreign minister has said that there's no invasion imminent. An independent center led by their former minister of defense said that there's no invasion imminent. Why is it that the United States and NATO allies, particularly in Western Europe, say that there's an invasion imminent every single year when the Ukrainians, who have a vested interest in saying that there's an invasion imminent, say there is none? When the Russian government says we have no plans, we have no reason to, the Russian public doesn't support it, and it hasn't happened in the years that we've been told that it was going to happen. The money gets into the military industrial complex. That's one of the main reasons.
But isn't that how Reagan...
I see Saul saying every year, I don't remember that. I can show you the headlines. I literally have some screenshots saved on my phone, 2019, 2018, 2017, 2016, every single year. And you can do this yourself, Saul. You don't need me to try to figure out how to send you pictures. Go on Google, type in Russia invasion Ukraine and set your time filter so that it excludes 2022 so that you only see 2021. Exclude 2021 and 2022, then you'll only see 2020. You can do it yourself, Saul. It's not the hardest thing in the world. You're a smart guy. You have a PhD. You can figure out how to use Google.
The Reagan brought the Russians, the Soviet Union, to its knees just by outspending it. That's what we were told by the Republicans, that Reagan defeated the Soviet Union by outspending them on Star Wars.
I mean, that was one of the things that did contribute to it. There was a lot of other internal contradictions within the Soviet Union, particularly starting in the late 70s and through the 80s. This is when the revisionist period really kicked off. There's some excellent books that are on why the Soviet Union devolved in the way that it did. But the spending, as you said, on Star Wars, on Afghanistan, these were things that kind of like pushed the needle. Well, I'm mixing metaphors here. They pushed it was the extra straw on the camel's back. There, I got a metaphor that's actually coherent. Right. It was the last thing that pushed it over the edge, but there were a lot of contradictions already present within the system. And those things went far back, looking at things like, the overinvestment in heavy industry, which was essential for industrializing the country. But that was carried out too far. That's a mistake that was much more fundamental and much more under the surface than, they were in Afghanistan for a long time, losing a lot of people and spending a lot of money. There was a lot of things that happened.
We have to wrap it up, and we need to do this more often because we haven't even talked about Omicron.
Which, I currently have COVID. So, yeah.
You have COVID?
Well, I should be relatively recovered at this point. I've been out for about a week. So, hopefully I've been coherent because the brain fog is real. I feel like my mental gears are grinding a little bit, but that's okay.
Your first round of COVID?
Yeah, and it was very mild. I've been double vaxxed. I've been boosted. I had a slight cough, lethargy. The lethargy was the main thing for me, but honestly, that could just as well be because of the isolation that I've been in since I've had it. And like I said, I feel like my brain is ticking just a little bit slower. My partner, on the other hand, also has it, and she's got pneumonia. I'm having to give her injections. And so, much, much worse off for her. But
now she has pneumonia.
Yeah, pneumonia is a complication of the COVID. So she had COVID at the same time and developed pneumonia. So we've got like vaporizer drugs that we're giving her via nebulizers. We've got injections that I have to give her twice a day right now, which isn't fun for either one of us. But she'll be better.
The Russian healthcare system.
Yes, a lot of experience with Russian healthcare and an insurance system here, and I can. On that fact, I can back up what I was saying in terms of how the state has stripped the funding to the public system. The public system was very good in the Soviet Union because all of the funding was on the public side of things. Starting in the early 90s and continuing to today, every year we see more and more money go out of the public system and money go to the private system, both in terms of government grants as well as just by fact of not funding the public system and having rich people own the private system. More people go to the private system these days than the public system. So it's a very obvious thing. The public system still exists. We went there. The treatment that we got there was really, really, very perfunctory. They just looked at her. They put a stethoscope on her back. They said, okay, nothing wrong. Everything's fine. It took us getting, 3 or 4 doctors, coming here to the apartment to check on her to finally find out that she had pneumonia. So, Saul, I'm not talking about Google Trends. Look for actual headlines. It's not hard.
How severe is the pneumonia, if you don't mind my asking?
We're not in the hospital, so that's a plus. It's only in one side. She's doing okay. The cough is very lingery, and I think the injections are what she hates the most out of it. So
let me just ask one question about COVID, and we really need to talk to you about it. Is it possible that if you have the flu and you're at home and you take a home COVID test, you will test positive for COVID with just an ordinary flu?
No. Very, very unlikely, because even the home COVID tests are looking for antigens of SARS-CoV-2, and the antigens that it's specific for are not things that are shared with the influenza virus. So there are certain components of those viruses that are similar, that if you looked, like, does it have component X? Is it also in virus Y? Yes, because a lot of viruses share a lot of things in common that viruses generally need in order to survive. So when we're designing these sorts of things, we don't use those things to look for to try to determine if you have a virus, because it would be really stupid to use something that's universal in viruses. You pick something that's a little bit more specific. Now, the specificity isn't as high as a PCR. The sensitivity is not as high as a PCR, but it's not going to say like, oh, I've got influenza A like I did every year from 1972 to today, and it's going to come up positive. That's not what happens. If you test positive on an antigen test, you should get a PCR because you probably have COVID at that point.
Right. I'm sorry you are going through this. Change the subject and then I'll let you go. You're just waking up.
Yeah, it was 7 when I jumped on. Right. And she was going to join me today, but between it being very early and the pneumonia, we decided she was going to sit this one out. But she's brilliant. She's much smarter than I am. You'd like her. Somebody smarter. It's bad enough I have to be reminded how brilliant you are. Somebody smarter than you? She's a linguist. She speaks like 5 or 6 languages, and she can converse about any topic in any of those languages. It's really incredible. So, yeah.
Okay. You are a lefty?
That's fair to say.
Are you a socialist?
I'm a communist. Yeah, that's also fair to say.
Okay. This may not, I don't think we have enough time for you to answer this question. So maybe we can, I hear her coughing.
Oh, sorry. I know that you don't like, audio.
No.
I'll just yell at her. How dare you? Why are you coughing?
I'm doing a very important show here. So you've been in Russia for how long?
It's been about 5 months at this point. Almost exactly 5 months at this point.
When you come back to the United States, what can you offer in terms of wisdom to the left that you've gained from living in Kazan, a former Soviet, this was a part of the Soviet Union. What insight do you now have about communism, socialism? What is the left not getting here in the United States?
Well, the left in the United States, there's a lot of things that they don't get. And this is something that on Guerrilla History, just to plug the show that I do with Adnan and Brett O'Shea of Rev Left Radio.
You are a shameless communist plugging your podcast.
Yes, exactly. We have several episodes with Professor Emmanuel Ness, who's honestly one of the most important scholars today, and people do not know who he is. So everybody should look up Emmanuel Ness. He's got 5 books out this year alone. He's published 40 or 50 books between edited and authored titles. But anyway, we've had several conversations about the Western left with him and the problems of the Western left. So if you want really in-depth analysis between the 2 episodes that we did with him about the Western left, we probably talked for close to 2 hours on that subject.
So we can talk about, all I do on this show when I'm not trashing Biden is, expressing frustration with the left. What advice can you give to the left? What have you learned by living in Russia?
Yeah, it's a good question. And obviously I shouldn't say obviously, I'm planning on staying here quite a bit longer. That way, I have much more insight. But Also just because I like living here. But I think that the thing that the left needs to understand in the United States is that, one, this is possible. Not this, Russia today, but having a revolutionary change within a society is possible, even in a society that doesn't seem like it's ready for change. That's knowing history, right? And more so than having the personal experience here, looking at the experience of 1917. If you talk about what knowing things now would teach us, is that most of what you hear in the media is garbage, absolute garbage. When you talk to, or when you look at the media, or if you just go online and you are talking to Americans, what do you hear? You hear, well, communism fails. You should just talk to any former Soviet citizen and listen to the horrors of communism. Okay, I live here, right? That's all I do here is talk to people who are people that lived under the Soviet Union. And the experience was almost universally positive, almost universally. I mean, it's not just polls where they ask people, do you prefer the current system or do you prefer the Soviet system? And at least 2-1 in every single poll says we preferred the former system. It was much better. Life was better under communism than it is now. That's not just polling results. You can go out there and talk to people, and they say the same thing. My coworkers, the coworkers that were old enough to live in the Soviet Union, I'm thinking of 2 ladies specifically. Every day they come in with their little handbags full of stuff. And what do they see? Or what do you see on there? Pins, hammers, and sickles in Lenin's face all over them. I mean, it's very open. It's very obvious. This is something that people here, they know that life was better, but people in the West do not understand that. They're willing to extrapolate based off of what they heard in the media. And then the other big thing that I think that the West, this is not necessarily something that you learn from living in Russia, but something that the Western left needs to understand. Anti-imperialism is key. We have to oppose capitalism, but even perhaps more pressingly, we have to impose imperialism at every single turn, wherever it rears its head. So I guess that, that's that. I know that I've gone too long. So
I think, you ever hear of AIDS diet candy?
AIDS diet candy? No, can't say that I have.
AIDS.
Maybe, I mean, it kind of rings a bell, but if I said that I was familiar with it, I'd be lying. So I'll just say no.
I've played commercials for AIDS diet candy, and it's tastelessly funny, but AIDS advertised all over television until AIDS came along. And once people heard the word AIDS diet candy, they couldn't shake it. And you couldn't convince the American people to buy AIDS to lose weight. And words and marketing are really important, I think, especially in politics, how we frame things. And I think Saul would probably agree with me on this. I know he would. And I think Bernie would agree with me. There's some words that the left uses that keeps change in the hypothetical, I think. I think that when you say revolution, I think that pushes away people.
In the West.
But we live in, right.
I agree with you, David. I think that does push away people because of things like the labor aristocracy, which is a conversation that would take hours to get into. But right. I do agree that in places like the United States that are exploiting other places of the world and forcing poor living conditions on people in the cobalt mines in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, in the diamond mines of South Africa, in the factories that make your iPhones, Foxconn factories, in countries like the United States that succeed by exploitation of people globally, making it so that the working class of the United States, even though the working class in the United States is exploited by the capitalist roadsters at the heads of these corporations, what do we know? The living condition of the average worker in the United States, despite the exploitation of them, is markedly higher than the average working person of these countries that are exploited by the United States. This is the concept of the labor aristocracy. They're both working class people. They could have working class solidarity with one another. However, one of them is living on $1 a day in the Philippines, for example, and one of them is living on $12 an hour, which in the United States is not a very good wage, but they're not comparable to one another. And in large part, that's due to the exploitation of the people in those developing countries by the United States. So those countries that have people making $1 a day, those places that are being exploited by the capitalists within their countries and the United States, those places are the places where the terms of revolution are going to be quite popular. That's why the largest union in all of Africa, the largest single union in all of Africa, is the Metal Workers Union of South Africa. They've got, I think, 400,000, I might be wrong on this, 400,000 members of their union. And who's the leader of the union? An avowed Marxist-Leninist who is incredibly harsh against the government. This is a place that has capitalists that exploit the people in the country and the resources of South Africa, despite being a very rich country, comparatively speaking to other African countries. They're exploited by the United States. American working class people do not have that double exploitation, and therefore their living conditions are better, and revolution sounds scarier to them because they have more to lose compared to a working class person in a country that's exploited by their capitalists and American-led multinational corporations.
Yes. Did you ever have to give a pill to a dog?
Yes.
What do you do?
Cover it in peanut butter, usually, although that doesn't always work. My sister's dog would lick the peanut butter off and spit the pill out. So mashed potatoes were the solution for that dog.
This is, to me, and we'll continue this, you get the last word. I think we have a problem with the American left. They don't know how to wrap the pill in peanut butter. I think unless I don't see any way to change things unless you present things the way Bernie does, something familiar like Medicare for all, things that are framed like the Green New Deal, things that aren't as scary to American dogs, because we are, most Americans, either don't care or don't know, and in order to bring about the kind of change that we need before the planet before we destroy everything, I think framing and marketing is really important. And we're up against people who are better at marketing than we are.
That is both true, but also kind of, you can look at it from the other perspective too. So sometimes labeling is all that we do. Branding is all that we do in certain aspects. So for example, the Green New Deal, we need a Green New Deal. We don't necessarily want the Green New Deal that is being presented by politicians in Washington, not from the perspective that the right argues, not, they're taking away your hamburgers, you're not going to be able to have a cow anymore. But from the perspective that the Green New Deal framework in the United States is just green Keynesianism and further looks to exploit the global South, the same way that I was just talking about with the labor aristocracy. The formulation of the Green New Deal in the United States, as it's currently comprised, is an exploitative mechanism against the global South. We need a Green New Deal, but we need to form, again, and this is what the Western left needs to do, anti-imperialist Green New Deal. We need solidarity with people in the global South because we have to understand that things like climate change are global problems that we have to solve in a way that integrates countries from all over the world into a framework that has a just transition to green, environmentally sustainable practices. and treats the people from the global south who haven't had the time for industrialization. Their economies, haven't industrialized the same way that the United States does. They don't have that same historical burden of fossil fuel production. We have to ensure that these countries do not get entrenched into the global south paradigm. We don't entrench a global north, global south divide using the Green New Deal as one of the wedges to keep that division separate. So we need a Green New Deal, but sometimes branding is not enough. We can't just say Green New Deal. That's a great brand. People like the New Deal. We need green things, Green New Deal. It's good. We also need to look at what the plan is and say, this plan, while better than not having a plan, is going to entrench a global north, global south divide. It's a global north chauvinistic plan. People need to read A People's Green New Deal by Max Eil. He articulates this far better than I could hope to. Yes, absolutely. And you should bring him back anytime because Max is brilliant. I can get him for you anytime you want. I'm kind of friends with him. Okay. But it's very important that, one, we have to get better at branding. In the United States, the Republicans are far better at messaging than the Democrats are. Anybody that disagrees with that hasn't been paying attention to how public opinion has been swayed by messaging campaigns in the last 30 years. And we also need to make sure that we don't only focus on branding. We have to make sure that the content is just for not just the United States, but people globally, and then build branding around those just and righteous ideas. So we need to do both. And then last thing, sorry, David, this is not a point, but just a call out. Otherwise, I'm going to forget because I already forgot twice to mention this. On Guerrilla History tomorrow, we're going to be having a live stream crossover episode with the journalist Danny Haifang. I know several of the listeners are familiar with Danny Haifang. That episode is going to be live streamed on his YouTube channel, and the entire episode is going to be taking listener questions. So if you have anything that you want to ask me, Adnan, Brett, or Danny, you can send those in to me on Twitter. Some of you I know have my email. You can send it there, although things get lost in my email because I have a lot. Or look on the Twitter for Guerrilla History or Danny Haifang's Twitter page. Send the questions in because tomorrow at I think 1 p.m. Central Time, I don't remember exactly what the time, we just rescheduled it. Look on Danny's YouTube channel. He already has the link made for it. And send in your questions because
is Huck1995.
Yes, my Twitter account is Huck1995. Guerrilla History is Guerrilla_pod. And Danny Haifang's is Spirit of Ho, but I don't remember if there's any underscores or anything like that. Let me just check that real quick for people because you should be following Danny Haifang anyway. Yes, Spirit of Ho, no underscores or anything. SPIRITOFHO.
Fantastic. We need to see you more often.
Anytime.
Huck1995 on Patreon, right? How do people support you on Patreon and subscribe?
Yeah, they can. I still do it. I don't advertise it anymore. I haven't done it for the last week because I've been sick. But yeah, if people want to donate money, you can either go on to my Patreon. You can go on the Guerrilla History Patreon. I just bought this new microphone. It cost me a full day's worth of wages. So, patreon.com/Guerrilla History, GUERRILLA. That gets split between me, Brett, and Adnan. So, if you don't like me that much, you only like me a third of the amount, you can donate there, and then we all get a cut from it.
We love you. Would you thank your mother for me?
I already did. Like I said, I watched the interview. I thought it was really good. And she is more than happy to come back on to talk to you anytime. So if you want that, just have yourself or Hannah drop me a line and I can help set that up.
Fantastic. Thank you, Henry Huckamaki. It's really great to see you. It really is.
Nice seeing you too, David. I don't get to talk to you nearly enough.
More. We need more. We need more.
Sure.
More. That is our show. Wow. Thank you, Henry Huckamaki. I want to thank all our guests. Hang on. There we go. Henry Huckamaki. Follow him on Twitter at Huck1995. That's the best way to contact him. And let me see if I can name all the guests. It is so cold. I can't run the heat because it's loud. It's so cold. I want to thank our guests. We had Dan Frankenberger in the newsroom, Professor Ben Burgess, Ethan Hirschenfeld, Dr. Hirschenfeld, Emil Guillermo. The professors in Marianne, sans Adnan Hussein. So it was Professor Ann Lee, Professor Jonathan Bick, as well as Professor Marianne Cummings, followed by Professor Harvey J. Kaye and Alan Minsky from the Progressive Democrats of America, then the brilliant and funny Leah McEnany, and of course, the great and brilliant Henry Huckabee. So great to see him. Really is. That's our show. Please subscribe to my newsletter by going to davidfeldmanshow.com. While you're over there, sign up for office hours. Office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. The first hour is from like 8 to 9:30. If you have any questions or complaints, if you want to talk to me about the show, I'm available from 8 to about 9:30 every Friday night at office hours. All you need is Zoom. And, or if you log into our Zoom, you can also call into Zoom. Go to my website and get a link, and it gives you instructions. If you don't have Zoom, you can just call in to it. So you don't need Zoom, you just need a phone. But most people show up on Zoom. And then we have classes and lectures that go on till I don't know when. We're going to be screening Professor Bick. Are you there, Professor Bick? Because he's gone. Oh, you're there. Hey, Professor Bick, you're going to show a Twilight Zone episode tomorrow, correct? I think Bella ate Professor Bick. I warned him. He has a cat that must be fed every 30 minutes, and Bella finally ate Professor Bick. I think we're going to show patterns either tomorrow night or the following Friday. It's a Rod Serling movie that is a look at capitalism like you wouldn't believe. It's up there with Executive Suite. It plays on Turner Classic Movies all the time. So we'll talk about that at office hours. That's it. Follow me on Twitter, friend me on Facebook. Thank you, everybody in the chat room. If you would like to attend a live taping, go to my website to sign up. We also have a YouTube channel. Thank you to everybody watching us live on YouTube. I read the chat room tomorrow. I do look at the chat room. And thank you all. I'm David Feldman. Remember to stay strong and protect the weak.
The other day there was a knock at the door. It was the FBI. I said, what you here for? We heard about your song. We think it's seditious. I said, can we talk later? I'm doing the dishes. I said, what's the problem? What's the fuss? They said, we're the FBI, don't you mess with us. We can lock you up, we can put you away. We can make it so you never see the light of day. I said, Feldman made me do it. Feldman made me do it. Feldman made me do it. And that's all there is to it. Got a text this morning from a former student. It said, we heard you on the show. You were not prudent. You said the F-word, professor, is that true? We really expected much better from you. I said, Feldman made me do it. Feldman made me do it. Feldman made me do it. And that's all there is to it. Amazon called, it was customer service. They said, we need to cut it out. You're beginning to hurt us. You made fun of our boss. You better stop now. If you don't, he'll ship you off to Mindanao. I said, Thelma made me do it. Feldman made me do it. Feldman made me do it, and that's all there is to it. I got a letter from the lawyer from No Evil Foods. It said we don't like your song or your attitude. It's time now, Professor, to cease and desist. The folks I represent are really pissed. I said Feldman made me do it. Feldman made me do it. Feldman made me do it. And that's all there is to it. That's right. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it. Wasn't me, made me do it. Yes, he made me do it. It wasn't my choice.